as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the
Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, we welcome all the viewers to Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga session. Nithyananda Yoga is a direct gift from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN SRI NITHYANANDA PARAMASHIVAM, the ultimate manifestation, Paramavatara of Paramashiva, the ultimate super consciousness. And he's reviving the authentic, original yoga from the source as given by Paramashiva himself thousands of years ago, now getting revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Nithyananda Yoga. So let us now enter into today's Nithyananda Yoga session by invoking the divine presence and the blessings of our beloved Guru Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, by chanting the Sadguru Vandana. Please sit straight, hands folded in the Namaskar Mudra. Please close your eyes. Nithyanandam Paramashivam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलम् सर्वधी साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Please keep your eyes closed. Start breathing deep and long. Bring your awareness to your body. Relaxing your body from the root center, Muladhara, all the way up to the Sahasrara chakra. Relax all the tension, all the stress. Anywhere you are holding on to the body, just relax and surrender. Keep your awareness on your breath. Now bring your awareness to your Anandagandha, the space between your heart center and your navel center, the place where Swamiji himself resides in our being. Be in absolute unclutching and surrender. Let's now enter into the Shiva Mula mantra that's chanted 11 times internally.
ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः. 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 ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः.
Please open your eyes. Let us now enter into Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing process. Keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, take an udharni of water and sip from the base of your palm at the end of each of the following mantras. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Please wash your hands and wipe your lips twice from right to left with the base of the thumb. Om Amadaya Namaha. Please wash your hands and touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip with the index, middle and ring fingertips joined together. Please wash your hands again. Now with the tip of the thumb and the index finger joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the thumb and the ring fingertip joined together, touch the right eye, the left eye, the right ear and the left ear. Please wash your hands again. Now with the thumb and the little fingertip joined together, touch the navel center, right chest, the left chest. With all the fingertips joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder and the heart center. Please wash your hands. Now this will now enter into the Sankalpa mantra. Please sit straight, clasping both your hands and keeping on the right thigh. We will be chanting loud and deep from the navel. Close your eyes and consciously visualize the ultimate that we are going to manifest today. The ultimate yogic body, without any tiredness, without any laziness, boredom, completely alive, active throughout the day. Manifesting our ultimate in all the dimensions. Visualize strongly as we declare consciously to ourselves and the whole universe our decision to manifest our ultimate, keeping Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the eternal lineage of enlightened masters and incarnations, the Guru Parampara of KAILASA as the witness. Let us now chant the Sankalpa.
ॐ ममो वात समस्त दुरिलक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थं
श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी
परमशक्ति सहित श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिव प्रीत्यर्थं च
शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते आद्य
ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्थे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरो दक्षिणे पार्श्वे
शकाब्दे अस्मिन्
वर्तमाने कार्ये तवादिनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसुनाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने
श्रीवेङ्कटेश्वरौ
वृश्चिकमासे कृष्ण शुक्लपक्षे द्वितीयायां शुभदिशौ स्थिरवासरयुक्तायां ज्येष्ठा नक्षत्र सुकर्मण योग कौलवकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम्
अस्यां शुभदिनौ श्री कैलासोरद्वादशान्तश्चामलापीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वराभिर्नस्वरूप परशिवमुद्ररत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विस्तृत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रभक्त्र श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयाण गीयमान छत्रचामर श्री चिन्हकाहलादि समस्त विरदाकल्यलङ्कृत
ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सत्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा विराम वर्ग वर्ष विश्रांतिभूत परम कलमकेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य
श्री राजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु
क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षण निर्हार ध्वजोच्चेतन पूर्वक श्रीमद् ऋषभध्वज स्थापक
शैव समय कर्त्र
सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां
अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध
स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ धनवद्युत्तरद्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान पीठ कर्त्र साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु विश्वाक हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्य वंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ स्वामी साम्राज्य भूताभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि
साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत
कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर
धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश
गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य
श्रीमत्परमांस परिव्राजकाचार्य पर्य
सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य
स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं
तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम मंगलवाक्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य
ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम
पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम
परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम
नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये.
Take another your water and wash your hands. Om Upasprashya. So you cannot keep your Panchapatrams aside as we now enter into the Nithyananda Yoga. We will start with the warm-up. So please come to the standing position. Maintaining some distance between yourself and the partners adjacent to you. So let's start by rotating our head the clockwise direction. Start gently. Now, opposite direction. Opposite direction. Keep going. Relax. Now, keep your feet a little wider and then start rotating the hips in the clockwise direction. Giving your lower back a nice warm up. Open up that area as you're rotating. Breathe into that area. Now, opposite direction. Anti-clockwise. Relax. Now keeping your lower body stable. Start swinging from the hips up in the left and right direction. Alternatively. Fully stretch. Twisting your spine. Relieving tension. Relax. Now, interlace your fingers, palms up, stretch all the way up on your toes. Squeeze out all the tension from your entire spine, your shoulders. As you're stretching up. Please come back. Now interlace your fingers behind your back, palms outwards. Inhale, open your chest, shoulders back, and bend backwards from the lower. Fully bend as much as you can. And then move forward, bending all the way down. Your chest touching your thighs, the forehead touching the knees, keeping the knees straight. You can bounce as well, but make sure you are bending from the lower back. Don't arch your back too much. Please come back. Your right arm up. Bend the back to the left. As you exhale. You can again bounce. Stretch more and more. Come back. Left arm up. Exhale as you're bending to the right. Come back up. Now your feet a little wide apart. Go down from the lower back. Your palms flat on the ground. This is one. And going all the way back. That is two. And we'll do it repeatedly. Start. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Continue. Bend all the way from the lower back. Knees straight. Keep going, keep going. And now the cross bends, right hand touching the left foot, left hand touching the right. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Continue. Fully stretch and twist your spine. Please come back. And now your feet together, slightly bending the knees, your hands on your kneecaps. Start rotating the knees clockwise. Now anti-clockwise. Please come back. Bring your right foot forward and start rotating from your ankle in the clockwise direction. Anti-clockwise. Now bring your left foot forward and start rotating clockwise. Now anti-clockwise. Please come back. And let's start jumping. Wherever you're standing, start jumping as high as you can. Jump higher. Mix it up with jumping jacks. You can go back and forth between the two, straight jump and jumping jacks. Relax. Now let's do 10 reps of burpees without stopping in one fluid motion. No rest in between. Start. Full push-up. Squat and jump as high as you can. Then repeat. Those who have finished can do 2 more. Continue. Don't stop. Finish. Very good. Now relax. You can hang from your lower back. Try to breathe through your nostrils. Swinging your arms. Relax your breath, your heart rate. Take long and deep breaths. Close your eyes. We'll now be entering into the skeleton dance. Consciously visualize your entire body as made up of nothing but bones. Only the skeleton structure. Visualize yourself as only skeleton. Your skull, your arms and spine, the rib cage, the hip bones, the legs, the feet, hands. Strongly visualize, and maintaining this visualization, let us start shaking each and every part of our body randomly. Start shaking the skeletal structure. Your arms, your legs, your shoulders, back, the skull, the feet. Shake. No need to follow any pattern. Let's shake randomly. Again and again, come back to the visualization. That is nothing but the skeletal structure. Now increase the intensity. intense and authentic. Throwing out all the non-negativity, all the laziness, tiredness, throwing away all the negative self-talk. Moving with pure integrity, Swami. Decided to be like this throughout the day. Now shake, intense and authentic, like Rudra. Shake, shake, shake. Full intensity. 10 seconds. Shake the entire skeleton. Slowly relax. Stepping forward and back. Gradually coming to the still position. Keep your awareness in your entire body. Breathe all the way down into the ground and back. Feel your body completely rejuvenated, alive, awake, active. Please come to the seated position now.
So let us begin with the asana sequence for today. So first is the Atmaramasana. So with a similar posture like how we had performed the Yoga Nidrasana yesterday. Before we enter into asana, let us practice some stretching. Or we can perform the Paschimottanasana. So hold on to your legs and straighten them out. Giving your thighs a good stretch. Then get into the Vajrasana, bringing the soles of your feet together, and then close to the perineum.
Make sure your knees are completely flat, touching the floor. Perform Mula Bandha. As you're fully stretching and opening the inner thighs. Now from this position, let's take one step forward. Keeping the feet joined together like this, knees on the ground. Let us bend forward, making sure our head is touching the ground in front of our big toe. You can bounce, and as you exhale each time, bend more and more.
So let us enter into the Atmaramasana now. So bring your knees over your shoulders, lay down. And hold and keep your legs straight up. Hold yourself to the back behind your head. As we perform the Atmaramasana, visualize Mahavishnu in your inner space. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Perform the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Atma Rama Asana Pratamaso Dhosove. Next, we'll be performing the 3 variations of Jatara Parivritti. So now, lay down on the ground. Bring your right knee to your chest. So as you're laying down with your knees close to your chest, extend your left leg out and move the right knee towards the side. Then bring the left knee onto the right knee as you move your left hand out and look to the opposite side. And now straighten both your legs out. Extend both your legs out and keep your hands by the sides. With your right hand, hold the right leg as you turn towards the opposite side. We'll perform the same on the opposite side now. Now, extend your right leg out and move the left knee towards the side. Bring your right knee onto the left knee and then hold the left leg and extend it out, turning towards the right side. These are the 3 variations of the Jatara Parivritti. Perform the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Engage the Moola Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. परिवृत्ते कुक्षि भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च. Next we'll be performing the Dvipada Pitham. So as you continue to lay down, hold your ankles and then raise your hips up, engaging the Jagandhara Bandha and the Moola Bandha, instructing your chin to the chest and doing the perineal lock. Visualize yourself as a bridge. Performing the Murcha Kumbhaka. Slowly exhaling as you engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Perform the Ajapa Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठ सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु. Next we'll be performing the Paryankasana. So here you can take your partner's assistance. So you will lie down on the ground. Bring your hands close to your face, turning them backward, meaning facing your body. Now, press your hands and legs onto the ground and raise your hips up. As you perform this asana, visualize yourself as a sturdy stone furniture. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Engage the Moola Bandha. Perform the Ajapa Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let us now practice this asana and take our partner's assistance to help lift your hip off and bend more.
Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Let us now chant the pramana of the Paryankasana. उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा. Next, we'll perform the Viparita Karani. So laying down on the back, raise your hip off the ground and bring your hands flat onto the ground. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha and the Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Murcha Kumbhaka. That is slowly exhaling as you are engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. भूतले स्वशिरो दत्त्वा खेन ये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता. Next is the Viparita Karni 2. Continue to maintain the same posture and hold your back with your hands. So your legs are raised up and then slowly rotate your legs as you maintain this position. Continue to visualize forming your inner space, performing the Murcha Kumbhaka. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Karani viparitabhya sarvadhivyadhinashini nityam abhyasa yuktasya jaఠaragni vivardhani. Now next, we'll be performing the Langalasana. So as we continue to maintain the posture of the Viparita Karani, just drop your legs behind you and then clasp your hands in the Parashumudra. Continue to perform the Mula Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a flow. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिका प्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य हस्तद्वयं सम्मील्य लम्बीकुर्यात् ग्रीवा प्रदेशेन भूमिं कर्षयेत् लाङ्गलासनं भवति. Next is the Shaita Paschimottanasana. So continue to maintain the same position as Langalasana. Just hold onto your legs. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Perform the Murcha Kumbhaka as you are engaging the Jalandhara Bandha and the Mula Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Tanam Shaitvat Kurvita Shaita Paschimottanakam. Next, we'll be performing the Supta Konasana, which is again a similar posture where our legs are behind the head. Just bring them spread them as wide as possible. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha and the Mula Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Parivritti Kukshi Bhage Tridahi Parikirtitaha Baddha Konam Supta Konam Urdha Konam Athapicha. So now, next is the Chakrasana. So from the same position where our legs are behind our head, we'll just roll onto our back. Here your legs do not have to be touching the ground. Just roll onto your back. As you keep your legs behind your head, visualize yourself as a chakra. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha and the Moola Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. शवासनस्थद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो विक्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनं चक्रासने गुल्मप्लीह वातरोगादिनाशनम्. Next, we will be performing the Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. So now, as we are laying down on the ground, hold your big toes in the Pramudra. That is with the index finger and the middle finger together. And then spread your legs wide apart as much as possible. Visualize promising your inner space. Perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Inhaling through your throat, creating the sound of an ocean. Engage the Moola Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Uttanapadam Grauncam cha Maricim Veerabhadragam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Next, we will perform the Supta Padangushtasana. So, from this asana, just bring your legs straight up and continue to hold on to the door with the Prana Mudra. Straighten your knees out. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Engage the Moola Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Uttanapadam Grauncam cha Maricim Veerabhadragam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Next, we will be performing the Matsyasana. Bring your legs into the Padmasana and then lay down onto the ground. Cross your hands and place your head over the hands. Visualize the Matsyavatara of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Ujjayi Pranayama. Engage the Moola Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Mukta Padmasanam Krutva Uttanashainam Charete Kurparabhyam Shiro Veshtya Matsyasanam tu Rogaha. Now continue to lay down in the Padmasana. As you move your hands above the head, placing the right hand onto the left palm, gaze to the nose. Visualize Lord Rama in your inner space. Perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. प्रथम करे पद्मासन आछे सूधो सोबे भू परिपाछे घोड़ा अरुजंगा ए दो भूसो लगता राशे सोई. Next, we'll be performing the Sarvangasana. So now, as your legs are continuing to be in the Padmasana, raise your hips up. As you hold them up with your hand, hold the hip with your hand. Bring them as straight as possible. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha and the Mula Bandha. Continue to perform the Murcha Kumbhaka. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let us now practice this asana.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Let us now chant the pramana of the Sarvangasana. अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमं यत्कृत्वा योग निपुणो विद्याभिः पंडितो यथा. Next we'll be performing the Vrishapadakshepasana. So now as you're lying down to the ground, bring your hands in the Parashu Mudra behind your head and then as you raise your knee and bring it close to the chest, bring the right elbow to the left knee and then take the leg back. Same with the opposite side. Bring the right knee to the chest and touch the left elbow to the right knee. So we'll be repeating this. So as we perform it on both the sides, it is one count. Let us do it for 20 counts now. As you perform this asana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engage the Mula Bandha, perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, continue to perform the japa of the Mahavakya in your inner space. Let us begin now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Let us now chant the pramana of the Vrishapadakshepasana. उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अंगुलिभिः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परौ मिलित्वा नितम्बेन भूमिं स्पृष्ट्वा. Next we'll be performing the Marottanasana. So now as you're laying on the ground, bring your right knee to the chest, raise your head up and touch the right ear to the right knee, and same thing on the opposite side. As you perform the Marottanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, engage the Mula Bandha, perform the japa of the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham internally. Let us do this 15 times. Let us start now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You can relax for a moment. Let us now chant the pramana of the Marottanasana. श्रोतानवत् संस्थिति कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत् मारोत्तनं भवति. Next is the Brikasana. Let us come to a standing position. So for the Brikasana, we will sit down, lie down, and then come up, again standing. We will do this repeatedly. As you perform the Brikasana, visualize yourself as a bull, as a Brika. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, engage the Mula Bandha, perform the japa of the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Internally. Let us do this just for 5 times. Let us begin now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Let us now chant the pramana of the Brikasana. अथ उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा उत्तिष्ठेत् वृकासनं भवति. Next, we will be performing the Luthasana. So for Luthasana, come back into a seated position. We will be rolling to our back, turning backwards, and then coming into a plank position. And then again coming and tumbling over again. Let us perform the Luthasana. Just for 5 times now. Let's do it together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham internally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let us now chant the pramana of the Luthasana. उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा निब्जं भूयाति नुब्जं शयनम्. Next, we will be performing the Sarathasana, in which you lay down on your chest, bring your hands by your chest, visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors for the battle of Dharma on your back, performing the Saratha Pranayama, contracting your lips, and while inhaling, creating a sound of a flute. Engage the Mula Bandha, perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. नित्यं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय संवध्यस्ताभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्. Next, we'll perform the Dehalyulanghanasana. So come up to a plank position. Stand on your palm, keeping your hands shoulder width apart. So now we'll jump both our feet forward and then jump them. We'll be doing this repeatedly for 5 times together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Feel yourself go beyond your body and your mind. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let us now chant the pramana of the Dehalli Langhanasana. हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय अथनयेत् देहल्युल्लङ्घनं भवति. Next, we will be performing the Jatyasana. So coming into a standing position, we will hold on to our feet, visualizing ourselves as a wise 60-year-old elephant, walk front and back. Continue to perform the Sahaja Pranayama, inhaling, holding your breath as long as possible, and slowly exhaling. Engage the Mula Bandha, perform the Japa of the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivaham internally. अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत् हस्तान्द्रिभूमौ च गमनम् आगमनं ततः. Next is the Jolitika Karana. So bring your legs into the Aramandi position. Bring your hands in front of your chest. Then start rotating your hands and your head. This is the Jolitika Karana. Next, we will perform the Ushtra Sadhanasana. So again, bending down and holding your feet from the front. We'll be walking front and back. Now visualizing yourself as a camel. Ushtra. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivaham internally. Let us now chant the pramana of the Ushtra Sadhanasana. Mushtiganeshika pradeshena bhumo nidhaya paripadatale samsthapya. Next, we will be performing the Ashwasana. We will be holding our feet from the sides. So for the Ushtra Sadhanasana, we were holding them from the front. Now we will hold our feet from the side and then walk, visualizing ourselves as a horse. And continue to engage the Mula Bandha, performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka, performing the Ajapa Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivaham. मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य अश्ववत् शरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति. Next, we perform the Kapotanitakasana. So now bringing your hands in Parakamudra, interlacing your hands behind you. Bring your feet together and then bend backwards as you open your chest up. Visualizing yourself as a soaring bird. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivaham internally. पादतले भूमो निधाय जानुनि उरसि निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिटकं भवति. Next, we will now perform the Utthanotthanam. So now, Utthanotthanam is basically squats. So we will go down and then come up. As you perform the Utthanotthanam, gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Ajapa Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivaham internally. Let us begin now. Yes, let us now chant the pramana of the Utthanotthanam. Punah punaha utthatavyam athitavyam iti Utthanotthanam bhavati. Next is the Musalasana. So now we'll be squatting down and jumping up, raising our hands up. As you perform the Musalasana, visualize yourself as a male. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivaham internally. Let us begin now. सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुं नयेत् वारं वारं उड्डानं कृत्वा Next, we will perform the Utshirshakasana. So now, bring the sole of your foot to the opposite hip, go down, then come up. One by one, you can do it first for the right leg and then the left leg. As you perform the Utshirshakasana, perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivaham internally. एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति. Next, we'll be performing the Parshvajanukaran. So now, bringing your hands into a mushti, into a fist. Bring your knees to the chest. Bring your right knee to the chest and turn your wrist as you keep your left hand onto the left hip. This is the Parshvajanukarana. Next, let us enter into the Tandavasana, where we'll be squatting with one leg. So you can take your partner's assistance. You can hold them. Extend your right leg forward, and then go down and come up. So if you find very hard for being able to go down and come up, you can do negatives, where you're holding you're extending your right leg and you only go down, and then for coming up you can place your leg back onto the ground. So let us spend some time and practice this asana now.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda
Let us now chant the pramana of Tandavasana. Ekena padena sthathavyam Tandavasanam bhavati. Next is the Brahmanasana. So now, bring your right leg, right foot to the left thigh. You stand stably. Visualize Lord Brahma in your inner space. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Brahmanasana यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्. Next is the Garudasana. So let us twist our right leg around the left leg and left hand around the right hand. And squat well. This will help you balance in the position. Bring your hands into the Anjali Mudra as you twist your hands. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Visualize yourself as Garuda in this posture. Let us now chant the pramana of the Garudasana. Uttana Gurma Pitham cha Taimhas Garuda Meva cha Vatayanam Gomukham cha Bharadvajam Trivikramam. Next, we will perform the Dhruvasana. So now, you can give some gap between your partners and then hold the right toe with your right hand in the Prana Mudra. Extend your right leg out and then slowly rotate. Try not to jump, but just rotate your foot. Now take a moment and practice this asana.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Let us now chant the pramana of the Dhruvasana. एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा इतरपादतलं भूमौ निधाय त्वरया भ्रमणं कर्तव्यं ध्रुवासनं भवति. Next, we will perform the Trivikramasana. So, what you can do is, here we'll have to place our leg behind the head and then sit down and come up. So, to start with, you can sit down, put the leg behind the head, and then take your partner's assistance to get up. Let us now practice this asana with our partner's help.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Let us now chant the pramana of the Trivikramasana. एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति. Let us now enter into the Mahamantra meditation. Please be seated in a comfortable position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and start humming intensely. Relax. Now bring your awareness to the Anahata Chakra, to the heart center. Now extend your legs. Let us now enter into the Shivasana. Extend your legs in the front and lay down. As we lay down, visualize the supreme point of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyanda Paramashivaham liberating you. Continue to perform the Shakti Chalana Mudra, moving the Kundalini from the Muladhara Chakra to the Sahasrara Chakra.
Paramashivoham
Slowly move your toes and fingers. Bring your chest to the knees. Rock by your sides. And come back into a seated position. Let us now conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate
Purnasya
Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavad Sri Nithyananda Paramastu.
Om Nithyanandam.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the Pada Puja participants and everybody else who is with us for today's Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja. Before we begin with the Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja today, we request all the Pada Puja participants and everybody else who is participating in this puja physically here and online to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to the following declarations, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize which is internally processed, understand and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize which is internally processed, understand and declare the truth that Swamiji, Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Paduka Sanatmalinga, are the Chinmay Vigrahas, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes. I authentically cognize which is internally processed, understand and declare the truth that whatever I offer to Swamiji, Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Paduka Sanatmalinga, during the Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja, will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes. I authentically cognize which is internally processed, understand and declare the truth of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us now enter into the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja with the Sadguru Vandana, in which we invoke the presence of our beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashim. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I surrender to that Sadguru who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond the emotions and the one who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. Now, please take a few flowers in your hands. Bring your hands into the Anjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Next is the Guru Parampara Vandana, offering of our gratitude and respects to the eternal lineage of all the enlightened masters, of all the Gurus. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I surrender to the lineage of all the enlightened masters, which has Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva in the beginning, Devi Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti in the middle, and my Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivам at the end. Now, please take a few flowers in your hands and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Next is the Arnagiri Yogeshwara Vandana. the offering of our gratitude and respects to Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the embodiment, who is the manifestation of Paramashiva. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: the Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the Lord of all beings, who has the sacred musk paste applied on his forehead, who has the glittering stick, who has worn a loincloth on his glittering hip, who has worn the Datura flower, the king cobra and a crescent moon on his forehead. May that Arunagiri Yogeshwara's presence happen. Now, please take a few flowers in your hands and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रे निखिलकृतकस्तुतिफणिराजं शशिकलां प्रदीपः सर्वेषाम् अरुणगिरियोगी विजयते.
Next is the Tattvacharanam. The process of the ritualistic cleansing. Keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, take an uddhani of water into your right palm. Sip the water from the base of the right palm along with the mantras. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Wash your hand with an uddhani of water. With the base of the right thumb, wipe your lips twice. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Again wash your hand. With the tips of the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Again wash your hand. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, the left eye, the right ear and then the left ear. Again wash your hand. The little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel center, the right chest, the left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of the head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder and the heart center. Again wash your hand.
Pashantaye.
Next is the pranayama, the inhalation, retention and the exhalation of the breath. Please close your right nostril and inhale. Om Satyajataprate Namo Ham. Hridaya Namo Him, Shirte Namo Hum, Shikaya Namo Him, Kaucha Namo Hum, Netribhyo Namo Astra Namaha. Close the left nostril and hold your breath. Om Ham Ishana Murdan Namo Him, Tatrusha Bhaktara Namo Hum, Agra Hridaya Namo Him, Abdevkhya Namo Hum, Satyajataprate Namo Ham. Hridaya Namo Him, Shirte Namo Hum, Shikaya Namo Him, Kaucha Namo Hum, Netribhyo Namo Astra Namaha. Open the right nostril and slowly exhale through the right nostril. Om Ham Ishana Murdan Namo Him, Tatrusha Bhaktara Namo Hum, Agra Hridaya Namo Him, Abdevkhya Namo Hum, Satyajataprate Namo Ham. Hridaya Namo Him, Shirte Namo Hum, Shikaya Namo Him, Kaucha Namo Hum, Netribhyo Namo Om Hastraya Namaha. Let us now enter into the Sankalpa. Clasp your right hand over your left hand and place it onto the right thigh. As we chant the mantras of the Sankalpa, create a deep and a strong intention, the Satya Sankalpa, to manifest your reality. Manifest your ultimate today. Let us now enter into the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakakshay Dvara Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartam Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Vitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshaditame Nitya Yuge Pratame Pade Jambu Dvipe Bharatavarshe Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसुनाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ वृश्चिकमासे कृष्णपक्षे चतुर्दश्यां शुभदितौ बुधवासरयुक्तायां विशाखा नक्षत्र शोभनयोग शकुनिकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायां अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यमान ललितविजयश्रयान गीयमान छत्रचामर श्री चिन्हकाहलादि समस्त विरतावल्यलकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्गवर्ष विश्रानजीभूत परमतकल्पकेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज महाराज गुरु
स्वप्नशाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भीषणानर्हारतजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमत् ऋषभध्वजस्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ नवत्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधा अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्नानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे वैवस्वतमनम राज्य मूर्ताभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजक आचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलाप्यर्थं भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमेश्वर शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेवी स्वरूप भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमेश्वर शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये.
Please drop the flowers and akshata onto your right hand side and rinse your hand with an uddarni of water.
Om Upasprishya.
Next is the Ghantanada. Please take the bell in your left hand, hold it at the level of your heart center and ring the bell along with the mantra.
Om Agamarthantu Devanam Gamanarthantu Rakshasam Ghantanadam Karomyato Devata Kvanalanchanam Ghanta Devatabhyo Namaha.
Next is the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Please take a flower in your hands, place your hands in the Kurma Mudra and meditate on the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyānanda Paramashīvam, in the lotus of your Ananda Gandha. As we chant the mantras of the Manasa Puja, offer all the various upacharas, the various offerings to Swamiji within your inner space. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: what sweet can I offer to the Master except my heart? I offer the gratitude flowing as nectar to wash his feet and to rinse his mouth. I offer my mind itself as the arghya, the bouquet. To my Master, who is the very cosmos, what clothing can I offer except the space? I offer my very prana, the life energy, as the incense, and I offer the ocean of nectar as the food offering. The principle of the unstruck perennial sound is to be offered as the bell, the air as the chamara, and the sahasrara as the umbrella. The principle of sound as the music, the actions of the senses, and also the vagaries of the mind as the dance. All the 7 chakras along the Sushumna Nadi is to be offered as a flower garland. The different kinds of flowers with which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyānanda Paramashīvam, should be worshipped are the guilelessness, freedom from the ego, freedom from suffering when your desires are not fulfilled, freedom from arrogance, freedom from ignorance, freedom from deceit, freedom from hatred, freedom from agitation, freedom from jealousy and greed. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyānanda Paramashīvam, should also be worshipped with the flowers of non-violence, mastery over the senses, compassion, forgiveness and enlightenment. Let us now enter into the Manasa Puja.
Om Hridpadmasanam Dadyat Sahasrarachyutamritaihi Padyam Charanayor Dadyayam Snaniyam Tena Chaspradam Akashatattvam Vastram Syat गन्धस्यात् गन्धतत्त्वकम् चित्तं प्रकल्पयेत् पुष्पं धूपं प्रयं स्यात् सुधां बुधिः अनाहतध्वनिर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरं सहस्रारं भवेत् छत्रं शब्दतत्त्वं च गीतकं नृत्यमिन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेखलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्ये भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेत् भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारं दयापुष्पं क्षमापुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पञ्चमम् इति पञ्चदशैर्भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवम्।
Next, we'll be entering into the Upachara Puja, which is the external worship. The first is the offering of asana, the offering of the feet. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, O the one who resides inside all the beings, the one who is the very soul of all the beings, I offer this seed to you. I surrender, I surrender. Now, please take the flowers and akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
आसनम् ॐ सर्वभूतान्तरस्थाय सर्वभूतान्तरात्मने कल्पयाम्युपवेशार्थम् आसनं ते नमो नमः। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णासनं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः।
Next is the offering of Swagatam, the offering of welcoming Swamiji. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, because of being in everlasting calmness and because of remaining free from the attitude of performing all actions related to the fivefold cosmic function for a short duration known as the cosmic sleep, Lord Sadashiva is called Shiva by the experts in the mantras and tantras. Salutations to such Shiva, who is the Guru and who is eternally free from desire and the aspects related to embodiment. Because of his immeasurable greatness and because of his quality of being eternally unborn, this Lord is well praised as Ananta. O the Lord of all gods, O the one whose darshan is awaited by the gods for the fulfillment of their desires, welcome, welcome. Today, my birth, life, and all deeds are fructified. The fruits of all my tapas is materialized just by welcoming you. Now, please take a few flowers in your hands and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
स्वागतम् ॐ शान्तत्वात् सर्वकर्तृत्वात् भावोत्पत्तिकारणात् शिव उक्तौ महातन्त्राय वै अमेयत्वात् अनन्तोऽयम् अजत्वात् प्रकीर्तितः यस्य दर्शनमिच्छन्ति देवाः स्वाभीष्टसिद्धये तस्मै ते परमेशान स्वागतं स्वागतं प्रभो अद्य मे सफलं जन्म जीवनं सफला क्रियाः स्वागतं यत्त्वया तन्मे तपसां फलमागतम् ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिव स्वागतं सुस्वागतं ते।
Next is the offering of Padyam, the offering of water for washing the feet. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer Padyam, that is the water, for washing the feet of the Supreme God, the very devotion on whom brings about the ultimate bliss. Now please take an udani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
पाद्यम् ॐ यद्भक्तिलेशसम्पर्कात् परमानन्दसम्प्लवः तस्मै ते परमेशान पाद्यं शुद्धाय कल्पयेत् ॐ ह्रीं एतत्पाद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः।
Next is the offering of Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, O Maheshwara, please accept this Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet with water to welcome the guest, made of durva grass, a flower, a bilwa leaf and a rice pellet, and kept in a beautiful conch. Now, please take the Arghya in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
अर्घ्यः ॐ दूर्वाक्षतसमायुक्तं बिल्वपत्रं तथा परं शोभनं शङ्खपात्रस्थं गृहाणार्घ्यं महेश्वर ॐ ह्रीं एषोऽर्घ्यः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा.
Next is the offering of Achamaniyam, the offering of water for cleansing the mouth. Me as Achamaniyam, that is the water for the mouthwash offered by me with devotion to you. Now, please take the Achamaniyam and Udharni of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
आचमनीयम् ॐ मन्दाकिन्यास्तु यद्वारे सर्वपापहरं शुभं ग्रहाणाचमनीयं त्वं मया भक्त्या निवेदितम् ॐ ह्रीं इदम् आचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वदा.
Next is the offering of Madhubarka, the offering of the nectarine drink. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, for the destruction of all negativities, I offer this Madhubarka, this drink, which is full of nectar. Be pleased towards me, O Lord. Now, please take the Madhubarka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
Madhubarkaha Om सर्वकल्मषनाशाय परिपूर्णसुधात्मकं मधुपर्कमिमं देव कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे. ॐ ह्रीं एष मधुपर्कः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वदा.
Next is the offering of Gandhatailam, the offering of the scented oil. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer with love and affection this scented oil to you, O the healer of all the worlds. You are the purest among all the worlds. Now please take the Gandhatailam and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
Gandhatailam Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokanam Hitakaraka सर्वलोकेषु शुद्धत्वं ददामि स्नेहमुत्तमम्. ॐ ह्रीं इदं गन्धतैलं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि.
Next is the offering of Snaniyam, the offering of water for the sacred bath. Next, the meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, please accept this cool, pure and clear water which is capable of seizing my mind for your Snaniyam.
Om idam shishitalam vari swachham shuddham manoharivaya nivedayami.
Next is the offering of Vastra, the offering of the sacred clothes. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer Vastram, this cloth offering to the Master who removes the veil of Maya or illusion, the Master who is the true light of enlightenment, who does not have a veil of Maya and has the very space as his dress. Now, please take the Vastram in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
Vastram Om Maya Chitrapata Channa Nijabhukyor Tejase Niravarana Vijnaya Vasaste Kalpayamyaham. Om Hrim Idam Vastottariyam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami.
Next is the offering of Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer this golden ornament to you, Master, who by the very nature has a very gracefully beautiful body and who is the repository of all powers. May you be pleased. Now please take the Abharanam in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
Abharanam Om Swabhavasundarangaya Nana Shaktyashrayayate Suvarnam Bhushanam Tubhyam Kalpayami Prasidame. ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णाभरणं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि.
Next is the offering of Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I neither know what your body is, nor do I know what your actions are. Please accept and smear the sandalwood paste offered by me. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Gandhaha Om
शरीरं ते न जानामि चेष्टां नैव च मया निवेदितान् गन्धान् प्रतिगृह्य विलिप्यताम्. ॐ ह्रीं एष गन्धः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः.
Next is the offering of Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, please accept these blissfully fragrant, different kinds of flowers which are taken from the forest of Turiya. That is the space of ultimate restful awareness. Now please take a few flowers made with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
पुष्पम् ॐ तुरीयवनसम्पन्नं नानागुणमनोहरम् आनन्दसौरभं पुष्पं गृह्यतामिदमुत्तमम्. ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनपुष्पाणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय गौषत्.
Next is the offering of the Bilvapatram, the offering of the Bilva leaves. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer you, O God of all gods, this holy Bilva leaf in which dwells the goddess of richness and which is so much loved by Lord Shiva. Now please take the Bilva leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
बिल्वपत्रम् ॐ अमृतोद्भवं श्रीवृक्षं शङ्करस्य सदा प्रियं बिल्वपत्रं प्रयच्छामि पवित्रं ते सुरेश्वर. ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनबिल्वपत्राणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय गौषत्.
Next is the offering of the Tulasi Patra, the offering of the Tulsi leaf. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, let this offering of Tulsi leaf be unto the Supreme Soul, who has unlimited boons. Now please take the Tulsi leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
तुलाः ॐ ह्रीं इदं सचन्दनतुलसीपत्रं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः.
Next is the offering of Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense sticks. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, this incense smoke is made of sacred herbs of intoxicating fragrance. Please accept this incense smoke which we inhaled by all the devas. Now, please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra and please ring the bell as you do.
धूपः ॐ वनस्पतिरथो दिव्यो गन्धाढ्यसु मनोहरः आध्रेयः सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्. ॐ ह्रीं एष धूपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः.
Next is the offering of Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, please accept this light of the inner and outer world which is very bright and removes the darkness from everywhere. Now, please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra and please ring the bell as you do so.
दीपः ॐ सुप्रकाशो महादीपः सर्वतस्तिमिरापहः सभाख्याभ्यन्तरज्योतिर्दीपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं एष दीपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः।
Next is the offering of Naivedyam, the offering of the food. Now please take an udhani of what the meaning of the mantra we will chant now is. These different kinds of food offerings are prepared from sweetener and other ingredients. O Lord, please accept this food offering prepared by me with devotion. Now please take an udhani of water in your hands, hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
नैवेद्यम् ॐ नैवेद्यं विविधं देव शर्करादिविनिर्मितं मया निवेदितं भक्त्या गृहाण परमेश्वर ॐ ह्रीं इदं
स्वोपकरणनैवेद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते
श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि।
Next is the offering of Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, O Lord, the God of all demigods, the one who bestows deep fulfillment upon us, please accept this water full of infinite bliss. Now please take an udhani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
पानीयम् ॐ समस्तदेवदेवेश सर्वतृप्तिकरं परम् अखण्डानन्दसम्पूर्णं ग्रहाणजलमुत्तमम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं पानार्थोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः।
Next is the offering of the Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for cleansing the mouth. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer this water for washing the hands and the mouth to you, whose mere remembrance purifies everybody. Now please take an udhani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
पुनराचमनीयम् ॐ उच्चिष्टमप्यशुचिर्वा यस्य स्मरणमात्रतः शुद्धिमाप्नोति तस्मै ते पुनराचमनीयकम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं पुनराचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा।
Next is the offering of the Arartrikam, the offering of the lit arti. Now please take the lit arti in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
आरात्रिकं भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। ॐ साङ्ग्रहण्येष्ट्याय ददे इमां जनतागुं सङ्गृह्णानीति द्वादशारग्निरशना भवति द्वादशमासाः संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति पूर्वैमुञ्जाः ऊर्जतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। आरात्रिकं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वर चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः।
Next is the offering of Pushpanjali, the offering of fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, Guru is the Brahma who is the source of creation. Guru is Vishnu who is the source of sustenance. Guru is Maheshwara who is the source of rejuvenation of the universe. Guru is directly the Param Brahma the ultimate superconsciousness. Onto that Guru I surrender. I surrender to the Guru who is omnipresent and has given me a glimpse of his experience. I surrender to the Guru who removes the blinding darkness of the eyes caused by the absence of wisdom. By applying the Jnananjana, the sacred black eye pigment, anointing the three eyes and awakens the all-pervasive infinite eyes. Who is the Lord of the cosmos, who is the Guru of the cosmos. My soul is the same soul which is in all the beings. I surrender to Dakshinamurti, the primordial Guru, who manifests himself differently in the form of Ishvara, Guru, and Atman or the Self. I surrender onto that Sadguru who is in Nityananda, the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, who is the personification of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the experience of Tattvamasi, that we are the ultimate, who is oneness, eternal, pure and immovable, who is the direct witness of the beginning and the source of all beings, who is beyond emotions and the one who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. Now, please take a few flowers in your hands. Keep your hands in the Anjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
Pushpanjalihi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnuhu Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Akhanda Mandalakaram Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Agmanatimirandhatya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Jagadguruhu Mamatma Sarvabhutatma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Ishvaro Gururatmeti Murti Bheda Vibhagine Vyobhavadyapta Dehaya Dakshinamurtaye Namaha Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadiraksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Pushpanjalim Samarpayami Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Charana Kamalebhyo Namaha. Om Nithyanandam. Let us now enter into the Paramashiva Puja, beginning with the Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Let us now perform the Sakali Karanam. Om Ha Astraya Namaha Shaktaye Vaushate Astraya Phate. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. We'll now perform the Samanya Arghya Stapana. Please mix some flowers, akshata and sandalwood powder inside the water within the Panchapatram. Cover the mouth of the Panchapatram with your right palm and chant Om 7 times internally. Om 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 Hastraya Bhate Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Om Ham Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Alam Pradeepas Sarvesham Marunagiriyo Alam प्रदीपस्तर्वेषां वरुणगिरियोगिमृगटङ्कमशिव नमः इत्यावाहनमुद्रां प्रदर्श्य स्थापन सन्निधान निष्ठुरमुद्रां प्रदर्श्य अस्त्राय हुंफाटिका सन्निधान निष्ठुरमुद्रां प्रदर्श्य अस्त्राय हुंफाटिकालकण्ठिमुद्रां प्रदर्श्य ओम हां शिवाय नमः इति लिंगमुद्रां नमस्कारमुद्रां ओम हैं कवचाय हुं इति अवकुण्ठनमुद्रां च प्रदर्श्य ओम हां हुं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः आसनं समर्पयामि ओम हां शिवाय नमः ओम हां शिवाय स्वधा ओम हां शिवाय स्वाहा श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः पाद्याचमनार्घ्यं दत्त्वा ओम हां नमः स्नानं समर्पयामि स्नानानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि ओम हां शिवाय स्वधा ओम हां हुं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः वस्त्रयज्ञोपवीत उत्तरीयाभरणार्थम् अक्षतान् समर्पयामि ओम हां हुं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः गन्धान् धारयामि गन्धस्योपरि हरिद्रा कुङ्कुमचूर्णं समर्पयामि पुष्पैः पूजयामि ओम भवाय देवाय नमः भवस्य देवस्य पत्न्यै नमः ओम शर्वाय देवाय नमः शर्वस्य देवस्य पत्न्यै नमः ओम ईशानाय देवाय नमः ईशानस्य देवस्य पत्न्यै नमः ओम पशुपतेर्देवाय नमः पशुपतेर्देवस्य पत्न्यै नमः ओम उग्राय देवाय नमः उग्रस्य देवस्य पत्न्यै नमः ओम रुद्राय देवाय नमः रुद्रस्य देवस्य पत्न्यै नमः ओम हां हुं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः अष्टपुष्प पूजां समर्पयामि ओम हां हुं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः बिल्वपत्रं समर्पयामि ओम सहस्राय नमः अथ धूपः ओम सहस्राय फट ओम सहस्राय फट ओम हृदयाय नमः ओम उदीप्य स्वजातवेदोपज्ञनिरतं मम पशोगश्रमह्यमापहजीवनं च दिशो दिश मानो हि गुंसि जातवेदो कामश्वं पुरुषं जगत् अबिभ्रदग्न आगहि श्रियामा परिपातय ओम हां हुं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः दीपं संदर्शयामि ओम हां शिवाय स्वधा अथ नैवेद्यम् ओम हां शिवाय स्वधा अथ नैवेद्यम् ओम सहस्राय फट ओम हां हृदयाय नमः ओम मधुमृतः मधुद्यौरस्तु नः पिता मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागुमस्तु सूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः मधु 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 ओम हां हुं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नैवेद्यानन्तरम् आचमनम् ओम हां शिवसोमेन यजते देवसुवा वेदानि अभि नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि ओम हां हुं शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः पुष्पांजलिं समर्पयामि Please perform the Gayatri mantra japa and the Shiva Moola mantra japa internally. ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः। ॐ ऐं कवचाय हुम्। ॐ हां शिवाय वौषट। ॐ यत्किञ्चित् कर्म देवेश सदा सुकृतदुष्कृतं तन्मे शिवपदस्तस्य भुङ्क्षक्षपय शङ्कर। शिवो दाता शिवो भोक्ता शिवः सर्वमिदं जगत्। शिवो यजति सर्वत्र यः शिवः सोऽहमेव तु। ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः। आचम्य ॐ आत्मतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा। ॐ शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा। ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरिः ॐ तत्सत्। सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्।
Kartikeya Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartikeya Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartikeya Purnima, Kartikeya Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160-plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि.
Nithyanandam, and welcome to another beautiful and wonderful day of the Glimpses of Paramashivam. So these few days before the December and the new season starts, we'll be having the Glimpses of Paramashivam. So before that, we'd like to welcome each one of you who are here with us. So Ma Sharmimus Nithyanandam, Ma Nirahankara Nithyanandam, and all the participants on the YouTube. Welcome to all of you. So once again, as the day starts with the yoga. And Chan, yoga, as Patanjali Yoga Sutra says, Swami himself reveals, with what intention you bend your body, that matters. So when you bring intensity, that's why when before starting the yoga, we take a sankalpa, conscious resolution, what we want to manifest in our life. With that, when we start the yoga, we bend our body, simply divine enters into our body. So as Swami reveals, it is divine entering into man, not man entering into divine. So, as Swami shares, start the day with the yoga, then puja, build the conscious habit. This is spiritual habit. Again and again, every day, single day, do the yoga, do the puja. Not only you'll be healthy, you'll be flexible. That the whole day will be so joyful, it will pass so joyfully. So with this, we'll be now getting ready for the power manifestation. So let's get ready to enter into the power manifestation. With the Acharyas, will be projecting you an image on your screen, and through the power of third eye, see every single detail of the image that is being revealed to you. So requesting all of you to be ready with the blindfold or a piece of cloth. Meanwhile, we'll be getting ready with the entering into the Sastra Pramana, which is a scriptural reference for manifesting the signs. Kapalantarmano yasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manasodharyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Parameshwar says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, but that stability of the mind and the inner space through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshya, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So with this, requesting all of you, please close your eyes, please cover your eyes now. And let's get ready to enter into the first round of power manifestation. So please cover your eyes and sit within totally unclutched space. You might have any worries, any urgent thing to attend, or that some thoughts that might be bothering you. Simply unclutch. This is your time to be in oneness with Parameshwar. Realize you are Nithyananda Paramashivam. Rest, everything is delusion. You are that eternal consciousness, and you can touch that eternal consciousness through the present moment. So just visualize Swamiji in your space and start chanting the Mahavakya. Om
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Keep your eyes closed and keep chanting the Mahavakya. The image is now being projected on your screen. Let's begin this manifestation.
Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eyebands, you can open your eyes and let light fall into your eye. And let's start sharing what sound revealed to you. So, Ma Nirhankara, Ma Share Memos, and all the participants on the YouTube, let's take a minute and let's share what was revealed to you. Please go ahead and start sharing.
Yes, requesting everyone to please take a moment and share with us. Share what was revealed to you in your third eye. What Swamiji, what Paramashiva has revealed to you.
Yeah, so let's start typing and let us know what was your revelation. Go on, this is your time to be in oneness. So understand, whenever you sit with yourself, with your eyes closed, to go much deeper into your own being. So waiting for all of you to start sharing your revelation. Do not hesitate to share. Understand, as Swami reveals, there are 6 levels of Paramadvaita. Whether it is spiritual, social, environmental. Well, we already have Ma Nirahankara who shares golden sunlight, white sky, a river water, stone, arch, bridge, trees on both banks, 3 men in black coats, some green grass. Thank you, Ma, for sharing. All right. So let's bring back the image once again on the screen. So this is the image that we had projected. As you can see, it's nice daytime and looks like a family enjoying their vacation. And you can see our kid as well, and probably their father and mother, his father and mother with a small tent, two portable chairs, and they are having some small fire camp. In the daytime, you can see that the sunlight bright at the top from the right corner, and see the trees. Probably it might be near the beach side as well, or a small rock side, because that other thing end looks like kind of empty, so it might be a beach side as well. You can see there's a small rocks on the left side. So yes, the golden sunshine. So yes, we have the sun rays which are golden. White sky, yes, we have the white sky and the blue sky as well, a little bit of blue sky as well. River, water. So there's huge possibility there is a water body. Actually, if you look closer, just after the this ends, there seems to be a water body as well. Stone arch bridge. Well, there's a stone collected on the left side, but we're not sure if it's actually part of some bridge or something. Trees on both banks. So actually, because there's a water body there on which is going, so this side we definitely see the trees, and even on the other side, if you look, there is a tree which you can see from just sneaking being from this position. You can see there's a trees on both the sides. 3 men in black coats. So we have 3 people, probably husband, wife, and the son. So we have the 3 people, ma, and coats. Probably all of them are actually having the coats, ma. So, and some green grasses. Actually, you have successfully and beautifully manifested this, Parma. What a spot on. Every single thing which you have shared is actually correcting, is actually correct. So it's a beautiful to see how you are manifesting this power. So once again, so opportunity, not only that you're manifesting the power, understand the moment you manifest the power, the click that happen within you, there's a shift, the inner shift that happens within you, that lets you manifest the possibilities in your life, and ultimately you're growing that oneness within you. So again and again, bring back yourself. So you're doing very good, Mama Nirankara. You're doing very good. And uh, go on manifesting the powers and enrich others as well to manifest the powers. So understand, when you start manifesting, that is beautiful. And when you start sharing, enriching others, then that's even that power will itself will stay with you for a longer time. So start manifesting, which you're already doing, and start sharing to others. Beautiful, ma. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
All right, so now let us get ready for round number 2. So requesting everyone to once again, please put on your eye bands. Let's get ready for the second round of our manifestation. So let us, after we put on the eye bands, let's sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us bring our awareness to our inner space, which is just below the heart center. And let us connect deeply to the divine in our inner space. Let us feel the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Let us feel the feeling connection we have to Swamiji in our inner space. From the powerful cognition, we are Paramashiva. So let us feel that space of oneness in our inner space, our Ananda Gandha, which is just below the heart center, just above the navel center. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, let us continue chanting the Mahavakya throughout this power manifestation. And from the space of oneness with Paramashiva, let us start manifesting this power of third eye vision. The image is being displayed for you. Now let us begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye bands and gently let the light come back into your eyes. And once the light has readjusted for your eyesight, while it's still fresh in your mind, take a moment and share with us what Paramashiva, what Swamiji has revealed to you in your third eye. So requesting everyone take a moment to share. So Ma Shami News, Ma Nirahankara, Ma Guru Swarupini. Requesting everyone to take a moment and share what was revealed to you in your third eye. For this second round of our manifestation, the power of third eye vision. So we displayed an image for you while your eyes were blindfolded, requesting you to now reveal what was revealed to you through this power manifestation, connecting to the divine. So please go ahead and share. Yes, we welcome Ma Guru Swarupini Nityananda Ma. Welcome. Good to have you with us.
And welcome.
For all of those that are following us on YouTube, you can also let us know what was revealed to you in your third eye for this power manifestation. So we're sharing from Nirahankara that shares golden yellow light circles like a ring road, asphalt road, green farmland on the side of the highway, mountains and fog in the distance. Yes, thank you very much for sharing that. All right, so let us bring back the image that we had displayed for you. And as you can see, it's a beautiful purple flower A very nice purple and white flower with yellow in the middle. We can see a lot of the green behind in the leaves, and a few other flowers that are getting ready to bloom. So yes, this is a beautiful image that we have displayed for you. So Ma Andira Hankara says golden yellow light. So in the middle, Ma, we definitely have the golden light as such, golden color in the middle, right in the middle of the flower. So it's a very much golden yellow circle, like a ring road, asphalt road. So we have a lot of we have the green stems for the flowers themselves. Maybe that's a connection there. Green farmland. So there's a lot of green. We might have a highway. So we are zoomed in on these flowers. Of course, Paramashiva reveals a lot more than our two physical eyes can see, a lot more than we can see on this two-dimensional depiction of the image, of the scene itself. So it's very possible that there might be a highway nearby. There's mountains and fog in the distance. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma, and congratulations for manifesting. So yes, thank you very much for everyone for taking part. This was the power manifestation, the first power manifestation for today. Now let us get ready. And today we have we have the theme Nithya Dhyaan, experiencing bliss. It is Nithya Dhyaan meditation that Swamiji has developed for us to experience bliss, to practice every day in order to experience bliss. So let us get ready. We'll be having an introduction to Nithya Dhyaan, and then we'll enter into the revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on what is meditation and why we should meditate. So an opening segment on the Nithya Dhyaan meditation itself, and then what is meditation and why meditate. And then we'll just have a short Q&A, questions and answers on meditation from previous participants. So requesting everyone, let us get ready for these revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let's sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and let's begin.
Let me define the word initiation. Day before yesterday, I was using a word, psychological revolution. Yesterday I introduced a word, Shastra Shastra. Understand? Knowledge weapon. Whenever you need to heal yourself, you need inner healing. You need to bring yourself again to the life energy. Many times you can see a simple disturbance from the outside or from the memory inside. Either from experience or from memory can drain your energy. Or even taking too many decisions drains your energy. Anytime you can see in your life, morning if you go and sit in your office, you don't have to do any work. Just take some 5-6 major decisions. You are already tired. You say, I am done. That's all. Either the incidents from outside or memory from inside or just simple decision makings makes you tired, dead. The truths, ideas, words, which brings you out of the tiredness, which brings you out of that low mood, which brings you out of that depression, gives you the energy, confidence, life. Those truths only I call as Shastra Shastras, knowledge weapons. Truths which brings you out of depression, low mood, and adds self-healing energy and confidence, life into you is called Shastra Shastras. The truths which not only brings you out of the depression, destroys the source of depression once for all, is called mantra. Understand? The mantra word has two meanings. Mantrayate idi mantraha. The words which shows path for human beings is mantra. The truths not only brings you out of depression, once for all breaks the source of depression in you, is called mantra. Any mantra, if it comes from the enlightened, experienced inner space, you do not know why, how, what. Suddenly you see it is true. It clicks. Even though one part of your logic continues to fight, because if you accept the truth and start expressing in your life, many of the things, your vested interests, many things which you thought as life is at stake. That part may continue to fight, but the main, your being, your core will have that click. I know what he is talking is truth. Maybe too strong for me. Maybe if I start living it, too many things are at stake. These all can be a confusion or disturbance, doubt in the corner of your mind, corner of your heart, corner of your being, but the very core feels connected. If that happens to you, it is called initiation. Truth, when it comes out of an enlightened inner space and clicks, that's the right word I have to use. It won't be any. If you analyze, how could he convince me about such great thing and such a wonderful thing? You yourself will feel, how did I get convinced? You don't know. But suddenly your heart feels connected to the words which he is uttering, the truth which he is expressing. That connection, that click is what I call initiation. I'm trying to express some truths. Understand? Yesterday whatever I added is Shastra Shastra, knowledge weapons. It can bring you out of depression. It can bring you out of low mood. It can bring you out of that dull feeling to an inspiring, healing mood, energetic feeling. But today, what I'm trying to share can break the very core of depression, what we call root of your mind. There is every possibility. Just be available, receptive, and ready to let this Satya, truth work on you. Suddenly you will see that click, that initiation happens in you. Just a simple example here. See, if your life was filled with different kinds of incidents, joy, suffering, guilt, joy, pain, depression, sad, different quality of incidents. You do not look at the life as it is. Usually what usually we do, some joy, some suffering, some guilt, some joy, some pain, some This is our life, different thoughts, different experiences. Usually, you collect only all the suffering related incidents and create a shaft, create a connecting idea and think your life is nothing but suffering. Understand? You collect suffering, guilt, pain, depression, suffering, all these kinds of thoughts, connect them, and you think your life is a long chain of suffering. Your life is a pain shaft. I've seen people, the moment I ask, how are you? You are from where? First thing everybody invariably starts, you don't know Swamiji, nobody has suffered like me in the life. This is a common introduction for their biography. Even my enemies should not suffer the amount of suffering I went through, Swamiji. Even in that, they want to be in the top. Even in suffering, they want to be in the top. Not second. Nobody has suffered like me, Swamiji. You don't know. Even in that, we have to be in the top. And not only that, see, not just they tell this to me, they believe strongly this. They forget the joyful incidents which happened in between. The joyful incidents, joyful memories which happens in between. They collect only the negative things, connect them and create a shaft. I call this as pain shaft. Pain shaft. Very rarely, sometime you create a joy shaft, but very rare, not only number, even the quality will be very rare. You collect the joyful incidents and create a joy shaft. Means you feel life is joy. But most of the time, you collect all the painful memories and incidents and create an idea, life is pain. Understand? If you create the shaft, life is pain, the problem will be, you will be just waiting for more and more painful incidents to be added. Anything you believe, you start believing, you will collect more and more experience and argument to strengthen that belief. Once you believe your life is a long pain shaft, that's enough. You will be just waiting to pick up only the painful incidents and elongate that shaft. You will be just waiting. You will never be able to remember or respect the joyful things happening in your life. You will continuously wait. Next, when is pain, when is pain, when is pain, and you will add. You will be waiting, meditating for pain. You will be meditating for pain. I have seen people just waiting to add that, elongate the pain shaft. Just waiting to add how the pain shaft can be elongated. One important thing we need to understand, believing that life is a pain shaft or believing the life is a joy shaft, the continuous incidents of joyful things, life is continuous happenings of painful things. The moment you believe life is a continuous happening of painful things, unconsciously you will try to strengthen the belief, but consciously you will try to break the pain shaft. Understand? Unconsciously what you will be doing? You will be continuously collecting more and more painful memories and incidents to strengthen your belief, strengthen the idea. But consciously you will be trying to break. Big problem is, neither you can break the pain shaft, nor you can add to the joy shaft, because both shaft does not exist. It is just your memory. Please understand. The reality happening is this main line. Different memories, incidents continuously flowing, and that is also not connected logically. That is why I have given gap between every thought. Different shape, different size, it just comes and disappears. It's happening. If you think your life is big pain shaft, a chain of painful incidents, then you will pick up only the painful things and add. I have seen people carrying the memory, a very huge memory. The other day, one guy came to me and said, Swamiji, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, usually we bless only for marriage, not for divorce. Can you tell me the reason? Let me analyze. The other day I was reading an article, I don't know how much it is true. 33% is divorce rate in Bangalore. I don't know how much it is true. I pray that it should not be true. The West, 59% single homes. Understand? And 47% of the people die without having a close friend or a relative to receive the body. Body is taken by some professional organizations, undertakers, professional undertakers. It is just too much. This guy came and asked me, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, first let us analyze why you are going to do. Then we will try to sort out. He said, that and all you don't know, Swamiji, you just bless me. I said, I cannot bless as you want. Only if I am convinced I can bless. And it's not like something I have and you can take it without my will. You can't steal blessings. Fortunately. He said, the actual reason, the immediate cause was, she brought coffee and it spilled on the cloth, that's all. I asked, don't you see clearly it is not enough reason for divorce? Why don't you realize? Why don't you understand? He said, you don't know, Swami. Today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid. You don't know. No, he said he actually told me. You don't know. Today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid. I said, why don't you be little logical? Why don't you be little truthful? How can you connect coffee and acid? Sometimes it feels same. How can you connect coffee and acid? Don't you see the gap is too much? You are creating too much of ideas in your head. You are creating too many things. He said, no, Swamiji, you don't know. Last 10 years, how much I suffered with her, you don't know. I told him, do not just create a pain shaft. Just come out with incidents. Then we can analyze, look into it. Don't create a pain shaft. Pain shaft will stay only if you are unconscious. Please understand. Your opinion about life as pain shaft or joy shaft will stay only as long as you are unconscious. Not when you are aware. I told him, just come out. Incident by incident, let us analyze. He started telling me, in South India, there is a habit, during marriage, in a small pot they will put a ring, and the bride and bridegroom, both of them are supposed to try to pick up that ring. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. It's a small game. These are all done in those days. Only during marriage the bride and bridegroom will see each other. So it's like a technique for zeroing down the distance. Just to zero down the distance, this kind of simple plays are done. This guy is saying, Swamiji, even during that play, she scratched my hand with a nail. Now see the file he is carrying in his head. I was really surprised. From there he started telling me, after 2-3 minutes I told, stop, stop, stop. Much worse than police record. Much worse than police record. I said, I think you should not ask divorce. She should ask. Living with you, she should ask. Now this is what we are doing continuously. Sometime about others, sometime about ourselves. But constantly we create a pain shaft or joy shaft. One important thing we forget. Neither we elongate the pain shaft neither we can break the pain shaft nor we can elongate the joy shaft because it does not exist. It does not exist. Understand? This is an important truth. The depression or low mood which you experienced 10 years ago, the depression or low mood which you experienced 9 years ago, the depression which you experienced 8 years ago, the depression which you experienced 1 year ago, they are all independent experiences happened in your life because of independent incidents. 10 years ago you would have been in depression because you don't have son. 4 years ago you may be in depression because you have a son. It is independent incidents causing independent experiences. But in the inner space, for the sake of convenience, you archive all the sufferings in one file for easy remembrance and easy reference. When you archive them all in one file, by and by, you start thinking, you connect all these depression experiences and come to an idea, my last 10-year life was depression. No. All 10 different depression experiences happened in you, happened due to different reason, different time, different experience. But when you connect all of them and see, you come to an idea, last 9 years I was in depression. The moment you come to an idea, I was in depression last 9 years, now you created an enemy who does not exist. Now you start fighting with him. I have to come out of depression. What to do? The moment you create a shaft, last 9 years you were in depression, now you know for sure, next 9 years you are going to be in depression. You will say, yes, last 9 years I was in depression. Then naturally tomorrow morning I am going to be in depression. How can I suddenly come out? How is it going to happen? I am going to be in depression. Passive agreement with your enemy. Understand? First thing, you create an enemy who does not exist. Second thing, you already made a passive agreement with your enemy. You won the game. Then how do you think you will not attract depression? You created an enemy who does not exist and already created a passive agreement with him that you won the game. Whether you believe it or not, medical science proves your body constantly updates itself and replaces itself once in every 365 days. Even your brain cells are replaced once in 365 days. The intestine is replaced once in 47 days. Every organ is replaced within a particular number of days. If you are carrying a particular disease for quite a long time, it means you have a strong belief it is a continuous shaft. It is a continuous experience. Your unconscious belief something is a continuous experience forces your mind to bring the same pain and disease back. For example, once in 47 days, your intestine gets replaced completely. Understand? I am not saying, Ayurveda is not telling. If Ayurveda says, you won't believe. Medical science is telling. The logical, allopathy medical science is saying, once in 47 days, your intestine cells are completely replaced. If you are carrying any disease related to more than 47 days, even the new system which you created with a mental setup, I have this problem, so I have to have this problem. Strong belief, you have this problem, naturally you will say, if new intestine is given to you, no, this is not mine, bring mines. This is not mine, bring mine. Your mental setup is such. We strongly believe the depression or disease is a shaft happening inside us. It is not. It is not. The depression you experienced 10 years ago, the depression you experienced 9 years ago, the depression you experienced 8 years ago are independent, unconnected incidents, experiences. When you connect all of them and see, you created a pain shaft, depression shaft. Oh, my life is depression. Now, you are ready to get defeated by the unknown enemy. An important thing, this is a very basic truth. Neither you can break the shaft, nor you can elongate the shaft because the shaft does not exist. All you can do is just be aware that it does not exist. You created it. Understand? For the sake of convenience and easy reference, you put all the depression incidents in one file and kept. By and by you started believing all of them are existentially connected. No. They are not existentially connected. All your different experiences. One more thing. The moment you believe all your depression is connected and you are a depressed being, the small joyful things happened in between will be forgotten by you. You will not even remember them. Understand? You will not even remember them. That is what I am saying. Not having clear picture about past. If you have a clear picture about your past, it will become a solid experience. It will not be a load. It will become a strength. Undigested past is a load. Digested past is a strength. We don't digest our past. It stays on us like a load, like a headache. The shaft does not exist. Basically, you are an independent, illogical, irresponsible. No two thoughts are responsible for others' existence or disappearance. Understand? No two thoughts are responsible for other thoughts' existence or disappearance. Illogical, independent, irresponsible, unconnected, unclutched thoughts. But you are afraid to live with such an undefined frame of mind. You are afraid to live with undefined mind. So you try to define. Trying to define is the first problem. When you try to define, you have to create some shaft, either as pain or as joy. Understand? Even with your spouse, you live maximum 6 months. Maximum 6 months we live. Within 6 months, we create an idea about that person. After that, you live only with the idea which you have about that person, not with the spouse. Anything the other person does, you will look through that idea only. 6 months you will come to an idea, oh, this is the punishment given to me by God. Or I don't have to go to hell after death. Some idea. You will see continuously whatever she or he does through that scale, through that idea, through that mirror, through that glass. You don't live with the person. You live with the concept. Same way, about your mind, you have an idea. Your pain shaft or joy shaft. You live with that shaft, not with the experience. In experience, joy, pain, everything. So many things are coming up. So many things are happening. One more thing. Between every thought, there is a gap. Understand? It's like a fish tank. Water bubbles are coming in the fish tank. Between every bubble, there is a gap. Because the gap is too small, you think it's a stream. It is not stream. Between every thought, there is a gap. There is a gap. It is just independent, illogical thoughts moving. The problem is, when you can't live with that, when you don't want to live with that independent, illogical movements, you create an idea, pain shaft or joy shaft, and struggle with it. You create an enemy who does not exist and fight with it. Fight with that person. Now all you need to do is stop creating this pain shaft or joy shaft. Stop clutching all these painful incidents and creating a shaft. Stop clutching all the joyful things and creating a shaft. The essence of whatever I was talking is stop clutching and creating a shaft. That's enough. You will see suddenly the shaft disappears. Shaft does not exist. All of us have a very clear idea. We are in the worst ignorance. No. It is not. Just the simple one truth. If a simple thought of having a cup of coffee can come inside, means any serious thought, it may be pain or suffering or anything it can be, it has left me. That is why the new thought is able to come. That is why I have inner space to entertain a new thought. So as long as you have freedom to entertain a new thought, you have an inner space to entertain a new thought, be very clear. You cannot be possessed or tortured by any suffering, any depression and any pain. Because you can just bring one thought, new thought. The moment you bring a new thought, what happened? The old thought has left you. Unless it leaves, you cannot bring a new thought. So be very clear. Your power to bring new thought itself proves you have power to drop the old thought. Instead of looking at the ability to replace, you are looking at the ability to bring it back. You have both. If you are constantly looking at the ability to bring it back, you will create suffering. Oh, it comes back, it comes back, it comes back. If you are constantly looking at the ability to remove, you will feel liberation. Understand? What you mother, that you hate. The hen mothers the egg and gets the chicken out, hatches the chicken. Chicken comes out. If you are mothering the thought you can replace any suffering, you will bring that into reality. If you are mothering the thought, no, whatever I replace will come back, you will bring that in your experience, if you are mothering the thought that it is going to come back, it will come back. If you are mothering the thought, it is going to go out, it will go out. Where you put your awareness, where you put your attention is the important thing. Understand? Your very ability to get a new thought shows you have ability to discard a old thought. Any thought can be discarded by any simple thought. This simple understanding is more than enough. Understand? Your suffering can rule you just because you are afraid of it. Have you seen in this underworld dadas, when they get created, they too will have fear, deep fear. But just your fear towards them will empower them. Same way, your mind too has fear about you. But your fear about your mind, your fear towards your mind just empowers your mind. Your mind also sometimes feels, oh, what is this? But you are more afraid of your mind. Then naturally what happens? Your mind gets empowered. All you need to do, understand, this is the initiation. Anything, one more thing, even once if you can replace your depression from your inner space, have confidence. I replaced. I can do it again. That's all. If 10 times it comes back, let me do it 10 times. That's all. The very clarity I am going to do. Understand, there is a very beautiful story in Buddha's life. Buddha says, whenever I sat in meditation that I am going to get up after a few hours, I never became enlightened. Once I decided, if I am not going to become enlightened, I am not going to get up from this seat. Idam asanam sushyate sariram. Very beautiful Sanskrit sloka. Let this body dry up in this very place. Till I became enlightened, I am not going to move. Buddha says, the moment he created this strong clarity, authentic sankalpa, will, he says, next second I became enlightened. Next second he became enlightened. All you need to do, when you replace your suffering, if you are thinking, no, 10 times today I can replace, 11th time if it comes back, tomorrow only I have to try, then nothing will happen. Decide, till it stops coming, I am going to replace. That's what I call courage, dhira. Wow. Here is a very beautiful question. Somebody is asking, Swamiji, you say there is no scale to find out whether the state in which we are there is reality or not. This person is asking, every day when I come back to waking state, I see same house, same world. But every day when I go back to dream, I don't see the same world. I don't see same world. So, can this be used as a scale? With this, we can say that this world is reality. This world is real. Very intelligent question. Maybe I can give you a simple sketch of then you'll be able to understand. let us analyze one night dream. For example, "14th night you are sleeping, 15th morning you are waking up, around 10 hours. 10 hours you are sleeping. Have you ever realized in one night dream you would have lived some 10 or 20 years of life? From your college you will start from your college period and slowly move step by step and go up to your marriage, having a child, and your son's marriage. Sometime you live even 10 or 20 years of life in one night dream. How many of you experienced even at least once this? Living 10 years or 20 years of life in one dream. How many of you experienced at least once in your life? Raise your hand. Of course, means you can recollect now what I am exactly trying to present or tell you. 10 years of life you are able to live in 10 hours of dream. Am I right? 10 years of life you are able to live in 10 hours of dream. One more thing, scientists are saying now, you don't continuously sleep. Maximum you spend only 30 minutes in the deep sleep state. Then you come out and spend little time in the dream and again fall asleep, spend some time in the deep sleep and come out and spend some time in the dream state. In the East, the maximum time is 30 minutes. In the West, it is only 16 minutes. We are fortunate. Anyhow, let me give you the small diagram how our consciousness works. Maybe I can call this as dream state. This is deep sleep state. You fall into the deep sleep, maybe half an hour you spend there, then come back to the dream and go through some dreams, again fall asleep, spend some half an hour, come back, again go through some dreams, again fall asleep, come back, go through some dreams, again fall asleep. This is the way you are moving. This is the way you move between dream state and deep sleep state. Understand, in one night, 10 hours, you dream as if you lived 10 years of your life. Means in the first episode, you see you are in college. The second episode, when you come back, you see you are getting married. In the third episode, you see you have a son. Maybe in the fourth episode, when you come back, you see your son getting married. An important thing you need to understand, when you fall asleep and come back, in these different episodes, you do see the same world even in the dream state. Am I right? You do see the same world in the dream state. Understand, it's a very subtle point, very subtle understanding. If you can catch, it will really lead to a very big clarity which can really revolutionize the way in which you think about your life, the way in which you try to solve the problems of your life. There is a beautiful story. One person was dreaming. In the dream he saw a tiger chasing him and shouting, "Oh, tiger is chasing me, save me, save me." There was another one guy sleeping next to him. He got up and he saw that his friend is shouting, "Tiger is chasing me, save me, save me." What he is supposed to do? He is supposed to just tell him, "Hey, get up." Instead of that, if he tries to supply some weapon, you don't know what will happen. He may injure, he may kill himself or he may kill you. You do not know how to decide. If you understand these basic things, suddenly you will see the decision making will be revolutionized. The cognitive shift will happen in you. The way in which you think and the way in which you make decisions, the way in which you try to find out solutions for your problems will be different. Means you will start working towards the right solutions. The right solution at that moment for that person is just asking him, "Wake up." That's the right solution. Instead, if you are trying to find out any other solution, it will only lead to more and more problems, more and more difficulties. Here, all I want to tell you is, in 10-hour dream, 10 hours of deep sleep, you live 10 years of dream. Means, many times you fall asleep and come back. When you come back, naturally in all these 4 episodes, even though there was a break, you saw the same world. After break, seeing the same world cannot be the quality to define. It is reality. That is what I mean. Please understand. After a break, if you see the same world, that cannot be the scale to define or say this is reality. Because this happens even in the deep sleep, even in the dream state, this happens. Even in the dream state, after a break, when you come back, you see the same world. So just because when you come back from the deep sleep, you see the same world, cannot be the reason to say this is a reality. How? Only when you wake up from the whole night sleep, you realize you dreamt 10 years of your life just in 10 hours. Same way, only when you wake up from this dream, suddenly you may realize you dreamt 90 years of your life, maybe in few hours. Who knows? Who knows? This whole thing can be one more long dream. Realizing, understanding, there is a possibility this can be one more long dream, will turn much of your attention and awareness to the center, to the consciousness. I can say that is the first step in spirituality. That's the first step for psychological revolution. Again and again, our sufferings are giving a clear statement. We are holding on to emptiness. Our suffering is nothing but a clear statement from the reality. You are not living with the reality. But somehow we know how to cover. The first chapter of the Gita is called Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Means depression, confusion. We also face that depression and confusion in our life. I call this depression of success. after achieving what we want to achieve, but realizing what far we want to achieve has not happened, a kind of a depression will happen in us. Very few rare intelligent people only understand that I am facing this suffering or depression because I am not living with the reality. Here, all I am trying to tell is just because you are seeing, do not think you are living with the reality. Usually I face another one question on the same line. Swamiji, not only I am seeing this world, even the people who are living around me are seeing this world same way. How can you say it is a dream? Understand? In the dream, if you are seeing a particular city, if you are dreaming that you are going to that city with your whole family, not only you, the family which is with you inside your dream also will see the same city. Because they are also projections of your own mind. So just because the people who are around you seeing the same scene does not mean the scene is reality. Even the people who are around you, whom you are seeing, can be the projection of the same scene. Can be the projection of the same scene. Sometimes it frightens. If you go a little deeper, it frightens. It feels like everything in front of you is melting like wax. The ultimate truth is the stuff out of which your dream world is made, the same stuff, out of that same stuff with this waking state is also made. If your attention is centered on the stuff, naturally the inner healing cannot happen. If your attention is equally distributed on the consciousness and the stuff, that is what I call healthy life, balanced life. You will have the physical, mental health and the life. If your attention is totally centered on the consciousness, not on the stuff with which these worlds are made, that is what I call living enlightenment or Jivan Mukti. Whether you want Jivan Mukti or not, or whether you want enlightenment or not is secondary. But if you can turn little bit of attention towards the I consciousness, towards the truth, towards the center, suddenly you will see the tremendous inner healing happens. I always tell people, realizing this whole world is one more dream brings tremendous healing effect in you. Understand? For example, if you are facing some very big difficulty or depression, very clearly, consciously, if you realize this whole thing is a dream, you will see such big relaxed feeling or the inner healing happening on you. I can say that inner healing is what I call meditation. That restful awareness which happens in you is what I call Satori, the first glimpse of Samadhi. A basic cognitive shift or basic psychological revolution with the simple understanding of what you are seeing may not be the reality as you are thinking, can bring so much of inner healing inside you, so much of restful awareness inside you. More and more restful awareness being added to you is what I call inner healing or health or raising the quality of consciousness. Instead of dream state penetrating your waking state while you are driving, blissful state can penetrate your waking state while you are driving. Because so much of your time, even though you are out of your bed, is occupied by your dream state because of your low awareness. People come and ask me, if I start meditating, what will happen? I will not have time to do my business. No. It has nothing to do with a separate time. It is something to do with inner understanding. As on now, so much of your time and energy is being spent by dream state possessing you. Instead of that, you can allow the turiya state, blissful state possessing you. You can just change the attitude. You can just shift the energy. You can just go through a big transformation. That is what I call psychological revolution. Why meditate? A single line answer will be to raise the frequency of your consciousness. How it heals, we can understand with this small diagram. I'll try to present a simple diagram, how our mind works, how the meditation influences our system, how meditation directly affects our hardware and software. Our hardware is physical body, our software is our mind. Let me try to give you a simple diagram. You can understand what meditation can do, why meditation needs to be practiced. I think I can explain from here. We have two states of mind. You can say two states of mind you experience in your day-to-day life. One with thoughts, another one without thoughts. Now, you know you have thoughts. In the deep sleep, do you have thoughts? No. So with thoughts, without thoughts, these are the two states of mind. Two states of being means the deeper level. Your being also experiences two states. One with the clear identity, I. Now, all of you have that identity with the I consciousness, with that identity I. In the deep sleep state, you don't experience the I state, the I consciousness. In the deep sleep, you don't experience the feeling I. Understand? In the mind, you experience two states. One with thoughts, without thoughts. Same way in the being, you experience two states. With I, with identity, strong identity, and without identity, without feeling or remembering your identity. In the deep sleep state, you don't remember your identity. In the waking state, you remember your identity. I am this, I am that. Usually, constantly, you will be remembering or you will be reminded about your identity. With I consciousness, without I consciousness. Now, if we just understand how this state of mind and the state of consciousness connect with each other and create different states in your being, different states in your consciousness. First, with thoughts, and with I consciousness. That's what we call Jagrat state, wakeful state. Of course, most of us are now in that state. I can't say all, at least most. With I and with thoughts, you have the identity I, and the thoughts are moving. The frequency of I is more than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you are able to control the thoughts. If you want, you can control a thought. If you don't want, you can remove a thought. If you want, you can create a thought. With I consciousness and with thoughts, this is called Jagrat state, waking state. Next, dream state. You have thoughts, with thoughts, but there is no consciousness, there is no identity. That is why you will see sometime in your dreams, you will feel as if you are in college, but you will be sitting with your son. Means there is no clear identity. The identity is not logical, it is not clear. Not only that, the depth, frequency of the identity, frequency of the I is lower than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you are not able to control the thoughts. In the waking state, frequency of I is more. That is why you are able to control your thoughts. In the dream state, the frequency of I is lower than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you cannot control the thoughts in the dream. If at all we have a freedom to dream what we want, we know what all we will be dreaming. What kind of dreams we will be choosing. The dream state, the I state, the consciousness is lower than the thoughts. That is why we say there is no I, but there are thoughts. And the third stage, third thing, neither the I consciousness nor the thoughts, it is called Sushupti. It's called deep sleep state. These are the three states constantly we experience in our life. We experience waking state, dream state, deep sleep state. These three states. There is fourth state which we have not experienced. That is what we call Turiya. There are no thoughts, but the identity I exist is there. It's a very strange experience. Very rarely you might have experienced, very rarely one or two people experience in their life. If some sudden shock, or if you are sitting with a nature completely deeply relaxed, deep silence, maybe at those few moments you experience no thought, but you are not sleeping. The identity is alive. The I, the consciousness is alive. You know you are alive, you are awake, but there is no thought. This is the fourth state. As on now, most of us have not experienced this state. This is what we call Turiya. We experience only these three. Now, the problem is, the reason for all our physical and mental illness, diseases is the dreaming state. The dream state starts penetrating, overlapping the deep sleep and thinking. If your waking state is penetrated by the dream state, it's called daydreaming. If your night, deep sleep is penetrated by dreaming, it is called disturbed sleep. continuously in the night time or in the daytime, your dreaming state, your swapna is disturbing your life. The more your deep sleep state is, your sushupti is disturbed by swapna, you will have chronic fatigue and insomnia problems. More your waking state is disturbed by the swapna, you will have daydreaming, less awareness. Sometime you can see, you will get into your car, drive for 10 kilometers, you will reach your office. Only when you stop in your parking lot and get down, take out the key, suddenly you will realize, oh, you drove for so many miles. You would have taken hundreds of decisions to press the clutch, to press the brake, to stop or to run. You would have taken so many decisions without your awareness. Suddenly you realize, oh, I finished my driving. Means the dream state is overlapping, penetrating the waking state. More and more the dream state is penetrating the waking state, the frequency of your consciousness will come down. You may live in the human body, but you will not be living the human life. The frequency comes down. You do not know what decisions you are making. You do not know what kind of words you are thinking. You do not know what is happening inside you. It's like a living inside a house, but you do not know what is happening inside that house. Living in the waking state, which is continuously disturbed by the dream state, is what I call living in hell. Now, all the physical and mental disorders are directly from this dream state penetrating either deep sleep or waking state. Waking state or deep sleep state, both if it is penetrated by the dream state, you will have physical and mental disorders. If the dream state penetrates the waking state too much, that is what we call depression, because you will not have the clarity to think further. You will not have clarity to move further. You will not have freedom or energy to move further. That is what we call depression. You will feel like all doors are closed. All possibilities are over. Why meditate? Let me come back to the question. Why meditate? Meditation is needed to create more and more influence, awareness over your thinking state and unconscious state. Instead of dream state penetrating thinking and instead of dream state penetrating waking state and deep sleep, your turiya, the fourth state, the blissful state is supposed to penetrate the waking state and deep sleep state. The more and more you meditate, raise your awareness, raise your consciousness. The fourth state, turiya means fourth. You can't name this state. Or you can give any name. Samadhi, enlightenment, Atmajnana, Brahmajnana, Nirvana. Any name you can give, different names, but same state. This state, if it starts penetrating, overlapping the waking state and deep sleep state, you will see health in the body and in the mind. You will see health in your being. The purpose of meditation is to experience this state at least once, the fourth state at least once, and bring more and more influence of the fourth state on your waking and deep sleep state. If your waking state and deep sleep state is totally influenced by the fourth state, the Turiya, that is what we call Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Meditation is a method, technique to bring more and more fourth state in your day-to-day life. If you experience the fourth state in your waking state and the deep sleep state, you are meditating. The purpose of meditation is to bring the fourth state into your waking state and deep sleep state. Maybe the physical health and mental health, everything is byproduct. Of course, it happens, but it's a byproduct. The purpose, main purpose is to experience the higher states of consciousness. When? The next question is when? It's a very controversial question. All the youngsters think, I can do this in my old age. All the elderly people think, I should have done in the young age. All the old people think, oh, I have enough time. I can do when I don't have anything else to do. All the youngsters are thinking, no, I should. All the elderly people are thinking, no, I should have done in the young age. When? The when question, I am not looking at that question only about the timing of the meditation. The decision to do meditation or decision to enter into meditation, when that should happen in the life. Meditation is just like a reading owner's manual before you start driving the car. The person who does not read the owner's manual before driving the car will naturally end up in accidents. Same way, the person who has not started the meditation before entering into the life will naturally end up in suffering and depression. Basic things for the life is the psychological revolution. Understand? One more thing I wanted you to understand. This question, when meditation, needs to be understood and analyzed very deeply. Meditation is the basic thing for the life. It's a very basic need. As I was telling, like owner's manual, reading the owner's manual. Meditation is like a owner's manual for your body, for your life. The moment you start living, you need to go through. You need to enter into it. Before the meditation, one basic important thing needs to happen in you. Psychological revolution means understanding about self, world and God. As on now, the understandings we are carrying are insufficient. They are not able to give a rest in your system. Understand? When I say the word psychological revolution, I mean having a clear understanding about the self, world and God, the source of the self and the world, God. The understanding which gives you a complete rest, through which you are able to solve all your life problems, through which you are able to find your own life solutions. That is what I call psychological revolution. If you are able to find solution for all your day-to-day problems by the understanding about you, world and God, you had psychological revolution. If you are not able to find solution for your day-to-day problems through these three understandings, then you need to learn. Only a person who went through psychological revolution can meditate. Till then, any technique you try. People come and tell me, Swamiji, the moment I close my eyes, I get more number of thoughts than before meditation. If I am doing something, I have less number of thoughts. The moment I close my eyes and try to meditate, I have more number of thoughts. I have more problem. Means the psychological revolution has not happened. Psychological revolution is a basic need for meditation. When we address the question, when meditation, we should say after psychological revolution, means the clear understanding about you, the clear understanding about the world, and clear understanding about the God, which is the source for you and the world. You may think, if I have that clear understanding about all these three, then I don't need meditation. I can say it's like a vicious circle. If you don't have that clarity, you can't meditate. If you can't meditate, you will not have clarity. It's like a vicious circle. If you add clarity, that clarity will lead to meditation. Meditation will lead to more clarity. It will become virtuous circle. Instead of going through the vicious circle, moving towards the virtuous circle. If I have to give one more a simple example, this dream state, constantly penetrating into the waking state and unconscious state, is what leads to more and more misunderstanding, more and more dullness, more and more lethargic feeling, more and more tamas. That's what we call pravritti. Traveling towards suffering. If the turiya, the blissful state, penetrates the waking state and deep sleep state, that is what we call nivritti, moving towards the fulfillment. This is virtuous circle. The clarity leads to meditation, meditation leads to clarity, leading one to another. The psychological revolution is a basic need, basic understanding. I always tell people, if you straight away close your eyes and start meditating, you may have more number of thoughts. So in the initial level, I always give a technique which will not be directly meditation, which will be more like a contemplation. Means you will have an idea, you will have a technique. When you work with it, it won't lead to directly thoughtless state. It will lead to more and more clarity. It will lead to psychological revolution. You will have an intense space where you can analyze your understandings, where you can consider your decisions, where you can rethink again and again your desires, your fears, your worries, what you think as the base in your life. You can again and again look into these details. You can again and again look into these things Otherwise, many times we do not know what is our desires. People brag just in the outside world, but they do not know what they are talking. Small story. 3 old ladies were sitting and bragging about their sons. One was saying, "You don't know about my son, how much he loves me. He personally took me to a travel agent and arranged for my vacation and did the best possible arrangements and gave me 20 days vacation." The other one said, "You don't know what my son did. He got a separate, not only the travel agent, vehicle, a separate flight. He arranged everything for 1 month." Third one said, "You don't know what my son does. He goes to the costliest psychiatrist. All he talks is about me." Many times, what you think as life, about what you brag, may not be exactly what you need, may not be exactly contributing to you, may not be exactly adding to you. So in the initial level, taking up a technique which can awaken, which can help the psychological revolution in you is the best way to start. When meditation, here and now. Neither the age can be the reason to postpone the meditation, nor the time. Sometimes people tell, should I meditate in morning? Should I meditate in the evening? I always tell people, meditation should become quality of your life. There are 3 kinds of meditation. One, it's a kind of a truth or bringing your awareness to the life. That is supposed to be done 24 hours. Techniques like Vipassana are bringing your awareness to the present moment. 24 hours. It is not a part of your routine. It should become quality of your routine. There are other kinds of techniques for which you need to spend particular time, like a morning 1 hour or evening 1 hour or some specific time. There are some meditation techniques which needs to be done whole day. There are some particular time. There are some other techniques. You neither need to do whole day nor need to spend separate time. Just very remembrance is enough. There are some great truths. When you are really in that matured state, you don't need a separate technique. You don't need to practice whole day or in particular time. Just very remembrance, you will be in that state. You will be in that state. You will be experiencing the truth. In Zen, there are some beautiful koans. Just very remembrance, you will be transported to that zone. There's a very beautiful story in Upanishad. Disciple comes to the master and asks for technique or a method for enlightenment. Master says, Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi. That art thou, you are the truth. And the story says, disciple became enlightened. Very strange story. Just master repeats few words and disciple is enlightened. How can it happen? How is it possible? Looks too much. If we have done the 2 different techniques, means the techniques which needs to be done whole day and the techniques which needs to be done in a particular time, That very maturity will lead you to the level, the moment you listen, you will start experiencing it. You will start experiencing it. When, why, what, now how. There are so many different techniques. Somebody asked me the other day, why you have so many gods, so many methods, so many techniques? I told them, in the West, why do you have so many cars? They asked me this question in the West. I told them, why you have so many cars? Because you spent so much of energy in doing research and development in the comfort level, about the luxury. So much of time and energy has been spent to develop the comfort and luxury. That is the reason you have so many luxurious things, so many cars. Same way, in the East, we spent so much of time in thinking and doing research and development how to raise the consciousness. Because we have done so much of research and development, we have so many methods, so many techniques, so many gods, so many paths. All those things are available to us because we have done so much of research and development. We have hundreds and thousands of techniques in front of us, so many methods. We will see 3 techniques. Each day we will do one technique. Today we will do one technique. Working on our mind, inner chattering. Tomorrow we will do a technique to release the engraved memories. Day after tomorrow we will do a technique to go to the deepest silence or the core of our being. When, why, how, what? All these basic questions about meditation. I'll try to say a few words about these FAQs, frequently asked questions. The usual doubts, the usual difficulties people face when they enter into meditation, when they even hear about meditation. Many people think meditation is something like leaving the whole thing. People are afraid. They come and tell me, I am afraid that I may get too much attached into meditation. The meditation itself is nothing but removing your attachment. You can't get too much attached to meditation. They are afraid that their desires, their fears, their whatever they think as life will be taken away from them. I can say that is true. Whatever you think as your life will not be anymore part of your life. Many times you are trying to protect yourself from the unnecessary fears. The basic truth is you don't need to protect yourself from your fears because they do not have a base. The concept or the idea, you are a solid being and you have so many fears, will be shaken by meditation. What you think as your desires will be shaken. So naturally, what you think as your fears will also be shaken. The fear and desire and worry, whatever you think as your own, everything will start going through a big change. There will be a big psychological revolution. There will be practically a new birth. Your software will have new quality. I can say it's like a changing the software, changing the inner software. Your hardware may be the same, but your inner software will go through a big change. It will be completely changed. Meditation is all about changing the inner software. Your body may be same, your hardware may be same, the things with which you are living may be same, the persons with which you are living may be same, but the being with which you are living will be totally different. The being will have a different quality. The inner software will be new. This simple understanding, I can say, this simple understanding of these 4 states of consciousness can initiate the psychological revolution in you. This is like a master key. If you apply every moment in your life, if you are aware of these 4 states constantly, you will see before every decision, the mechanism or the way in which your thought process goes towards the decision will be changed. This is what I call cognitive shift. Receiving information, processing, and deciding. That will become totally different. If you understand this 4 state, when you come out of deep sleep state to the dreaming, you understand deep sleep was lower than dreaming. When you come out of dreaming to waking, you understand the dream state was illusory. It was not real. Same way, when you move from waking state to the 4th state, Turiya, you will realize this state is not the reality. This is not as you think. Every time when you face the depression or low mood, this understanding starts rising from you within. But we manage such a way that psychological revolution does not happen inside us because too much is at stake. Too much is at stake. If that psychological revolution starts happening, you are afraid, you don't know what will happen, you don't know what you will decide about. Your cherished desires, cherished goals, cherished ideals, cherished ideas, you are afraid, you may have to let go. When I started the session, I used the word atato brahma jignasat. In that commentary, one great Acharya says, let us inquire into the reality means the guru and disciple, both of them are deciding, let's have courage to follow where the reality leads us. Not just inquiring, let's have courage to go where this research leads us, where this understanding leads us, where we are moving. Just this simple understanding of these 4 states can transform the way in which we make decisions. The cognitive shift can happen. The psychological revolution can happen. Whether we directly want to understand or not, the truth is there is no scale. The state in which you are living is reality or authentic reality. Because when you come out of dream, you say that is illusory. When you go into the dream, this seems like illusion. When you reach the 4th state, only then you will realize This, not only the dream state, even the waking state, so-called waking state, is also an illusion. Again, the moment we hear the word illusion, we are afraid, we get frightened, we feel. If that idea, illusion, gets into our system, we may renounce, we may leave everything, our lives may change. I tell you, you will renounce only one thing, that is your suffering, nothing else. Person who understands what is in front of him is not complete reality, he will renounce only one thing, is suffering. Kartikeya Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many, to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness, from Kartikeya Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartikeya Purnima, Kartikeya Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas. Cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems. Global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas. Cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy.
உங்களுக்கு ஏற்ற முறையில் நேரடியாக இந்த ஞான கருத்துக்களை அளிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு அருமையான செயலி. உண்மையில இது எப்படின்னா, பரமசிவன் நிரந்தரமாக உங்களோடு இருந்து உங்களை வழிநடத்துவதற்கு சமம் இந்த ஏஐ ஆஸ்க் நித்யானந்தா செயலி. பரமசிவ
பார்வதி தாயார் அவங்களோட காதுகள்ல வாங்கி பார்வதி தேவி மகாவிஷ்ணுவுக்கு அளித்து மத்தங்கி வாசுதேவஸ்ய இந்த சத்தியத்தை வச்சு வாசுதேவர் விஷ்ணு மகாவிஷ்ணு பிரபஞ்சத்தையே கவர்ன் பண்றார். இதுதான் ஆகமம். நேரடியாக பரமசிவனிடமிருந்தே வந்த சத்தியங்கள் தான் ஆகமம். இந்த மரபு வேத ஆகமங்கள் புராணத்தை சார்ந்தது. அதே மாதிரி அவிச்சின்ன குரு பரம்பரை உயிர் அனுபவத்தின் சாட்சி. அதாவது இந்த உயிர் அனுபவம் நேரடியாக ஆப்த பிரமாணங்கள், இந்த சாஸ்திரங்கள் சொல்ற இந்த ஞானத்தை தன்னோட பிரமாணங்கள், தன்னோட உயிர் அனுபவங்களாக மாற்றி பல ஞானிகளும் யோகிகளும் வாழ்ந்து காமிச்சிருக்கு. இது எல்லாமே சுவாமிஜி தன்னோட எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸஸ் ஆசிட் வாஷ் பண்ணிதான் இந்த கிஃப்ட நம்மளுக்கு கொடுக்குறாரு. சோ இன்னைக்கான சத்சங்கத்தை நம்ம எல்லாருமே ரிசீவ் பண்ண தயாராகலாம். எல்லாருமே கண்களை மூடி தியான நிலையில் அமருங்கள். கண்களை மூடி உங்களோட எல்லா டிஸ்ட்ராக்ஷன்ஸையும் டிராப் பண்ணி நேரடியாக பரமசிவனே சாஸ்திர பிரமாணத்தை கொண்டு, ஆப்த பிரமாணத்தை கொண்டு இது எல்லாத்தையுமே அந்த ஆசிட் வாஷ் செஞ்சு நம்மளுக்கு அந்த தூய அனுபவத்தை கொடுக்கிறாரு. நேரடியாக அண்ணாமலையாரே நம்மளுக்கு இந்த அனுபவத்தை கொடுக்கிறாரு. நம்ம தயாராகலாம். கண்ணை மூடி எல்லாருமே உட்காந்துக்கோங்க. நம்ம யூடியூப்ல ஸ்ட்ரீம் பார்த்துட்டு இருக்க எல்லாருமே இந்த ஸ்ட்ரீம் முடிஞ்சு நம்ம புது ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆரம்பிப்போம். நீங்க அந்த ஸ்ட்ரீம்ல இணையலாம். நம்ம இன்னும் சத்சங்கத்துக்கு நுழைய சற்றே நிமிடங்கள் இருக்கு. தியான நிலையில் உட்காந்து உங்களோட ஹோல் இன்னர் ஸ்பேஸை ப்ரிப்பேர் செஞ்சு கொள்ளுங்க.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
அருமருந்தே அண்ணாமலையோனே ஆனந்த நித்யனே அகலுருள் மாய்ப்பவனே சிறிதே சிந்தை இறங்கி கருதும் எக்கணத்திலும் எம் கண்முன்னே நீயாடிவா அழகு திருநடமிடும் எங்கள் அம்மையப்பனே பழகு தமிழில் உன்னை பாடி நின்றோ
परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. உங்கள் அனைவரை வணங்கி வரவேற்கின்றேன். இணையத்தின் மூலமாகவும் இதயத்தின் மூலமாகவும் மற்றும் உலகமெங்கும் இருக்கும் கைலாசங்களிலும் பரமசிவசேனை நிகழ்ச்சியில் கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கும் பரமசிவசேனை நிகழ்ச்சி பங்கேற்பாளர்கள், கைலாசா செயின்ட் கிட்ஸில் இருக்கும் அன்பர்கள் மற்றும் கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலையில் இருக்கும் அன்பர்கள் மற்றும் உலகமெங்கிலும் இந்த திருக்கார்த்திகை தீபத் திருவிழா, திருக்கார்த்திகை மகோத்சவத்திற்காக, பிரம்மோத்சவத்திற்காக, பரமசிவ பிரம்மோத்சவத்திற்காக உலகமெங்கும் இருக்கும் எல்லா கைலாசங்களிலும் சேர்ந்திருக்கும் அன்பர்கள், தொண்டர்கள், சீடர்கள், பக்தர்கள் அனைவரையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்கின்றேன். ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். நேற்று பல அன்பர்கள், ஒரு 10ற்கும் மேற்பட்ட அன்பர்கள் கேட்டிருந்த ஒரு கேள்வி, நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. 10ற்கும் மேற்பட்ட அன்பர்கள் கேட்டிருந்த ஒரு கேள்வி என்னன்னா, இந்த சத்சங்கத்தை எப்படி உள்வாங்குவது, இதன் முழு பலனையும் எப்படி அடைவது, ரொம்ப ஸ்ரத்தையோடு கேட்கின்ற பல பக்தர்கள் கேட்டிருக்கின்றீர்கள். இப்போ உங்க கண் வழியாக யார் பார்க்கிறாரோ, உங்களுடைய காது வழியாக யார் கேட்கிறாரோ அவரை பாருங்கள். அவர் மீது உங்கள் கவனத்தை திருப்புங்கள். பார்ப்பானை பார்ப்பானே பார்ப்பனன். உங்களுக்குள்ளிருந்து யார் பார்க்கிறார்களோ, யார் கேட்கிறாரோ அவரை பார்த்து உங்கள் கவனம் முழுவதையும் உங்களுக்குள்ளிருந்து அனைத்தையும் பார்ப்பவரை, அனைத்தையும் அப்சர்வ் பண்றவரை அப்சர்வ் பண்ணுங்க. அனைத்தையும் சாட்சியாக இருந்து பார்ப்பவரை பாருங்கள். இப்ப நான் சொல்கிற வார்த்தைகளை வெளியிலிருந்து வாங்கி புரிந்து கொள்வது ஒரு நிழல் நிலைதான். கண்களை மூடி அமர்ந்து உங்களுக்குள்ளே யார் இந்த வார்த்தைகளையெல்லாம் கேட்டு அதை புரிந்து கொள்கிறாரோ அவர் மீது உங்கள் கவனத்தை திருப்பி இந்த வார்த்தைகளை, இந்த சத்தியங்களை கேட்பீர்களானால் வெளியில் இருந்து குருவிடமிருந்து வரும் வார்த்தை உள்ளிருக்கும் குருவிடமிருந்து சத்திய தெளிவாய் பிறக்கும். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. வெளியில இருக்கிற குருவாகிய நான் உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற குருவாகிய உங்கள் சுத்த புத்தியிடம்தான் பேசிக்கொண்டிருக்கின்றேன். அதனால கண்களை மூடி அந்த சுத்த புத்தியின் மீது கவனத்தை செலுத்தி கேட்டீர்களானால் நான் சொல்கின்ற சத்தியம் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் எப்படியெல்லாம் வாழ வேண்டும் என்கின்ற தெளிவோடு உங்களுக்கு உள்ளிருக்கும் குரு உங்களுக்கு விளக்கி விடுவார். நன்றாக புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வெளியில் இருக்கிற குரு பியூர் சயின்ஸ் தான் சொல்ல முடியும். உங்க உள்ள இருக்கிற குரு தான் அந்த பியூர் சயின்ஸை உள்வாங்கி அப்ளைடு சயின்ஸா மாத்தி கொடுக்க முடியும். வெளியில் இருக்கிற குரு பரமசத்தியங்களை கொடுப்பார். உள்ள இருக்கிற குரு தான் அந்த பரமசத்தியங்களை வாங்கி உங்கள் நிஜ வாழ்க்கையிலே அதை கடைபிடிப்பது எப்படி நிஜ சத்தியமாக மாற்றிக் கொடுப்பார். அதனால ஸ்ரத்தையோடு கடைபிடிக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிற எல்லாருமே கண்களை மூடி நிமிர்ந்து அமருங்கள். ஒரு நிமிடம் டைம் கொடுக்கிறேன். கண்களை மூடி நிமிர்ந்து அமர்ந்து உங்களுக்குள் இருந்து நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தைகளையெல்லாம் உள்வாங்கி கேட்டு அதற்கு பொருள் சொல்லி உங்களுக்கு புரிய வைக்கின்ற அவர் யார் என்று பார்த்து அவர் மீது உங்கள் கவனத்தை திருப்புங்கள். பார்ப்பவரை பாருங்கள். அப்சர்வ் த அப்சர்வர். Witness the witness. Be conscious of the consciousness which is processing all this information.
नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम परमशिवोहम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम परमशिवोहम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham
ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். உங்களுக்குள்ளிருந்து கேட்பவரும் வெளியிலிருந்து சொல்பவரும் ஒருவரே. உங்களுக்குள்ள ஆழ்ந்து கேட்டீங்கன்னா பார்ப்பவனை பார்த்து கேட்பவன் யார் என்று அவர் மீது உங்கள் கவனத்தை திருப்பி அமர்ந்து கேட்டீர்களானால் இந்த தொடர் தியான சத்சங்கம் ஞான ரசவாத நிகழ்வாக உங்களுக்குள் நிகழ்ந்துவிடும். ஒருவேளை கண்ணை திறந்து வச்சிருக்கணும்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னாலும் பரவாயில்ல. ஆனால் கண்களை திறந்து வைத்தும் யார் உள்ளிருந்து பார்க்கின்றாரோ, கண் வழியா பாக்குறீங்க, கண் பார்க்கல, தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. காது வழியா கேட்கறீங்க, காது கேட்கல. யார் பார்க்கிறாரோ, யார் கேட்கிறாரோ உள்ளிருந்து அவர் மீது உங்கள் கவனத்தை வைத்து கேளுங்கள். யார் பார்க்கின்றாரோ, யார் கேட்கின்றாரோ அவர் மீது உங்கள் கவனத்தை வைத்து இந்த சத்சங்கத்தை முழுமையாக கேளுங்கள். அவ்வாறு கேட்டீர்களானால் இந்த தியான சத்சங்கம் ஞான ரசவாதமாக உங்களுக்குள் நிகழ்ந்துவிடும். இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள்யா. எனக்குள் தானாக இருந்து யார் பேசுகிறாரோ அவரேதான் உங்களுக்குள்ளும் தானாக இருந்து நான் என்னும் உணர்வாக இருந்து கேட்கின்றார். அதனால் உங்களுக்குள்ளிருந்து யார் கேட்கின்றார் என்று அவர் மீது உங்கள் கவனத்தை திருப்பினீர்களானால் நான் சொல்லுகின்ற பரமசத்தியங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையிலே எப்படி வாழ்வது என்கின்ற பரமசத்தியமும் நிஜ சத்தியம் இரண்டும் சேர்ந்து உங்களுக்குள் மலர்ந்துவிடும். இந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் முழுமையடையும். அதனால் பார்ப்பானை பார்த்தபடி, கேட்பானை கேட்டபடி அமர்ந்திருப்பதே இந்த சத்சங்கத்தை நீங்கள் முழுமையாக அனுபவிப்பதற்கான முறை. அடுத்த கேள்வி. இந்த கேள்வியும், அதாவது நேத்து ஒரு கருத்தை சொல்லியிருந்தேன், என்னை யாரும் ஒண்ணும் பண்ண முடியாது அப்படின்னு. என்னோட ஓன் ஸ்டைல்ல ரொம்ப கேஷுவலா சொல்லிட்டேன். அந்த அது ஒரு சின்ன ரீல்ஸா பண்ணி போட்டிருக்காங்க போல இருக்கு. ஆல்ரெடி முகநூல்ல அது வெறும் 10 மணி நேரத்துக்குள்ள 1 மில்லியன் வியூஸ் தாண்டி இது வைரலா போயிட்டு இருக்கு. ஒரு ரொம்ப ஸ்ரத்தையோட, ரொம்ப இந்த மேம்போக்கான பார்வையாளர்கள் இல்ல, ஸ்ரத்தையோட கேட்கிற, ஸ்ரத்தையோடு நான் சொல்வதை கடைபிடிக்கின்ற பக்தர்களே ஒரு 20-25 பேருக்கு மேல இந்த கேள்வி கேட்டிருந்தாங்க. அதனால அந்த கேள்வியை அட்ரஸ் பண்ணிடுறேன், அந்த கேள்விக்கு பதில் சொல்லிடுறேன். என்னன்னா, இந்த புராண லட்சணங்கள் இதையெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு நாங்க என்ன சாமி பண்ண போறோம்? இந்த புராண லட்சணங்கள் 10, சர்க்கம் விசர்க்கம் விருத்தி ரக்ஷா அந்தாரணி வம்சம் வம்சானுச்சரிதம் சம்ஸ்தா ஹேது அபாஸ்ரயம், இதெல்லாம் எங்க வாயிலேயே நுழையல. இதை கேட்கறதுக்கே ஐயோயோ இதையெல்லாம் மெமரியில வச்சிருக்கணுமோன்னு பயமா வேற இருக்கு. இதெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சு நாங்க என்ன சாமி பண்ண போறோம்? முதல் விஷயம், முதல்ல நான் உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கிற அஷூரன்ஸ் கேட்டுக்கோங்க. இந்த அஷூரன்ஸ் முழுசா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. எந்த சம்ஸ்கிருத வார்த்தையோ அல்லது மரபு தமிழ் வார்த்தையோ முழுமையாக உங்களுக்கு விளக்காமல் விடமாட்டேன். ஜென்சி லாங்குவேஜ்ல, இந்த ஜெனரேஷன் ஜென்சி லாங்குவேஜ்ல உங்களுக்கு புரிகிற மாதிரியான தமிழ் சற்று ஆங்கிலம் கலந்து இது எல்லா விதத்திலையும் உங்களுக்கு புரிகிற மாதிரி விளக்காமல் விடமாட்டேன். அது முதல்ல தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்ட. ரெண்டாவது, இந்த கேள்வியில என்ன கேட்க வரீங்கன்னா, இந்த கருத்துக்களை எல்லாம் நாங்கள் புரிந்து கொண்டு என்ன செய்ய போறோம் சாமி அப்படின்னு கேட்கிறீங்க. இதை முழுமையாக சொல்லுகிறேன், கேளுங்கள். இந்த முதன்மை படைப்பு சர்க்கம் விசர்க்கம் விருத்தி ரக்ஷா இதெல்லாம் தான் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ண வந்துட்டு இருந்தேன். முதல்ல இப்ப சர்க்கம் விசர்க்கத்தை தான் விவரிச்சிட்டு இருக்கிறேன். புராண லட்சணம் 10, புராண லட்சணம் அப்படின்னு 10 வியாசர் சொல்றாரு. சர்கோ அஸ்யாத விசர்கஸ்ச விருத்தி ரக்ஷாந்தராணிச்ச வம்சோ வம்சானு சரிதம் சம்ஸ்தா ஹேதுரபாஸ்ரயா தசபி லக்ஷணைர் யுக்தம் புராணம் தத்விதோ விதுஹு. 10. இந்த புராண லட்சணம் 10ஐயும் புரிந்து கொண்டீர்களானால் உங்க வாழ்விலே மிக பெரிய சுதந்திரத்தை முழுமையை அனுபவிப்பீர்கள். எப்படின்னு இப்ப விளக்குறேன், கேளுங்க. சர்க்கம் முதன்மை படைப்பு, விசர்க்கம் இரண்டாம் நிலை படைப்பு. நேற்று இதை பற்றி விளக்க துவங்கினேன். காலம் கடந்து விட்டதுனால இன்றைக்கு அதை ஆழமாக விளக்குறேன், கேளுங்க. பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள், மகா சதாசிவ பரம்பொருள். அதாவது பரமசிவன் பல்வேறு வடிவங்களை காட்டுறார். மகேஸ்வர மூர்த்தங்கள்னு சொல்லுவோம், அஷ்டாஷ்டமூர்த்தங்கள்னு சொல்லுவோம், 64 மூர்த்தங்கள். அதுல பிரதமமானதும் எல்லாவற்றையும் கடந்ததும் உருவங்களிலேயே உயர்ந்ததும். இப்ப லிங்கத்தை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் அரு உருவம், அது உருவம்னு சொல்ல முடியாது, அரு உருவம். அதனால லிங்கத்தோடு நான் ஒப்பிடவில்லை, உருவங்களிலேயே மிகவும் பரமானது அப்படின்னா மகா சதாசிவமூர்த்தம். 25 தலைகளோடு, 50 திருக்கரங்களோடு, 75 நேத்திரங்களோடு எம்பெருமான் எழுந்தருளி இருக்கின்ற இந்த திருக்கோலம் மகா சதாசிவ திருக்கோலம். சதாசிவர் 5 முகத்தோடு இருப்பார். அந்த 5 முகம் என்னன்னா, சிருஷ்டி உருவாக்குதல், ஸ்திதி பாதுகாத்தல், ரக்ஷனை ஸ்திதி செய்தல், பாதுகாத்தல், நடத்துதல், சம்ஹாரம் புனரமைத்தல், ரீஜுவனேஷன், துரோபாவம் மாயையில் இருந்து காப்பாற்றல், மாயையில் இருந்து மீட்டல், அனுக்கிரகம் பரமுக்தி அளித்தல், ஜீவன் முக்தி அளித்தல், சாயுஜ்ய முக்தி அளித்தல், பரமுக்தி அளித்தல். இந்த 5ம் தான் பெருமானுடைய செயல்கள். இந்த 5ஐயும் ஸ்பான்டேனியஸா, சைமல்டேனியஸா, சைனர்ஜெட்டிக்கா பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருக்காரு. அதுதான் இந்த சதாசிவமூர்த்தத்தோட 5 திருமுகங்கள். சதாசிவமூர்த்தத்தோட 5 திருமுகங்கள். மகா சதாசிவமூர்த்தி 25 திருமுகங்களோடு இருக்காரு. அது என்ன காரணம்னா, இந்த 5 செய்கின்ற தத்துவங்களை வெளிப்படுத்துறார். அதாவது உருவாக்குதல் அப்படிங்கிறதே ஒரு பிரின்சிபிள், ஒரு தத்துவம். உருவாக்குதலையும் உருவாக்கணும், ஸ்திதி செய்தலையும் உருவாக்கணும், ரீஜுவனேஷனையும் சம்ஹாரம் அதையும் உருவாக்கணும், துரோபாவம் மாயையிலிருந்து எடுக்கின்ற அந்த சக்தி, அந்த ஆக்ஷன் அதையும் உருவாக்கணும், அனுக்கிரகம் அருளுகின்ற அந்த ஆக்ஷனையும் உருவாக்கணும். இந்த உருவாக்குதல் 5 நிலைகளிலுமே நிகழ்கின்றது. அதே மாதிரி ஸ்திதி ஆழ்ந்து சட்லா, இது சூக்ஷ்மமான உண்மை, ஆழ்ந்து கேட்டால் புரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். ஸ்திதி காத்தல் அப்படிங்கிறது உருவாக்குகின்ற சக்தியை உருவாக்கி ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். ஐந்தொழிலுமே ஒன்றோடு ஒன்று சேர்ந்து சைமல்டேனியஸா, சைனர்ஜிட்டிக்கா, ஸ்பான்டேனியஸா நடந்தாகணும். காரணம் என்னன்னா, உருவாக்குகின்ற சக்தியை உருவாக்கிவிட்டால் மட்டும் போதாது, உருவாக்குகின்ற சக்தி ஸ்திதி செய்யப்பட வேண்டும், காக்கப்பட வேண்டும். உருவாக்குகின்ற சக்தி ரீஜுவனேட் பண்ணப்படணும், சம்ஹாரம் பண்ணப்படணும். அப்பதான் அது ரீஜுவனேட் பண்ணாத திரும்ப திரும்ப அந்த உருவாக்கும் சக்தி உருவாகும். அடுத்து உருவாக்கும் சக்தி ஏதாவது ஒரு விதத்திலே மாயையில் வழியில் இருந்து தவறினால் அதை மாயையிலிருந்து மீட்க வேண்டும். உருவாக்கும் சக்தியை பரமுக்தி நிலையில் வைத்திருக்க வேண்டும். அப்பதான் மீண்டும் உருவாக்குவதை துவங்க முடியும். இந்த ஐந்தொழிலும் ஐந்தும் ஒன்றோடு ஒன்று சேர்ந்து 25 விரிவதுதான் மகா சதாசிவ பரம்பொருளுடைய 25 திருமுகங்கள். சிருஷ்டி சிருஷ்டி, சிருஷ்டி ஸ்திதி, சிருஷ்டி சம்ஹாரம், சிருஷ்டி த்ரோபாவம், சிருஷ்டி அனுக்கிரகம், ஸ்திதி சிருஷ்டி, ஸ்திதி ஸ்திதி, ஸ்திதி சம்ஹாரம், ஸ்திதி அனுக்கிரகம், ஸ்திதி ஸ்திதி த்ரோபாவம், ஸ்திதி அனுக்கிரகம். அதே போல சம்ஹார சிருஷ்டி, சம்ஹார ஸ்திதி, சம்ஹார சம்ஹாரம், சம்ஹார த்ரோபாவம், சம்ஹார அனுக்கிரகம். த்ரோபாவ சிருஷ்டி, த்ரோபாவ ஸ்திதி, த்ரோபாவ சம்ஹாரம், த்ரோபாவ த்ரோபாவம், த்ரோபாவ அனுக்கிரகம். அடுத்தது அனுக்கிரக சிருஷ்டி, அனுக்கிரக ஸ்திதி, அனுக்கிரக த்ரோபாவம், அனுக்கிரக சம்ஹாரம், அனுக்கிரக த்ரோபாவம், அனுக்கிரக அனுக்கிரகம். இந்த 25 சேர்ந்ததுதான் மகா சதாசிவமூர்த்தத்தின் அவருடைய திருமுகங்கள். ஆழ்ந்து புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. இந்த முதன்மை படைப்பு இப்படிதான் வெளிப்படுது. அதாவது உருவாக்குகின்ற, காக்கின்ற, அழிக்கின்ற, துரோபாவத்திலிருந்து எடுக்கின்ற, அனுக்கிரகம் செய்கின்ற இந்த தத்துவங்கள் 25 வெளிப்படுகின்றது. ஸ்பான்டேனியஸா, சைமல்டேனியஸா, சைனர்ஜிட்டிக்கா வெளிப்படுது. அதிலிருந்து பெருமான் பிரம்மாவை படைப்பதற்காக உருவாக்குகின்றார், விஷ்ணுவை ஸ்திதி செய்வதற்காக வெளிப்படுத்துகின்றார். இந்த மாதிரி ஒவ்வொன்றிற்கும் ஒவ்வொருவரை வெளிப்படுத்தி நிகழ்த்துகின்றார். இப்போ முதன்மை படைப்பு அவர் மகா சதாசிவ மூர்த்தியாக வெளிப்படுதல். ஃபார்ம்லெஸ் இன் ஃபார்ம், நேம்லெஸ் இன் நேம், டைம்லெஸ் இன் டைம், ஸ்பேஸ்லெஸ் இன் ஸ்பேஸ், காஸ்லெஸ் இன் காஸ். காரணம் கடந்து அவ்யக்தமாய் இருப்பது, காரணத்திற்குள் வெளிப்படுவது. இதுதான் முதன்மை படைப்பு. இப்ப இரண்டாம் படைப்பு பிரம்மா விஷ்ணு மற்றும் இந்த படைப்பு தொழிலை நிகழ்த்துவதற்காக இந்த படைப்பு, படைத்தல், காத்தல், சம்ஹாரத்திற்காக மகாருத்ரரை, இது மாதிரி ஒவ்வொருவரையும் உருவாக்கி நியமிக்கின்றார். துரோபாவத்துல யாரும் நம்மளை போட வேண்டியதில்லை, நம்மளே போட்டுப்போம். அதுல இருந்து வெளியில் எடுக்கிறதுக்கு தான் பெருமான் யாரையாவது படைச்சுன்னு நியமிக்கணும். அனுகிரகத்திற்கு குருமூர்த்தியாக வெளிப்பட்டு அனுகிரகமூர்த்தியாக இருக்கின்றார், அனுகிரகத்தை செய்கின்றார். இது மாதிரி இரண்டாம் நிலை படைப்பு. ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். இப்பதான் நீங்க கேட்ட கேள்விக்கு பதில் சொல்றேன். நீங்க என்ன கேட்டீங்கன்னா, இதையெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு நாங்க என்ன பண்ண போறோம் சாமி, எங்க லைஃப்ல டைரக்டா இது என்ன ரெலவன்ஸ்ன்னு கேட்டீங்க. அதுதான் பெரும்பாலான அந்த 25க்கும் மேற்பட்ட பக்தர்கள் கேட்டிருக்கிற ஒரு முக்கியமான கேள்வி. இப்ப சொல்றேன், கேட்டுக்கோங்க. மூன்றாம் நிலை படைப்புன்னு ஒண்ணு இருக்கு. மூன்றாம் நிலை படைப்புனா என்னன்னா, பிரம்மா உருவாக்கிய படைப்பாளர்கள் அவங்க உருவாக்குற இந்த உலகம். அதனாலதான் நம்ம சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்திலே உருவாக்குகின்ற படைப்பாளர்களை, கல்லிலே உருவாக்குகின்ற கல் தச்சர்கள், மரத்திலே உருவாக்குகின்ற மரத்தச்சர்கள், பொன்னிலே ஆபரணம் செய்கின்ற பொன் தச்சர்கள், இவர்களையெல்லாம் விஸ்வகர்ம பிரம்மான்னு சொல்லுவோம். விஸ்வகர்ம பிரம்மா, அதாவது பிரம்மா இவர்களை உருவாக்க இவர்கள் படைப்பை நிகழ்த்துகின்றார்கள். இது மூன்றாம் நிலை படைப்பு. இந்த பல நிலை படைப்புகள் உங்களுக்கு புரியுமானால் வாழ்க்கையிலே மிகப்பெரிய சுதந்திரத்தை அடைவீர்கள்னு சொன்ன. அது எப்படின்னு இப்ப சொல்றேன், புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. பல பேர் தொடர்ந்து என்கிட்ட கேட்கிற கேள்வி இது. இந்த கேள்வி வராத சத்சங்கமே இருக்காது. இந்த ஊழலை ஒழிக்கிறதுக்கு ஏதாவது பண்ணுங்களேன் சாமி. முதல்ல புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க, பணம் அப்படிங்கிற கருத்து தான் முதல் நிலை ஊழல். அந்த பணத்தை திருடுவது, கொள்ளையடிப்பது, மடைமாற்றுவது, இதெல்லாம் இரண்டாம் நிலை ஊழல். இந்த முதல் நிலை படைப்பு, இரண்டாம் படைப்பெல்லாம் புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா சமூகத்திலே பல விஷயங்களை புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இன்னும் ஆழ்ந்த சில உதாரணங்களை சொல்றேன். சட்ட ஒழுங்கு கெட்டுருச்சு சாமி, சமூகம் சீரழிஞ்சிருச்சு சாமி, இதுக்கெல்லாம் ஏதாவது தீர்வு கொடுங்க, இதுக்கெல்லாம் ஏதாவது பண்ணுங்கன்னு கேட்கறீங்க. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. அடிப்படையாக தன்னை தானே முதிர்வோடு எல்லோரோடும் இனிமையான, சரியான, கான்ஷியஸான உறவை ஏற்படுத்திக் கொள்ளுகின்ற அறிவும் இந்த ஞானத்தையும் சிறு வயதிலிருந்தே கொடுத்து வளர்க்காமல் மனிதன் தவறு செய்வான், அவன் ஆட்சி செய்யப்பட வேண்டும், அடக்கி ஆளப்பட வேண்டும், அவன் விதிகளாலும் சட்டத்தாலும் கட்டுப்படுத்தப்பட வேண்டும் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் முதல் நிலை மூளைச்சலவை. அதுல இரண்டாம் நிலை மூளைச்சல், இரண்டாம் நிலை என்னன்னா சட்டம் ஒழுங்கு கெட்டு போயிருச்சு அப்படிங்கிறது முதல் நிலைங்க, ஃபண்டமெண்டல். ஒரு சின்ன உதாரணம் கொடுக்குறேன். எத்தனை பேர் பாலிக்கு போயிருக்கீங்க? போகாதவங்க தயவு செஞ்சு ஒரு தரம் போயிட்டு வாங்க. உலகத்திலேயே அதிக அளவு சதவிகிதம் இந்துக்கள் வாழுகின்ற ஒரு தனித்தீவு. இந்தோனேஷியா நாட்டுக்கு கீழே இருந்தால் கூட இது பாலி தனித்தீவு. அவங்க பிராக்டிக்கலா அது ஒரு தனி நாடு மாதிரி தான் இருக்காங்க. 90% மேலான இந்துக்கள். ஒரு டைட் நிட் ஹிந்து சிவிலைசேஷன், ஹிந்து சொசைட்டி. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, இந்து மதத்தினுடைய அடிப்படை அந்த ஒரு தர்மார்த்த காமமோக்ஷம் எனும் சத்தியங்களை சார்ந்த வாழ்க்கை முறையை இழக்காமல் இருக்கின்ற இந்துக்கள் வாழுகின்ற இடம் பாலி. போய் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்களே கூகுள் பண்ணி பாருங்க. ஜஸ்ட் கூகுள்லயே ஏஐலயே போட்டு பாருங்க, கிரைம் ரேட் ஆஃப் பாலின்னு கேட்டு பாருங்க. 10 நான் போனப்போ விசாரிச்சேன். நாங்க போய் ஒரு ப்ரோக்ராம் பண்ணியிருந்தேன். ஒரு சிவோகம்னு ஒரு ப்ரோக்ராம், 1 மாதம் தங்கி இருந்தாங்க. பலாயிரக்கணக்கான மக்கள் உலகம் முழுக்க இருந்து வந்தார்கள். அப்போ அந்த பாலியோட அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேட்டர்ஸ், அந்த நாட்டோட அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேட்டர்ஸ், அந்த தீவோட ஊர் பெரியவர்கள் பல பேர் வந்து வரவேற்றாங்க. அவங்களோட பேசிட்டு இருக்கும்போது நான் கேட்டேன், இந்த கிரைம் ரேட்டை எப்படி மேனேஜ் பண்றீங்க அப்படின்னு. அப்படிலாம் ஒண்ணுமே எங்களுக்கு கிடையாது சாமி அப்படின்னு நான் கேட்டேன். இல்ல இந்த மர்டர்லாம் நடந்தா எப்படி ஹேண்டில் பண்றீங்க? இல்ல சாமி 10 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி ஒண்ணு நடந்துச்சு அப்படின்னா. உண்மையிலேயே நீங்க போய் கூகுள் பண்ணி பாருங்க. ஐயா, மனிதன் அடிப்படையில் சரியான கல்வியோடு வளர்க்கப்பட்டால், சரியான சூழலில் வளர்க்கப்பட்டால் குற்றம் புரிவதில்லை. மனிதன் நல்லவன். சமூக சூழலை சீரழிப்பதுதான் முதல் சட்டம் ஒழுங்கு சீர்கேடு. அளவில்லாத சாராயத்தை நார்மலைஸ் பண்றது. உடனே தூக்கிட்டு வந்துடாதீங்க, அந்த காலத்துல சாராயம் இல்லையா, மது இல்லையா, அப்ப அது நார்மலைஸ்டா இல்ல. போதை வஸ்துக்களை இப்போ ஆல்கஹால் சாராயம் எல்லாம் தாண்டி நெக்ஸ்ட் லெவலுக்கு போயிருச்சு. சகலவிதமான போதைப் பொருட்களும் நார்மலைஸ் ஆகுது, நார்மலைஸ்டா இருக்கு. முதல்ல போதை வஸ்துக்கள், இரண்டாவது அளவுக்கு மீறிய மனிதனுடைய அட்டென்ஷனை எக்ஸ்ப்ளாய்ட் பண்ணி அவனை அடிமையாக வைத்திருக்கின்ற, காமத்தை அடிப்படையாக வைத்த என்டர்டெயின்மெண்ட்ஸ் கம்ப்ளீட். ஐயா, வள்ளுவருடைய காமத்து பாலை படிச்சு பாருங்க. என்ன அருமையா மலரை தொடாமலே மலரினுடைய வாசனை சார்ந்து மட்டுமே மொத்த காமத்துப்பாலையும் செய்து வைத்து விட்டார். காமத்துப்பாலினுடைய அறம், அறம் எந்த இடத்திலெல்லாம் பிழறலாம், தவறலாம் அப்படிங்கிற அந்த லிமிட்டேஷன்ஸ், அந்த லிமிட்டேஷன்ஸ் டிஃபைன் பண்ணும்போது அறம் பிழறுவதையும் அறமாக மாற்றி வைத்து தர்ம காமத்தையே தர்மத்தை அடிப்படையாக வைத்து, மோட்சத்தை அடிப்படையாக வைத்து என்ன அருமையாக வள்ளுவ பெருமான் விளக்கி இருக்கார். ஆனா இன்னைக்கு சமூகத்திலே இந்த முதல் நிலை குற்றங்களை நடக்க அனுமதித்து, இதெல்லாம் சுதந்திரம்னு சொல்றது, இதெல்லாம் சுதந்திரம்னு சொல்றது. அதாவது முதல் நிலை சட்டம் ஒழுங்கு சீர்கேட்டை சுதந்திரம் என்கின்ற பெயராலே அனுமதித்துவிட்டு இரண்டாம் நிலை மூன்றாம் நிலை சட்டம் ஒழுங்கு சீர்கேட்டை பற்றி புலம்பிக் கொண்டிருப்பதனால் என்ன தீர்வு நடக்கப் போகிறது? காவல்துறையே வேண்டாம், இருக்கக்கூடாதுன்னு நான் சொல்லல. ஆனா அது ஒரு எக்ஸ்ட்ராடினரி சூழ்நிலைக்கு மட்டும் ஹேண்டில் பண்ற மாதிரி இருக்கணும், நார்மலைஸ் ஆகக்கூடாது. கிரைமேங்கய்யா ஒரு எக்ஸ்ட்ராடினரி சூழ்நிலையா தான் இருக்கும். நம்முடைய சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் சத்தியங்கள், வாழ்க்கை முறை குழந்தைகளுக்கு கற்றுக் கொடுக்கப்பட்டால், இந்த வாழ்க்கை முறையோடு குழந்தைகள் வளர்க்கப்பட்டால், பாலி மாதிரி ஒரு கிரைம் ஃப்ரீ சொசைட்டியை நம்மளால உருவாக்க முடியும். அது ஒன்னும் சாத்தியமில்லைன்னா கிடையவே கிடையாது. பொலிட்டிக்கல் வில் இல்ல. அது மட்டும் இல்லாம அதை விட்டு ரொம்ப தூரம் விலகி போயிட்டோம், ரொம்ப தூரம் விலகி போயிட்டோம். அதனால இப்ப தீர்வு என்னன்னா, ஜென்சி புரட்சிலாம் தீர்வு கிடையாதுங்கய்யா. அதான் உண்மை. ஜென்சி புரட்சி நடந்த நாடுகள் எல்லாம் பாருங்க, தேரை இழுத்து தெருவில் விட்டு ஓடி போயிட்டானுங்க. அவன் இருந்ததும் நாசமா போச்சு. இந்த ஜென்சி புரட்சியை கிளப்பி விட்டவங்க யாரோ அவங்களுக்கு சகாயமா உபயோகமாகுது. அதுக்கு மேல அதை நான் தொட விரும்பல. ஒரே தீர்வு என்னன்னா, ஆன்மீக வீழ்ச்சி. தனி மனிதன் ஆன்மீக வீழ்ச்சி அடைவதன் மூலமாகத்தான் இந்த நீங்க சொல்ற எல்லா பிரச்சனைகளுக்கும் தீர்வுகள் வருவது சாத்தியம். கொஞ்சம் ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்க. இந்த முதன்மை நிலை, நான் சொன்னேன் இல்லையா, முதல் நிலை ஊழல், பணம்ங்கிற கான்செப்டை உங்க மேல என்ஃபோர்ஸ் பண்ணி, அதுதான் முதல் நிலை ஊழல். பணத்தை வைத்துத்தான் உங்களை நீங்களே எடை போடுவது என்கின்ற மன அமைப்பை உங்களுக்குள் அழுத்தி உங்களை மூளைச்சலவை செய்வதுதான் முதல் நிலை ஊழல். பணம் உங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையினுடைய கம்ஃபர்ட்ஸுக்கு உபயோகமாகின்ற ஒரு பொருளாக மட்டும்தான் இருக்கணும். செல்போன் மாதிரி, உங்களுடைய லேப்டாப் மாதிரி, உங்களுடைய படுக்கை மாதிரி ஒரு உபயோகமாகின்ற பொருளாக மட்டும்தான் பணம் உங்கள் சிந்தையை ஆக்கிரமிக்க வேண்டும். ஆனா கொடுமை என்னன்னா, பணத்தை நீங்கள் என்று உங்களை நீங்கள் எடை போடுவதே, பணம் சார்ந்தே எடை போடுகின்ற அளவிற்கு மூளைச்சலவை செய்யப்பட்டதுதான் முதன்மை நிலை ஊழல். அதுக்கு பிறகு இந்த அரசியல்ல நடக்கிற ஊழல், ஒவ்வொரு துறையிலையும் நடக்கிற ஊழல், அதெல்லாம் இரண்டாம் நிலை. இரண்டாம் நிலை கடந்து மூன்றாம் நிலை. அதாவது ஊழல் செய்யறவங்க கிட்ட ஊழல் செய்யறது. இது மல்டி லெவல் ஊழல் இருக்கு. அதாவது பணம் வாங்கிட்டு கரப்ஷன் தான், தப்பு தான். ஆனா லஞ்சம் வாங்கிக்கிட்டு வேலை செஞ்சு முடிச்சிடுறவங்க, ஆனா லஞ்சம் வாங்கிக்கிட்டும் வேலை செஞ்சு முடிக்காதவங்க. இப்ப லஞ்சம் வாங்குறான் இல்லையா, அவங்கிட்ட இருந்து இன்னொரு லஞ்சம், ஒரு போர்ஷன் லஞ்சத்தை மேலதிகாரி வாங்குறது. அந்த மேலதிகாரி கிட்ட இருந்து அவர் அப்பாயிண்ட் பண்ற அரசியல்வாதி வாங்குறது. இந்த மல்டி லேயர் ஊழல்கள் நீங்க நினைக்கலாம், அப்ப இதுக்கெல்லாம் தீர்வே இல்லையா சாமி? இருக்கு. என்னன்னா, ஒவ்வொரு தனி மனிதனும் விழித்து தன்னை விடுதலை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். பணம் அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு யூட்டிலிட்டி, செல்போன் மாதிரி பொருட்கள். அதாவதுங்கய்யா, மோர் அண்ட் மோர் கான்சியஸ் ஆனீங்கன்னா, மோர் அண்ட் மோர் அப்சர்வ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா, அவேர்னஸுக்குள்ள வந்தீங்கன்னா, உங்களுடைய இயக்கமும் உங்களை சுற்றி நடக்கும் சமுதாயத்தின் இயக்கமும் தெளிவா புரிய ஆரம்பிக்கும். நாமலையிலே கார்த்திகை தீபத் திருவிழா இன்று விநாயகர் உற்சவம், மகா கணபதி பரம்பொருள் உற்சவத்தை துவக்கி வைத்து வீதி உலா வருகின்றார். மகா கணபதியை வணங்கி சத் சங்கத்தை தொடருவோம். ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். முதன்மை நிலை ஊழல், இரண்டாம் நிலை ஊழல், மூன்றாம் நிலை ஊழல், முதன்மை நிலை சட்டம் ஒழுங்கு சீர்கேடு, இரண்டாம் நிலை சட்டம் ஒழுங்கு சீர்கேடு, மூன்றாம் நிலை சட்டம் ஒழுங்கு சீர்கேடு. இதெல்லாம் புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா உங்களை சுதந்திரர்களாக மாற்றிக்கொள்வீர்கள். முதல் நிலை சட்டம் ஒழுங்கு சீர்கேடு என்னன்னா, சுதந்திரம் என்கின்ற பெயராலே போலி சுதந்திரத்தை ஆதரிப்பது. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. நிழல் சுதந்திரம் எது, நிஜ சுதந்திரம் எதுன்னு முதல் நாள் சத் சங்கத்திலே விளக்கின. என்ன வேண்டுமானாலும் செய்வதற்கு இருக்கின்ற சுதந்திரம் நிழல் சுதந்திரம். என்ன வேண்டுமானாலும் நினைத்ததையெல்லாம் செய்வதற்கு, ஃப்ரீடம் டு டூ, என்ன வேண்டுமானாலும் செய்வதற்கு இருக்கின்ற சுதந்திரம் நிழல் சுதந்திரம். ஃப்ரீடம் ஃப்ரம், உங்களுக்குள்ளிருந்து அரக்கத்தனமாக, ராட்சசத்தனமாக காரணமே இல்லாமல் உங்களை உந்திக் கொண்டிருக்கின்ற கொடூரமான மன அமைப்புகளும் வாசனைகளும். அன்னைக்கு விளக்குன மன அமைப்புனா என்னன்னா, உங்களுக்கு தெரிந்து உங்களை தேவையில்லாதவைகளை செய்ய தூண்டுகின்ற அந்த பேட்டர்ன்ஸுக்கு மன அமைப்புன்ற வார்த்தையை யூஸ் பண்றேன், அந்த பேட்டர்ன்ஸை பத்தி சொல்றதுக்கு. ஆனா உங்களுக்குள்ள தெரியாம உங்களுக்குள்ள ஒளிஞ்சிட்டு, ஆனா உங்களுக்குள் காணாது இருந்து, நீங்கள் காணாதபடி உங்களுக்குள் இருந்து இந்த உலகத்தையே நீங்கள் காணுகின்ற விதத்தையே முடிவெடுக்கின்ற பேட்டர்ன்ஸ் தான் வாசனை. நீங்க உங்களுக்குள்ள என்ன தேடினாலும் கிடைக்காது. ஆனா அந்த பேட்டர்ன்ஸ் உங்களுடைய ஆழ்மன நம்பிக்கைகள், அந்த பேட்டர்ன்ஸ் தான் இந்த உலகத்தை நீங்க எப்படி பார்க்கறீங்கன்றதையே முடிவு பண்ணும். இந்த மன அமைப்புகளிலிருந்தும் வாசனையிலிருந்தும் விடுதலை தான் நிஜ சுதந்திரம். அதனால ஃப்ரீடம் ஃப்ரம் அதை கத்து கொடுக்காம, நிஜ சுதந்திரத்தை சிறுவயதிலிருந்தே போதிக்காமல் நிழல் சுதந்திரத்தை மட்டும் போதித்து அது சார்ந்த சமூக அமைப்பை உருவாக்கி அந்த மாதிரி சமூகத்தை சீரழிச்சது யாரோ அவங்கதான் முதல் குற்றவாளிகள், சட்டம் ஒழுங்கை சீரமைத்தவர்கள். சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் அருமையான தர்மார்த்த காமமோக்ஷம் எனும் சத்தியங்களை அடிப்படையாக வைத்து வாழும் நம் வாழ்க்கை முறையை சிதைத்து மெட்டீரியலிஸ்டிக் சிவிலைசேஷனை, வெஸ்டர்ன் சிவிலைசேஷன் கூட நான் சொல்ல மாட்டேங்க, மேலை நாட்டை நாம காப்பி அடிக்கிறோம்னு கூட நான் சொல்ல மாட்டேன். ஏன்னா மேலை நாடு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரொம்ப புத்திசாலிகள் ஆயிட்டாங்க. அவங்க இப்ப எல்லாம் உலகம் முழுக்க இருக்கிற மிக உயர்ந்த வாழ்க்கை முறைகளை எடுத்து படிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க, எடுத்து உள்வாங்கிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. ஒரு கொடுமையான மெட்டீரியலிஸ்டிக் சிவிலைசேஷன். ஐயா, ஹிட்லர் மக்களை கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணணும்னு நினைச்சப்ப பண்ணது ரெண்டே ரெண்டு தான். அளவுக்கு மீறின மது, அளவுக்கு மீறின செக்ஸ் சென்டர்ட் என்டர்டெயின்மெண்ட். அப்போ இந்த ரெண்டையும் உங்களுக்கு திறந்து விட்டு உங்களை நாசமாக்கினது யாருன்னு பாருங்க. உங்க சமூகத்தை நாசமாக்கின ஹிட்லர் யாருன்னு உங்களுக்கு புரியும், நான் சொல்ல மாட்டேன். முதல் குற்றம் ஃபண்டமெண்டலா மிக உயர்ந்த நிஜ சுதந்திரம் சார்ந்து இருந்த நமது சிவிலைசேஷனை நிழல் சுதந்திரம் சார்ந்து மாற்றியதுதான் முதல் சட்டம் ஒழுங்கு சீரழிவு. அதுக்கு பிறகு வர்றது எல்லாம் சைடு எஃபெக்ட். அது என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? இப்ப நீங்க யார போய் திட்டி என்ன பண்ணாலும் என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? கேனேஷிதம் பததி பிரேஷிதம் மனஹ கேன பிராண பிரதம பிரைதியுக்தஹ கேனேஷிதம் வாசமிமாம் வதந்தி சக்ஷுகு ஸ்ரோத்ரம் காவு தேவோ யுனக்தி. கேனோபனிஷத்தோட ஒரு ஸ்லோகம். கண்கள் மூலம் பார்ப்பவன் யாரோ, செவிகள் மூலம் கேட்பவன் யாரோ, மனம் செயல்படச் செய்கின்ற அந்த உள்ளார்ந்த சக்தி யாரோ, பிராணன் சுழலச் செய்கின்ற அந்த ஆதாரம் யாரோ, மனிதர்கள் பேசச் செய்கின்ற அந்த உள் இயக்கம் யாரோ, அவர் மீது உங்கள் கவனத்தை திருப்புங்கள். இதை திருப்புகின்ற இந்த ஒரே ஒரு பாடம் மட்டும் குழந்தைகளுக்கு அளிக்கப்பட்டு விடுமானால் 25 ஆண்டுகளுக்குள் சட்டம் ஒழுங்கு சீர்குலைவு என்பதே ரிடண்டன்டா, irrelevant ஆயிடும். எனக்கு இருக்கிற ஒரே ஒரு சந்தோஷம் என்னன்னா, நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, எனக்கு இருக்கிற ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய சந்தோஷம் என்னன்னா, இந்த ஏஐ வந்தது மூலமா இந்த ஞானத்தை எல்லாம் ஜென்சியோட லைஃப் ஸ்டைல், டெய்லி லைஃப் ஸ்டைலா என்னால மாத்த முடியுதுங்க. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. லட்சக்கணக்கான பேர், மேபி ஈவன் கோடிகள், மில்லியன் தாண்டி கோடிகள் கூட சொல்ல முடியும், கோடிக்கணக்கான பேர் தொடர்ந்து இந்த ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தா ஏஐ யூஸ் பண்றாங்க. அவங்க இந்த தினசரி பிரச்சனைகளுக்கு கூட ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தாவை யூஸ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. எனக்கு அது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய சந்தோஷம். அதாவது சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் இந்த வாழ்க்கை முறை ஃபண்டமெண்டல் ட்ரூத்ஸ ஜென்சிக்கு சொல்ல முடியுது. தனி மனிதன் விழித்துக் கொள்வதுதான், தனி மனிதனுடைய ஞான விழிப்புதான் செய்ய வேண்டிய முதல் செயல். மற்றபடி வேற எந்த புரட்சியும் உடனடியா தீர்வு கொடுக்காது. இப்ப நான் சொல்றேன், இந்த பார்ப்பவனை பார்த்திருக்கும் இந்த சாட்சியாக இருக்கின்ற, முதலில் எதிலிருந்து சுதந்திரம் அடைய வேண்டுமோ அந்த சுதந்திரம், நிஜ சுதந்திரத்தை அடைவது, இதை பற்றிய சத்தியங்கள் குழந்தைகளுக்கு வளரும் பொழுதே கல்வியிலே பாடமாக அளிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். இப்படிலாம் நான் சொல்றேன். இதெல்லாம் உடனே நான் ஸ்கூல்ல இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் ஆயிடுவேன், ஆகாதுன்னு தெரியும். ஆனால் இந்த ஏஐ வந்ததுனால ஸ்கூலை தாண்டி குழந்தைகள், இளைஞர்கள், ஜென்சி எல்லாரும் இந்த ஏஐ யூஸ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சதுனால எனக்கு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய சந்தோஷம். இது பல பேருக்கும் சென்றடைய வாய்ப்பு இருக்கின்றது. அது ஒண்ணுதான் எனக்கு இருக்கிற குட் நியூஸ். நான் உங்களுக்கு சொல்றதுக்கு இருக்கிற குட் நியூஸ். ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்க. இன்னொன்னு சொல்றேன், கேட்டுக்கோங்க. நேத்து சத் சங்கத்துல சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தேன், 30 நாட்களுக்கு முன்னாடி ஸ்கந்த சஷ்டி சத் சங்கத்தின் போது நான் என்ன சொன்னேன்னா, நான் சொன்ன 2035க்குள்ள பாவர்ட்டி இல்லாம போயிடும் இந்த ஏஐனால அப்படின்னு. ஒரு 2-3 நாளைக்கு முன்னாடி, 2-3 நாட்களுக்கு முன்னாடி எலான் மஸ்க் அதையே சொல்லியிருந்தார். நேத்து நான் அதை பத்தி பேசிட்டு இருந்தேன். இன்னைக்கு இன்னும் தெளிவா சொல்றேன், கேட்டுக்கோங்க. பாவர்ட்டி irrelevant ஆவது மட்டும் இல்ல, பாவர்ட்டி irrelevant ஆயிடும், மணி அப்படிங்கிற அந்த கான்செப்ட் irrelevant ஆயிடும், அப்போ கரப்ஷன் irrelevant ஆயிடும். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, கரப்ஷன் irrelevant ஆயிடும். இன்னொன்னு, வேற என்னென்னலாம் irrelevant ஆக போகுதுன்னு சொல்றேன், கேட்டுக்கோங்க. உங்களை நீங்களே அழித்து கொள்ளுகின்ற என்டர்டெயின்மெண்ட் போதைப் பொருட்கள்லாம் இரலவெண்ட் ஆயிடும். காரணம் என்னன்னா, நல்லா நீங்க விரும்புற மாதிரி சாப்பிடுவீங்க, ஆனா வெயிட் போடாது, ஹெல்த் கெடாது. அந்த மாதிரியான நுட்பங்கள், அறிவுலாம் நம்ம ஆயுர்வேதத்தில் இருக்குங்கய்யா. இதையெல்லாம் இது வரைக்கும் உலகத்துக்கு நம்மளால கொடுக்க முடியாம இருந்தது. ஏன்னா எத்தனை டாக்டரை ட்ரெயின் பண்ணி எவ்வளவு பேரை ரீச் பண்றது இம்பிராக்டிக்கல். நாலேஜோ எக்ஸ்பர்டைஸோ டெமோக்ரட்டைஸ் ஆகாம இருந்தது. அந்த நாலேஜ் சோர்ஸ் கூகுள் வந்தப்புறம், சோசியல் மீடியா வந்தப்புறம் நாலேஜ் சோர்ஸ் டெமோக்ரட்டைஸ் ஆச்சு. ஏஐ வந்தப்புறம் எக்ஸ்பர்டைஸே டெமோக்ரட்டைஸ் ஆயிடுச்சு. ஒரு 2 வருஷமா நான் ஒரு ஏஐல தொடர்ந்து ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். நித்யானந்தா ஏஐ. அதுல ஆயுர்வேதிக் ஸ்கிரிப்சர்ஸ் மொத்தத்தையும் டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணி ஃபீட் பண்ணி ஒரு 2 இயர்ஸா ஒர்க் பண்ணோம். ஐயா, நீங்க ஆக்சுவலா நீங்க என்ன சாப்பிடுறீங்கன்றதே பிரச்சனை இல்லை, காம்பினேஷன் தான் ரியல் பிரச்சனை. காம்பினேஷன் தான் உங்களுக்குள்ள கேஸோ இல்ல டைஜஷனை ஸ்லோ பண்றதோ, ஃபேட்டா மாறுறதோ, வேற வியாதிகளா உருவாக்குறதோ எல்லாத்தையும் பண்றது. இந்த ஆயுர்வேத ஏஐ பில்ட் பண்ணும்போது நான் கண்டுபிடிச்சேன், இந்த ஆயுர்வேதா ஏஐ யூஸ் பண்ணி உங்க டயட்டை நீங்க டிசைன் பண்ணிக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா அருமையான டேஸ்டியான லார்ஜ் குவான்டிட்டி சாப்பிட முடியும். ஹெல்த்தியா இருப்பீங்க. ஒரு நாளைக்கு 5-6 தரம் வேணாலும் சாப்பிட முடியும். ஹெல்த்தியா இருப்பீங்க. எவ்வளவு குவான்டிட்டி வேணா சாப்பிட முடியும். ஹெல்த்தியா இருப்பீங்க. இது மாதிரியான என்டர்டெயின்மெண்ட்ஸ், இது மாதிரியான சாட்டிஸ்ஃபேக்ஷன் கொடுக்கிற டெக்னாலஜி எல்லாம் மக்களுக்கு அவைலபிள் ஆக ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சு. நானும் அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு 2 வருஷமா இந்த ஆயுர்வேத ஏஐ பில்ட் பண்ணது மட்டும் இல்லாம எக்ஸ்பெரிமெண்ட் பண்ணி நானே எக்ஸ்பெரிமெண்ட் பண்ணி, என்னுடைய கைலாசவாசிகள் எக்ஸ்பெரிமெண்ட் பண்ணி எல்லாம் பண்ணி பர்ஃபெக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இப்போ லான்ச்சும் பண்ணிட்டோம். நீங்க யார் வேணா யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். உங்களுடைய ஹெல்த் கண்டிஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் சொன்னீங்கன்னா அது கரெக்டா உங்களை ப்ரிசைஸா கைட் பண்ணும். இதுல இன்னொரு முக்கியமான விஷயம் என்னன்னா, ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தா ஏஐல நாங்க என்னெல்லாம் அப்லோட் பண்றோமோ அத எல்லா மேஜர் ஏஐஸும், சகல எல்லா ஏஐ சாட்பாட்ஸும், எல்லா ஏஐஸும் அப்படியே ஃபாலோ பண்ணிடுறாங்க. அது சட்டப்படி இல்லீகல் தான், அதெல்லாம் 2வது பட்சம். எங்களுடைய கடுமையான உழைப்பினால் வந்த பலனை அவங்க அப்படியே உள்வாங்க. ஆனா இன்டர்நெட்ல எது அப்லோட் பண்ணாலும் அப்படித்தான் ஆகும். அதுதான் உண்மை. இதுக்கு மேல அது என்ன சட்டம் போட்டு திட்டம் போட்டு எல்லாம் வகுக்க முடியாது, காப்பாற்ற முடியாது. எதிர்காலம் அப்படிதான் இருக்க போகுது. ஏன்னா எல்லா நாலேஜுமே டெமோக்ரட்டைஸ் ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் ஆயிடுச்சு. எல்லா எக்ஸ்பர்டைஸுமே ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் ஆகுது. இது இப்படிதான் போக போகுது. எனக்கு அதெல்லாம் தாண்டி ஒரு பெரிய நல்ல விஷயம் என்னன்னா, எனக்கு ஒரு பெரிய சந்தோஷம் என்னன்னா, அது லீகலோ இல்லீகலோ அவங்க ஆக்குபை பண்ற, அவங்க இந்த மாதிரி ஃபாலோ பண்றது, இந்த மொத்த நாலேஜும் எடுத்துக்கிறது உலகம் முழுக்க அது போய் சேருதுங்கய்யா. ஈவன் ஜென்ஸ் பார்க்ல போய் இந்த கேள்வி கேட்டீங்கன்னா கூட, மற்ற சாட் பாட்ஸ்ல போய் இந்த ஆயுர்வேதம் பத்தி கேள்வி கேட்டீங்கன்னா கூட, எங்க ஏஐல நாங்க கொடுத்திருக்கிற எக்ஸாக்ட் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷனையும் ஒரிஜினல் வெர்சஸையும் அதை அப்படியே எடுத்து கொடுக்குது. அந்த ஒரிஜினல் வெர்ஸுக்கு டிரான்ஸ்லேஷனை எக்ஸாக்டா நாங்க கொடுத்திருக்கிற அதை அப்படியே எடுத்து கொடுக்குது. அது எனக்கு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய சந்தோஷம். நாற்பது ஆண்டுகள் நான் உழைத்ததே காரணம் என்ன, உலகத்துக்கு ஃப்ரீயா கொடுக்கிறது தான். ஒன்னும் இப்போ எங்க ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தா ஏஐயும் ஃப்ரீ தான் அப்படின்னும் போது அதாவது ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தா ஏஐயும் ஃப்ரீயா தான் கொடுத்துருக்கேன். உலகம் முழுக்க யாரு வேணா யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். எங்களுடைய 40 ஆண்டு கால உழைப்பு, என்னுடைய உழைப்பு மட்டும் இல்ல, 60,000 வாலண்டியர்ஸ், 60,000 பேர் இந்த ஏஐக்காக தியாகம் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அவங்களுடைய டைம், ட்ரெஷர், டேலண்ட் 40 ஆண்டுகளாக நாங்கள் சேர்த்து வைத்த சாஸ்திரங்கள், அதன் மொழிபெயர்ப்புகள், நான் கொடுத்த சத் சங்கங்கள், இதை நானும் மொழிபெயர்த்து என்னுடைய சீடர்கள் எனக்கு உதவி செய்து இதை இப்போ ப்ரோக்ராம்ஸா மாற்றி ஏஐக்குள்ள ஃபீட் பண்ணி ஏஐ ஃபங்க்ஷனலா மாற்றி அதை மல்டிபிள் விதத்துல டெஸ்ட் பண்ணி எனிஹவ் இதை மொத்தத்தையும் நானும் ஃப்ரீயா தான் கொடுக்குறேன், அவங்களும் ஃப்ரீயா தான் கொடுக்குறாங்க. அதனால பரவாயில்ல, இது மக்களுக்கு உபயோகமானால் போதும் அப்படின்னு தான் நினைக்கிறேன். என்ன டைல்யூட் ஆகாம உபயோகமாகட்டும் அப்படின்றதுக்காக தான் இந்த ஏஐ மூலமா ப்ரொடெக்ட் பண்றேன். விதவுட் கெட்டிங் டைல்யூஷன் ஆர் த டைவர்ஷன் இல்லாம யூஸ் ஆகட்டும் அப்படின்னு. இன்னொரு முக்கியமான விஷயம், எனக்கு கிரெடிட் கொடுக்கப்படலைனாலும், ஏன்னா நான் டிரான்ஸ்லேட்டர் தான், நான் வெறும் டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணி கமெண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன், அவ்வளவுதான். சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்துக்கு கிரெடிட் கொடுக்கப்பட வேண்டும். ஏன்னா சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தோட சாஸ்திர கடல், ஞான கடல் இது. அதனாலதான் இந்த ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தா ஏஐ மூலமா அந்த பியூரிட்டியையும், ஆரிஜின் எங்க இருந்து அப்படிங்கிறதையும் காப்பாற்றுறோம். இப்ப யோகா உலகத்துக்கு நாம கொடுத்த கிஃப்ட், ஆனா நாங்க தான் ஓனர், நாங்க தான் கொடுத்தோம். சனாதன இந்து தர்மம்ங்கிற மரத்தில் பழுத்த பழம், அந்த பழத்தை அவர்களுக்கு நன்கொடையாக கொடுத்தமே தவிர, இப்போ என்ன பண்ண ஆரம்பிக்கிறாங்க, மெதுவா யோகாவுக்கும் இந்து மதத்துக்கும் சம்பந்தமே இல்லைன்னா பேச ஆரம்பிக்கிறாங்க. அது தவறு. சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் எனும் மரத்தில் பழுத்த பழம் யோகா. யாருக்கு வேணா நன்கொடையா கொடுக்கிறோம். அதே மாதிரிதான் ஆயுர்வேதம். சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் எனும் மரத்தில் பழுத்த பழம் ஆயுர்வேதாவும் சித்தாவும். இங்க உடனே கம்பு சுத்தாதீங்க. சித்தா தமிழ்நாட்டுல பழுத்த பழம். தமிழ் சிவிலைசேஷன் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தை அடிப்படையாக கொண்டு உருவான வளர்ந்த சிவிலைசேஷன். போய் சங்க நூல்லாம் படிச்சுட்டு கம்பு சுத்து. சங்க நூல்கள் எல்லாம் படிங்கப்பா, அதுக்கப்புறம் இங்க கம்பு சுத்துங்க. தமிழுக்கும் இந்து மதத்துக்கும் சம்பந்தம் இல்லை, தமிழுக்கும் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்துக்கும் சம்பந்தம் இல்லைன்ற கம்பு சுத்தரெல்லாம் நிறுத்திட்டு சங்க நூல்களை போய் கொஞ்சம் படிங்க. அதனால சித்தாவும் ஆயுர்வேதமும் சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் எனும் மரத்தில் பழுத்த பழங்களே. அத உலகத்துக்கு நன்கொடையா கொடுக்கிறோம். ஆனால் இந்த மரத்தில் பழுத்த பழங்கள் அவை. சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் எனும் மரத்தில் பழுத்த பழங்கள் அவை. நல்லது, ஆழ்ந்து புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. அடுத்த சத்தியத்துக்கு போலாம். இந்த ஏஐ மூலமா வரப்போற இந்த ரெவல்யூஷன் ஏற்கனவே நடக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சு. இந்த ரெவல்யூஷன் இப்ப இருக்கிற பல உங்களை அழித்துக் கொள்ளுகிற என்டர்டெயின்மெண்ட் எல்லாம் இர்ரெலவென்ட் ஆக்கிடும், ரெடண்டன்ட் ஆக்கிடும். காரணம் என்னன்னா, இப்ப இந்த மது, போதை, உங்களை அழிச்சிக்கிற என்டர்டெயின்மெண்ட் இது மெதுவா மக்கள் மேல அது வச்சிருக்கிற ஆதிக்கத்தை இழக்க துவங்கும். காரணம் என்னன்னா, மக்கள் இதை விட பெட்டர் கேம்ஸ், ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ், ஹெல்த்தியா இருக்கிற கேம்ஸ், ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் ரசிக்கவும் ருசிக்கவும் என்ஜாய் பண்ணவும் ஆரம்பிச்சிருவாங்க. இதுதான் எனக்கு இருக்கிற மிகப்பெரிய ஹோப். எனக்கு இருக்கிற ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய நல்ல செய்தி, நான் பார்க்கிற நல்ல செய்தி காரணம் என்னன்னா, இந்த ஏஐல ஜென்சி கேட்கிற கேள்விகள் எல்லாம் பார்க்கறங்கய்யா. அவங்க எதை தேடுறாங்க? உண்மை இல்லைங்கய்யா, ஜென்சி அவங்கள ஹேண்டில் பண்ண முடியாமத்தான் இந்த ட்ரக்ஸ், ஆல்கஹால் இதெல்லாம் போறாங்க. புதுசா லைஃபை எக்ஸ்ப்ளோர் பண்ணணும்ன்ற கியூரியாசிட்டி, அதுக்காக தான் அங்க போறாங்க. ஹெல்த் டிஸ்ட்ராய் ஆகாத என்டர்டெயின்மெண்ட்ஸ், கேம்ஸ், இதெல்லாம் மக்களுக்கு ஆல்டர்னேட்டிவ் ஜென்சிக்கு கிடைக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சுன்னா இது எல்லாமே irrelevant ஆயிடும். எனக்கு இருக்கிற ஒரே ஹோப் ஏஐ ரெவல்யூஷன். இன்னொன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்கய்யா, இது கட்டாயமா நடக்க போகுது. ஆக்சுவலா ஒரு மெடிசன் கண்டுபிடிக்கப்பட்டா காமன் மேனுக்கு சேர்றதுக்கு ஒரு 10 ஆண்டுகள் ஆயிடுது. அது ட்ரையல் பாத் வேற என்னென்னவோ ப்ரொசீஜர் ஆகி அதுக்கப்புறம் மாஸ் ப்ரொடக்ஷன் நடந்து எல்லாம் சேர்றதுக்கு நீங்க மெடிக்கல் ஷாப்ல போய் பணம் கொடுத்து வாங்கி யூஸ் பண்ற அந்த லெவலுக்கு வர்றதுக்கு 10 வருஷம் ஆயிடுது. அந்த மாதிரி காலத்துல தான் இப்ப நாம இருக்கோம். ஏஐ ரெவல்யூஷன் ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சு. அது காமன் மேனை எல்லாம் ரீச் பண்ணி இது இப்ப கவர்மெண்ட் பாலிசிஸா மாறணும், சொசைட்டியோட லைஃப் ஸ்டைலா மாறணும், சொசைட்டி கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு ப்ரெஷர் கொடுத்து பாலிசிஸ் எவால்வ் பண்ணணும், அது திரும்ப பாலிசிஸ்லாம் லாவா மாறி அது லைஃப் ஸ்டைலா மாறி இதுக்கு தேவையான காலம் தான் இந்த அடுத்த 10 ஆண்டுன்னு சொல்றேன். இப்படிதான் நடக்க போகுது. இப்ப எல்லா பெரிய பிரச்சனைகளுக்குமான தீர்வு வரப்போகின்ற ஏஐ ரெவல்யூஷன் தான் நான் பார்க்கிறேன். இன்னொன்னு கேட்டுக்கோங்க, இன்னொன்னு புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. இப்ப யாரெல்லாம் irrelevant-ஆ போக போற, பணமே வாழ்க்கைன்னு நினைச்சிட்டு இருக்கிற மூடத்தனமான, இதுதான் அந்த மனித இனத்தின் மீது செய்யப்பட்ட மிகப்பெரிய மூளைச்சலவை. இந்த மூளைச்சலவைக்குள்ள சிக்கிட்டு வாழறீங்களோ நீங்கள்லாம், ஐயோ லைஃபை வேஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டுமேடா அப்படின்ற லூசராத்தான் போவீங்க. லூசர் ஆகாம இருக்கணும்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னா இது எதனாலும் கொடுக்கப்பட இயலாத யுனிக்கான ஒரு விஷயம். உங்களுடைய கான்ஷியஸ்னஸ் மலரச் செய்வதுதான் இந்த எதுவுமே செய்ய முடியாத, நீங்கள் மட்டுமே உங்களுக்கு செய்து கொள்ளக்கூடிய உங்க லைஃபோட மோஸ்ட் ப்ரொடக்டிவ் ஆக்ஷனா இருக்கும். தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. அதனால உங்க கான்ஷியஸ்னஸ் மேல ஒர்க் பண்ணி அதை முழுசா ஃப்ளவர் பண்ற, இந்த ஜீவன் முக்த தன்மையை மலரச் செய்து கொள்ளுகின்ற செயல்களிலே டைம், ட்ரெஷர், டேலண்ட்டை யாரெல்லாம் போடுறீங்களோ அவங்கெல்லாம் 10 வருஷம் கழிச்சு உங்க லைஃப்ல பெஸ்டானதை பண்ணியிருக்கீங்கன்ற ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய செலிப்ரேஷன் பண்ணுவீங்க. அப்படி இல்லாதவங்கெல்லாம் ஐயோ லைஃபை நாசமாக்கிட்டோம்டா, தேவையில்லாத ஒண்ணுக்காக, ரிடண்டண்டா போற ஒண்ணுக்காக, irrelevant-ஆ போற ஒண்ணுக்காக டைம், ட்ரெஷர், டேலண்ட் எல்லாத்தையும் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணி நாசமா போனமேடான்னு 10 வருஷம் கழிச்சு லூசரா உட்கார்ந்துருப்பீங்க. அதுக்கு 10 வருஷம் கழிச்சு எப்படி இருக்கலாம்னு இப்பவே முடிவு பண்ணிக்கும். ஆஹா, சரியான விதத்தில் வாழ்க்கையை நாம் செலவிட்டோம்னு உங்களை நீங்களே செலிப்ரேட் பண்ணிக்கிறதா? ஒரு எல்லையில்லாத முழுமையில இருக்கிறதா? இல்ல ஐயோ இப்படி நாசமா போச்சே வாழ்க்கை அப்படின்னு முடிவு பண்றதான்னு கதறதா? அழிஞ்சு போறதா அப்படிங்கிறத நீங்களே முடிவு பண்ணிக்கோங்க. இப்ப 2035க்கு எப்படி நீங்க இருக்கணும்னு இப்ப முடிவு பண்ணிக்கோங்க. இன்னும் சில சத்தியங்களை சொல்றேன் கேளுங்க. நீங்களே போய் நான் இப்ப சொல்றதெல்லாம் கூகுள்ல வேணா வெரிஃபை பண்ணுங்க, ஏஐல வேணாலும் எல்லா ஏஐ ஒரு இப்போ 20 மேஜர் சேட்பாட்ஸ் உலகம் முழுக்க வந்துருச்சு. சாட் ஜிபிடி, ஜென்ஸ்பார்க், என்னென்னவோ ஒரு 20 இருக்கு, கிமி என்னென்னவோ. அந்த 20ஐயும் தனித்தனியா கேட்டு பாருங்க. உலகம் முழுக்க மக்கள் எந்த ஞான கருத்துக்களை, இப்ப எல்லா மதத்திலையும் மெய்யியல்னு ஒண்ணு இருக்குங்கய்யா. அந்த கோர் ஸ்பிரிச்சுவல் பிரின்சிபிள்ஸ் எந்த மதத்தோட மெய்யியலை பெரும்பாலான மக்கள் ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு வாழ்க்கையோட பாகமாக மாற்றிக்கொண்டு சிந்திக்கிறார்கள்னு கேட்டு பாருங்க. இப்ப நான் சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கிற சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தினுடைய மெய்யியல் சத்தியங்களைத்தான் உலகம் முழுவதும் காமன் மென், யோசிக்க தெரிந்தவர்கள், எந்த ஜெனரேஷனுக்கு நாலேஜும் எக்ஸ்பர்டைஸும் டெமோக்ரட்டைஸ் ஆகி ஃப்ரீயா அவைலபிள் ஆகி அதுல வளர ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காங்களோ அந்த ஜெனரேஷனோட காமன் மென் மொத்தமும் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தோட மெய்யியல் கோட்பாடுகளைத்தான் தங்களுடைய அடிப்படை சத்தியங்களாக, சிந்தனைகளாக, தங்கள் அறிவுக்கு பொருந்தியதாக ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு வாழ்கிறார்கள். போய் தேடி பாருங்க ஐயா, படிங்கப்பா, தேடுங்கப்பா. ஏன்னா ஒரே ஒரு லைஃப் தான், இதெல்லாம் இதுக்கு மேல எவனும் நம்ப தயாரில்ல. பஞ்சாயத்து முடிஞ்சது. ஒரே ஒரு கடவுள் எங்கேயோ உட்காந்துக்கிட்டு அவரு படைச்சாரு, ஒரே ஒரு லைஃப் தான், இதெல்லாம் யாரும் நம்ப தயாரா இல்ல. அதுக்கான எப்ப நாலேஜ் டெமோக்ரட்டைஸ் ஆச்சோ, எக்ஸ்பர்டைஸ் டெமோக்ரட்டைஸ் ஆச்சோ, மக்கள் தெளிவா இருக்காங்க. யதோமத் ததோபத், ராமகிருஷ்ணன் சொன்ன மாதிரி எத்துணை நம்பிக்கைகளோ அத்துணை பாதைகள். மக்களை ரிலிஜியன் சென்டர்டா எக்ஸ்ப்ளாய்ட் பண்ண முடியாது. ரிலிஜியனை யூஸ் பண்ணி அவங்கள டெரரிஸ்டா மாத்த முடியாது. வேற எந்த ஐடியாலஜியும் ஒரு இலைமறை காயா மறைச்சு வச்சு சமூக விரோத செயல்களை செய்வதற்கு மக்களை தூண்ட முடியாது. கன்வர்ஷனே irrelevant போக போகுதுங்க. ரிலிஜியஸ் கன்வர்ஷன் இஸ் கோயிங் டு பிகம் irrelevant and redundant in 10 years. கன்வர்ஷன் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில பணம் போட்டவங்க எல்லாம் போச்சு, கப்பல் கவுந்தது, எல்லா பணமும் போச்சு. இதுக்கு மேல ஒன்னும் யூஸ் ஆகாது. அதே மாதிரி இந்த டெரரிஸ்ட் ஜெனரேட் பண்ற அந்த ஃபீல்டுல, அந்த மெஷினரியில பணத்தை போட்டவங்க எல்லாம் போச்சு, பணமும் போச்சு, அந்த ஃபீல்டும் ஃபெயிலியர். காரணம் என்னன்னா, மக்களை ஆழமாகவும் அகலமாகவும் பார்க்க வைக்கின்றது ஏஐ. இந்த மாதிரி பார்க்கின்ற மக்களுக்கு சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் மெய்யியல் சத்தியங்கள் தான் அடிப்படை உண்மை என்பது தெளிவா புரியும். இதுல சந்தேகமே இல்லை. நாம் விரும்பினாலும் விரும்பாவிட்டாலும் நான் சொல்லும் பொழுது இது நகைப்புக்குரியதாகவும் கேலி கிண்டலுக்குரியதாகவும் தோன்றினாலும் இதுதான் நடக்கப் போகிறது. உலகம் முழுக்க இதுதான் நடக்கப் போகிறது. புராணத்தின் அறிமுகத்துக்கு வரும். ஏன்னா இதுவரைக்கும் என்ன சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தோம்னா, முதன்மை படைப்பு, இரண்டாம் படைப்பு, இந்த புராணங்களை பற்றி சத்தியங்களை எல்லாம் புரிந்து கொண்டால் நம்ம நிகழ்கால வாழ்க்கைக்கு என்ன நன்மை அப்படின்னு கேட்ட கேள்விக்கு விளக்கம் சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தேன். ஏன்னா இதை புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா உங்க சமூகத்திலையும் அதை அப்படியே பார்ப்பீங்க. இதுல முதல் நிலை நன்மை, இரண்டாம் நிலை நன்மைலாம் இருக்கு. முதல் நிலை நன்மை, இந்த உலகம் நீங்க நினைக்கிற மாதிரி இந்த பூமி மட்டும் கிடையாது. இல்ல நாசா சயின்டிஸ்டுங்க சொல்றாங்களே இந்த பூமண்டலம் மட்டும் கிடையாது. நாசா சயின்டிஸ்டுங்க கண்டுபிடிச்சு சொல்ற மொத்த இந்த கிரகங்கள், யூனிவர்சஸ் என்னென்னலாம் அவங்க சொல்றாங்களோ, முதல்ல மொத்தமா ஒரு 20 ஒளியாண்டுகள் தூரம் இருக்கிற கிரகங்கள், பிளானட்ஸ் எல்லாம் தான் பார்த்தாங்க. இப்போ 2 பில்லியன் லைட் இயர்ஸ் தூரம் அளவுக்கு இருக்கிற கிரகங்கள், பிளானட், பிரபஞ்சம் இதையெல்லாம் கூட நாசா சயின்டிஸ்டுங்களால போட்டோகிராஃப் பண்ண முடியுது, எடுத்து அதை பற்றிய அறிவை நமக்கு கொடுக்க முடியுது. இது மொத்தமுமே பூமண்டலம் தான். ஆனால் உலகம் பூமண்டலம் மட்டும் கிடையாது. புராணங்களை புரிந்து கொண்டால் புராணங்கள் முப்பரிமாணம் இல்லாது 11 பரிமாண நிகழ்வுகளை வெறும் ஹாரிசான்டல் டைம் ஜோன். ஹாரிசான்டல் டைம் ஜோன்னா என்னன்னா, இப்போ சொல்றோம்ல இந்தியன் டைம் ஜோன், இந்தியன் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் டைம், ஆஸ்திரேலியா டைம், ஈஸ்டர்ன் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் டைம், இந்த ஒரு நாட்டுக்கும் சொல்றோம் இல்லையா, இது ஹாரிசான்டல் டைம் ஜோன்ஸ். ஐ திங்க் மொத்தமா 5 டைம் ஜோன் இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஹாரிசான்டல் டைம் ஜோன்ஸ். சில நாடுகள் அவங்களுக்கு தனியா ஸ்பெசிபிக்கா ஒரு டைமை ஃபாலோ பண்றாங்க. இது ஹாரிசான்டல் டைம் ஜோன்ஸ். சன்ரைஸ் சன்செட்டை வச்சு முடிவு பண்ணப்படுற ஹாரிசான்டல் டைம் ஜோன்ஸ். சம்திங் கால் வெர்டிக்கல் டைம் ஜோன் இருக்கு. அதுதான் இந்த டைம் டைலேஷன் நடக்கிற டைம் ஜோன்ஸ். நேத்தே சொன்னேன், நேத்து சத் சங்கத்தில் ரேவதியும் குகுத்மியும் இங்க பூலோகத்திலிருந்து பிரம்மலோகம் போனார்கள். குகுத்மி ரேவதியுடைய தந்தை இந்த மாதிரி நல்ல மணமகனை பார்ப்பதற்காக அந்த கதையை நேற்று சொன்னேன், கேட்டிருப்பீங்க. இந்த டைம் டைலேஷன் சார்ந்த வெர்டிக்கல் டைம் ஜோன்ஸ், எங்க டைம் டைலேஷன் நடக்குதோ அந்த வெர்டிக்கல் டைம் ஜோன்ஸ் இப்பதான் மேலை நாட்டு அறிவியல் டைம் டைலேஷனை பத்தி கொஞ்சம் புரிஞ்சுக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காங்க. ஐயா ஒன்னே ஒன்று சொல்ற கேட்டுக்கோங்க. அது மேலை நாடோ கீழை நாடோ, உலகத்துக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறவங்க யாராவது ஒருத்தர் கொஞ்சம் இந்த வேதம், ஆகமம், புராணங்கள்ல சொல்லப்படுற இந்த டைம் ஜோன்ஸ், டிஸ்டன்ஸ், இதுல எல்லாம் ஆராய்ச்சி பண்ணீங்கன்னா, இதை எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா, ரொம்ப ஈஸியா எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ் பண்ணிடலாம். பண்ணீங்கன்னா நோபல் பரிசு மட்டும் இல்ல, மிகப்பெரிய நாலேஜ் பிரேக் த்ரூ உலகத்துக்கு கொடுப்பீங்க. ஆக்சுவலா இதையெல்லாம் செய்யறதுக்காக தான் இந்த ஏஎன்ஏ ஆஸ் நித்யானந்த பில்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறேன். அதுக்காகத்தான் என்னுடைய குருகுலத்து குழந்தைங்களையும் வளர்த்துட்டு இருக்கிறேன். ஆனா என்ன, எங்களுக்கு ரிசோர்சஸ் ரொம்ப கம்மி. தானாக வருகின்ற வாலண்டியர்ஸ், தானாக வருகின்ற வாலண்டியர்ஸ் கொடுக்கிற நேரம், இதை வச்சுதான் நாங்க பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். மனிதர்களை ஹயர் பண்ற கெப்பாசிட்டி இருக்கிற அந்த சமூகத்தின் அமைப்புல இருக்கிற அந்த ரிசோர்சஸ் இருக்கிறவங்க யாராவது இதை எடுத்து இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணீங்கன்னா எங்களை விட வேகமாக செய்து முடிப்பீர்கள். உலகத்துக்கு மிகப்பெரிய நன்மை உங்களால் நிகழும். ஏன்னா அந்த டைம் டைலேஷன், வெர்டிக்கல் டைம் ஜோன், இதெல்லாம் சத்தியம்ங்கய்யா, இதெல்லாம் சத்தியம். புராணங்களை படித்தீர்களானால் இந்த சத்தியங்கள் எல்லாம் மிக தெளிவாக கண் முன்னாலே விரிந்து தெரியும். உங்கள் கையையோ காலையோ நீங்கள் எப்படி தெளிவாக பார்க்கிறீர்களோ அந்த தெளிவோடு பார்க்க முடியும். இந்த வெர்டிக்கல் டைம் ஜோன்ஸும் இந்த டைம் டைலேஷன் பத்தி நான் சொல்ற சத்தியங்களையும். பிரபஞ்சம் பெரியது என்று புரிந்தால், நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க, பிரபஞ்சத்தின் முதன்மை படைப்பின் விதிகளை உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையின் அடிப்படை விதிகளாக கொண்டு மனிதன் உருவாக்கிய இரண்டாம் படைப்பு, மூன்றாம் படைப்பு, மனிதன் உருவாக்கியதெல்லாம் இரண்டாம் கூட சொல்ல முடியாது, மூன்றாம் நான்காம் படைப்பான சட்டங்களே வாழ்க்கைக்கு எல்லா இறுதியையும் அறுதியையும் காட்டிவிடும் அப்படிங்கிற மூளைச்சலவையிலிருந்து, மூடத்தனத்திலிருந்து நீங்கள் விடுபடுவீர்கள். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்க. சட்டம் ஒழுங்குலாம் டிராபிக் ரூல்ஸ் மாதிரி நம்ம எல்லாரும் ஒன்னா இருக்கிறதுக்கு, சேஃபா இருக்கிறதுக்கு, ஹாப்பியா இருக்கிறதுக்கு, கம்ஃபர்டபுளா இருக்கிறதுக்கு நாம எல்லாம் நம்மளுக்குள்ள எடுத்துட்டு வந்துட்ட ஒரு அக்ரிமெண்ட். அதே மாதிரி பணம் நம்மளுக்குள்ள நாம எல்லாம் ஒரு இன்டராக்ஷன் பண்ணிக்கிறதுக்காக எடுத்துட்டு வந்த ஒரு டிரான்சாக்ஷனல் மெத்தட். அதை அந்தந்த இடத்திலே நிறுத்துவதற்கு பிரபஞ்சம் பெரியது என்று புரிந்தால் உங்களுக்கு மிகவும் உதவியாக இருக்கும். பிரபஞ்சத்தை பற்றி முழுமையாக புரிந்து கொண்டீர்களானால், அனுபூதி வேணும்னா ரொம்ப வருஷம் வேணும் அப்படின்னா நீங்களே கனவு கன்றீங்க, அதுவும் தப்பு, அதுவும் உண்மை இல்லை. புரிதலாவது வந்துவிட்டால் கூட உங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையிலே பல நேரத்தில் நான்காம் நிலை படைப்புகளில் சிக்கி சின்னாபின்னமாய் சீரழிய மாட்டீர்கள். நான்காம் நிலை ஊழல், நான்காம் நிலை படைப்புகளிலேயே சிக்கி சின்னாபின்னமாய் நாலாந்தரமான மனிதனாவே அழிஞ்சிடுறீங்க. அது நடக்காது. வாழ்க்கையோட ஃபண்டமெண்டல்ஸ் புரிஞ்சிருங்க. உண்மையில பல பேர் உலகம் முழுக்க இந்த காவல்துறையிலே செயல்படுகிற பல பேர் என்னுடைய பக்தர்கள், சீடர்கள், அன்பர்கள், அவங்க பல பேரோட இன்டராக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன், இன்னமும் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறேன். அவங்க எல்லாருக்கும் நான் சொல்றது ஒன்னே ஒண்ணு இதுதான். அவங்க கேட்கிற பல கேள்விகள், இந்த சட்டம் ஒழுங்கு எப்படி சாமி, இந்த கிரைம் ரேட்டை குறைக்கலாம், எப்படி நாங்க இருக்கிற சொசைட்டியை மேனேஜ் பண்ணலாம், எப்படி நாங்க பெட்டரா கான்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணலாம்னு அவங்க கேட்கும் பொழுதெல்லாம் நான் அவங்களுக்கு கொடுக்குற ஒரே ஒரு சத்தியம்தான், ஒண்ணுமே இல்லைங்க. இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தின் முதன்மை படைப்பின் சட்ட திட்டங்களை புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. அதுக்கு இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் கொடுங்க. இந்த முதன்மை படைப்பின் சட்டதிட்டங்களை சார்ந்தே இயங்க துவங்குங்கள். லா அண்ட் ஆர்டர் மட்டும் இல்ல, ஃபிளரிஷிங்கான சொசைட்டியை உருவாக்கிடுவீங்க. ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு லா அண்ட் ஆர்டர் மட்டும் இருக்கிற சொசைட்டி கிடையாது. வெறும் சட்டம் ஒழுங்கு சீரோடு இருப்பது மட்டுமல்ல, அதையும் தாண்டி சட்டம் ஒழுங்கும் சீரோடு இருக்கும், அதையும் தாண்டி ஒரு ஃபிளரிஷிங்கான சிவிலைசேஷனை உருவாக்கிட முடியுங்கய்யா. ஏன்னா இது வந்து ஒரு ஃபுல் ப்ரூஃப் டைம் டெஸ்டட் மாடல்ங்கய்யா சனாதன இந்து தர்மம். சனாதன இந்து தர்மமும் அதனுடைய பிரபஞ்ச விதி சார்ந்த வாழ்க்கை முறையும் சமூக கட்டமைப்பும் டைம் டெஸ்டட் ஃபுல் ப்ரூஃப் லைஃப் ஸ்டைலுங்கய்யா. உடனே இங்க வந்து கம்பு சுத்துறதா சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்துல ஜாதி இருக்கு, சமூக நீதி வேணும். ரொம்ப பொறுமையோட சொல்றேன். ஜாதி அழிச்சிடுறோன்னு வேகமா வந்தீங்க. இது நான் ஒரு 100 டிஃபரெண்ட் பாயிண்ட்ஸ் 100 டிஃபரெண்ட் ஆங்கிள் இருந்து என்னால எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ண முடியும். முதல்ல நீங்க ஜாதிங்கிறத பத்தி புரிஞ்சுக்கிற புரிதலே மிகப்பெரிய தவறு. அந்த புரிதல் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் கட்டமைப்பிலே இல்லை. இரண்டாவது, வேகமா வந்து இதை அழிக்கிறேன் அதை அழிக்கிறேன்னு சொன்னீங்க. இப்ப நான் ஏற்றத்தாழ்வுகள் இல்லாம பண்ணிட்டீங்களா? ஒண்ணுமே கிடையாது. நல்லா பாருங்க, ருத்ரகன்னிகைகள் ஆலயத்திலே தங்கள் வாழ்க்கையே பெருமானுக்கு அர்ப்பணித்து ஆலயத்திலே நாட்டியம் செய்து, நாட்டியம் மட்டுமல்ல ஆய கலைகள் 64ஐயும் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் கலைகள் அனைத்தையும் உயிரோடு வைத்திருந்த ருத்ரகன்னிகைகள் சம்பிரதாயத்தை அவர்கள் விபச்சாரிகளானார்கள், விபச்சாரிகள் ஆக்கப்படுகிறார்கள் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அழிச்சிங்க. இப்ப என்ன பண்ணீங்க? விபச்சாரத்தை லீகல் ஆக்கிட்டீங்க. அவ்வளவுதான். என்ன இந்து மதம் சார்ந்த கலைகளையும் அழகியல் கலைகளையும் அவர்கள் உயிரோடு வைக்கின்றார்கள் என்ற காரணத்திற்காகத்தான் அவர்கள் அழிக்கப்பட்டார்களே தவிர மற்றபடி இவங்க சொன்ன காரணம் ஆன விபச்சாரம் முழுக்க பொய்ன்னு இப்ப தெரியுதே. அதே மாதிரிதான் ஒன்னொன்னா எடுத்து பாருங்க. அவங்கள என்ன குற்றமெல்லாம் சாட்டினீங்க, இப்ப என்ன சொல்றீங்க? மை பாடி மை க்ளோத். எஸ், அப்புறம் ஏன் அவங்கள அழிச்சிங்க? அவங்களையும் இல்லெஜிட்டிமேட் ஆக்குனீங்க, அவங்களையும் இல்லீகல் ஆக்குனீங்க. அதே மாதிரிதான் இப்ப என்ன ஏற்றத்தாழ்வை அழிச்சிட்டோமா? முதல்ல ஒருவேளை ஏற்றத்தாழ்வு இருந்திருந்தாலும் அறிவும் ஒழுக்கமும் மிக தெளிந்த வழிகாட்டியாக வாழ்ந்தாக வேண்டிய கட்டாயத்தையும் சார்ந்து அந்த தர்மத்தை சார்ந்து வர்ணங்கள் இயங்கின. இப்போ பணம், அதிகாரம், மைட் இஸ் ரைட், இதை சார்ந்து வர்ணங்கள் இயங்குது. அட ஒண்ணுமில்லைங்க, பிளைட்ல ஏறி பாருங்களேன். நீங்க பிசினஸ் கிளாஸை தாண்டி எக்கானமி கிளாஸுக்கு போகும்போது அந்த பிசினஸ் கிளாஸ்ல உட்காந்துருக்க உங்களை எப்படி பாக்குறாங்கன்னு முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. அப்புறம் என்ன, ஏற்றத்தாழ்வு ஒழிச்சிட்டீங்களா? சுத்தி பார்த்துட்டு பேசுங்கய்யா. சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் வாழ்வியல் டைம் டெஸ்டட் ஃபுல் ப்ரூஃப். இன்னொரு ரகசியமும் சொல்றேன் கேட்டு. சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்துக்கு எதிராக மேடையில் முழங்குகின்ற, வெளியிலே பேசுகின்ற பெரும்பாலானோர் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் அடிப்படையான சத்தியங்களான மிக முக்கியமான சத்தியங்களை தங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையோட பிரின்சிபிளா வச்சுட்டு தான் வாழறார்கள். பிராண்ட் அழி, நாம புதுசா ஏதோ சொல்ற மாதிரி ஒரு ரெவல்யூஷனரி மாதிரி காட்டு, ஆனா அதே ப்ராடக்டை எடுத்து ஒரு ரீபிராண்ட் பண்ணிக்கோ. இதுதான் பெரும்பாலான இந்த மாடர்ன் டே சமூக இயக்கங்கள், புரட்சி இயக்கங்கள் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிக்கிற எல்லாத்துலயும் நடக்குது. எனிஹவ், ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். நீங்கள் தனி மனிதர்களாக இதையெல்லாம் புரிந்து கொண்டீர்களானால் அப்பர் பெருமான் முழங்கிய அந்த சத்தியம் உங்கள் அனுபூதியாக மாறும். நாம் ஆர்க்குங்குடியல்லோம், நரகில் இடர்படும், நமனையஞ்சோம். இந்த கான்சியஸ் சாவர்னிட்டி வந்துருங்கய்யா. உங்களுக்கே அந்த கான்சியஸ் சாவர்னிட்டி வந்துருங்கய்யா. நாம் ஆர்க்குங்குடியல்லோம், நமனையஞ்சோம், நரகில் இடர்படோம். ஏமாப்போம், விணியறியோம், பணிவோமல்லோம். அது ஒரு அருமையான 4 வார்த்தை, 4 லைனு. அது முழு பதிகம் இருக்கு, அதுல ஒரு 4 லைன் இது. நாம் ஆர்க்குங்குடியல்லோம், நமனையஞ்சோம், நரகத்தில் இடர்படோம், நடலை இல்லோம், ஏமாப்போம், விணியறியோம், பணிவோமல்லோம். இன்பமே என்னாலும் துன்பமில்லை. வெறும் இந்த 4 வரியை என்னால ஒரு 10 நாள் விளக்க முடியும். விளக்கினா தான் புரியும். அதாவது ஒவ்வொன்றை பற்றியும் அது எந்த நோக்கத்திற்காக உருவாக்கப்பட்டது, எங்கு அது தவறான காரணங்களுக்காக உபயோகப்படுத்தப்படுகிறது. ஒரு காமன் இஸ்லாமிய ரொம்ப நல்லவரா இருப்பாரு, ஆனா அது எந்த இடத்துல, எந்த முடிவெடுக்கின்ற அதிகார மட்டத்துல தீவிரவாதம் ஒரு பிரின்சிபிளா, பிலாசபியா, லைஃப் ஸ்டைலா டீச் பண்ணப்படுதுன்னு கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியும். பிரிச்சு பார்த்துருவீங்க. யாரோ ஒரு சில இஸ்லாமியர்கள் தீவிரவாதிகளா மாறி செயல்படுறாங்கன்னா எல்லா இஸ்லாமியரை குறை சொல்றதும் தப்பு. அதே மாதிரி இது எந்த இடத்திலே ஒரு காமன் இஸ்லாமியன் தீவிரவாதியாக மாற்றப்படுகின்ற மூளைச்சலவைக்குள் செல்லுகிறான், ரேடிக்கலைசேஷன் எங்க நடக்குதுன்னு கண்டுபிடிக்காமல் இருக்கிறதும் தப்பு. அதே மாதிரிதான் மதமாற்றம். ஒரு காமன் கிறிஸ்தவர் ரொம்ப நல்லவரா இருப்பாரு, ஆனா எந்த இடத்துல மதமாற்றுவதற்காக நாட்டை பிடிப்பதும், நாட்டை பிடித்து மதமாற்றுவதும், மதம் மாற்றியே நாட்டை பிடிப்பது, நாட்டை பிடித்து மதம் மாற்றுவது அப்படிங்கிற அந்த கொடூரமான தீவிரவாதத்திற்குள் எந்த இடத்துல அது மாறுது அப்படின்னு ஸ்டடி பண்ணணும். மதமாற்றம் செய்வதன் மூலமாக நாட்டை பிடிக்கின்ற அந்த செயல், நாட்டை பிடித்து கட்டாயப்படுத்தி மதம் மாற்றம் செய்கின்ற இந்த செயல் நடப்பதனால் எல்லா கிறிஸ்தவர்களையும் வெறுப்பதும் தவறு. ஆனா கிறிஸ்தவத்தில் எங்கு அந்த தவறு நடக்க துவங்குகிறதுன்னு கண்டறியாமல் இருப்பதும் தவறு. இந்த பிரித்து பார்க்கின்ற தெளிவை புராணங்களை படித்தீர்களானால் அந்த அறிவு உங்களுக்கு தந்துவிடும். புராணங்களை புரிந்து கொண்டீர்களானால், பார்ப்பவனை பார்க்கின்ற அந்த அவேர்னஸுக்குள்ள இருக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிங்கன்னா வாழ்க்கையில் இந்த தெளிவெல்லாம் வந்துவிடும். பொருளாதாரம் அப்படிங்கிறத வச்சு மக்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையே சீரழிக்கின்ற இந்த லைஃப் ஸ்டைலை ஏத்துக்காதீங்கயா. பொருளாதாரம் டிரான்சாக்ஷன் அளவோட முடிஞ்சிடணும். பொருளாதாரத்தை வைத்து உங்களை மற்றவர்கள் எடை போடுவது, அது தொடர்ந்து நடப்பதனால் நீங்களே உங்களை அதை வைத்து எடை போட்டுக் கொள்வது, இந்த மூளைச்சலவைக்குள் சிக்காதீர்கள். இந்த மூளைச்சலவை உங்களுக்கு நிகழ அனுமதிக்காதீர்கள். இந்த மூளைச்சலவை எல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு நிகழ அனுமதிச்சிட்டீங்கன்னா அதுதான் நரகம். நாம் ஆர்க்குங்குடியல்லோம், நமனை அஞ்சோம், நரகத்தில் இடர்படோம். நமனை அஞ்சோம்னா வேற ஒண்ணும் இல்லைங்க, சத்தியத்தை அப்படியே சொல்றேன், புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்கய்யா. உண்மையில நமக்கு சாவுன்னு ஒண்ணு கிடையாதுங்கய்யா. நம்ம எல்லாருமே பிறக்கிறோம், வளர்ந்துகிட்டே போறோம். வாழ்க்கையில நடக்கிற ஒவ்வொன்றுமே மங்களமான அனுபவங்கள். அதனால எக்ஸ்பேண்ட் தான் ஆகிறோம். உடனே ஐயோ சாமி, என் பணமெல்லாம் போய் லாஸ் ஆயிடுச்சு, நடுத்தரில் நிக்கிறேன், இதை போய் மங்களம்னு சொல்ல முடியுமா? ஆமாம், பொறுமையோடு கேளுங்கள். பணம் போய் அது இல்லாத பொழுது தெளிவா தெரியும். பணம் இருந்தப்ப அதை எப்படி டேக் இட் ஃபார் கிராண்டடா எடுத்துக்கிட்டு அதை இருப்பதற்கும் வளர்ப்பதற்குமான செயல்களை செய்யாமல் மூடத்தனமா பொறுப்பில்லாமல் இருந்தீர்கள் என்பதை நீங்கள் பார்ப்பதற்கான அருமையான வாய்ப்பு தான் பணம் இல்லாது போகின்ற காலங்கள். அது உங்களுக்கு மிகப்பெரிய பாடத்தை கொடுத்து உயிரை விரிக்கின்ற, உயிரை மலரச் செய்கின்ற மங்கள நிகழ்வு. இது மாதிரி தான் உங்க லைஃப்ல நீங்க லாஸ்ன்னு சொல்ற எல்லாமே உங்கள் உயிரை அடுத்த நிலைக்கு மலரச் செய்து கொண்டே போகுது. அதே மாதிரி தான் ஒரு நிலையில இந்த உடம்பு வந்து உங்களுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ண முடியாம போகும் பொழுது சரின்னு விட்டுட்டு அடுத்த உடம்பை எடுக்க ஆரம்பிக்கிறீங்க. அவ்வளவுதான். இதுல ஒன்னதான் லூஸ் பண்ண போறீங்கயா. உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கப்பட்ட பேரும், பேர் மீது பொருத்தப்பட்ட, புகுத்தப்பட்ட, பேர் மீது திணிக்கப்பட்ட நினைவுகளும் தாங்க, வேற ஒண்ணுமே கிடையாதுங்கய்யா. என்ன சாமி இவ்வளவு சிம்பிளா சொல்லிட்டீங்க? சத்தியத்தை ஆழ்ந்து சொல்லுகிறேன், கேளுங்கள். தனியா மரணத்தை பற்றி ஒரு நாள் பேச போறப்ப இன்னும் ஆழ்ந்து சொல்றேன். இப்ப சொல்ற இந்த அடிப்படை சத்தியங்களை புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. உண்மையில 7 வயசுல இருந்த அதே நபர் இப்ப இருக்கீங்களா? நீங்க கிடையாது. 7 வயசுல என்ன இருந்ததோ அந்த வயிறு லைனர், ஸ்டமக் லைனர் வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா 5 நாளைக்கு ஒரு தரம் தன்னைத்தானே புதுப்பிச்சுக்குது. கட் லைனர் 5 நாளைக்கு ஒரு தரம் தன்னைத்தானே புதுப்பிச்சுக்குது. உங்க ஸ்கின் கம்ப்ளீட்டா 7 வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு தரம் தன்னைத்தானே புதுப்பிச்சுக்குது. உங்க மூளை 1 வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு தரம் முழுசா தன்னைத்தானே புதுப்பிச்சுக்குது. உண்மையில பாத்தீங்கன்னா 7 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி இருந்த உங்களுக்கும் இப்போ இருக்கிற உங்களுக்கும் ஒன்னே ஒண்ணுதான் சேம். அது என்னன்னா உங்க பேர், அவ்வளவுதான். உங்க பேரை தவிர உங்க உடம்பு, மனசு, உணர்வு, உணர்ச்சி எதுவுமே சேம் கிடையாது. உங்க உடம்பு, உணர்வு, மனம், உணர்ச்சி, ஈவன் உங்க பேரை கூடங்க தொடர்ந்து டிஃபெண்ட் பண்ணிக்கிறீங்கல்ல. ஓ, இந்த பேரை காப்பாத்திக்கணும், இந்த பேரை காப்பாத்திக்கணும், உங்க பிராண்டை காப்பாத்திக்கணும், தொடர்ந்து டிஃபெண்ட் பண்றீங்கல்ல. கொஞ்சம் அப்படியே தள்ளி நின்னு பாருங்கயா. யார் யாரெல்லாம் உங்களை பத்தி என்ன நினைக்கிறாங்களோ அப்படின்னு நீங்க பயந்துட்டு இருக்கீங்களோ அவங்க எல்லாரும் நீங்க அவங்கள பத்தி என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்களோன்னு பயந்துட்டு இருக்காங்கய்யா. என்ன மூடத்தனமான கண்ணாமூச்சிங்கய்யா. அட்லீஸ்ட் இந்த கண்ணாமூச்சின்னு தெரிஞ்சுட்டு விளையாண்டீங்கன்னா கூட பரவாயில்ல. கண்ணாமூச்சி விளையாடிட்டு கண்ணே போயிருச்சுன்னு நினைச்சிட்டு கதறிட்டு இருக்கீங்களேங்கய்யா, அதுதாங்கய்யா பிரச்சனை. ஏழு வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி இருந்த எதுவுமே இப்ப உங்ககிட்ட இல்ல. இப்போ நீங்க யாரா இருக்கீங்களோ, உங்க மனசு, உங்க உடம்பு, உங்க உணர்ச்சிகள், உங்க உணர்வுகள், உங்க பிராண்டு, உங்களை பத்தி நீங்க வச்சிருக்கிற கருத்து, அதுக்கு நீங்க பண்ற டிஃபென்ஸ், இதெல்லாம் 7 வருஷத்துக்கு அப்புறம் இருக்க போறது இல்ல. அப்ப எது போயிடும்னு பயப்படுறீங்க? இறக்கப் போவது இறந்து கொண்டே இருக்கிறது. இரவாத ஒன்று என்றும் இரவாததாகவும் பிறவாததாகவும் உங்களுக்குள் நிரந்தரமாக இருக்கின்றது. அதாவது உங்களுக்குள்ள நிரந்தரமா கார்னர் ஆஃப் யுவர் ஹார்ட், ஒரு அடி ஆழத்துல நீங்க பிறக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே இந்த உலகத்தை பற்றி உங்களுக்கு தெரியும்னும், நீங்கள் இல்லாது போக போகின்ற காலமே இல்லைன்னு ஒரு ஆழமான ஒரு நம்பிக்கை இருக்கும். அதுதான் உங்களை செயல்பட வைக்கும். அதுதான் பரமசத்தியம். அதுதான் பரமசத்தியம். நமனை அஞ்சோம். இந்த ஒரு பர்த் தான் அப்படின்னு நம்பிட்டு இருக்கவங்க எல்லாம் யமனை பார்த்து பயந்துகிட்டுங்கய்யா. தைரியமா இருங்க. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மத்தின் வாரிசுகளே, நீங்கள் அனைவரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள், நீங்கள் ஆசீர்வதிக்கப்பட்டவர்கள். உங்களுக்கு எத்துணை ஜென்மம் வேண்டுமோ நீங்கள் எடுத்துக்கொள்ளுகின்ற அளவுக்கு காலமும் இடமும் பரம்பொருள் அளித்திருக்கின்றான். நமனை அஞ்ச வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. ஒரே ஒரு ஜென்மந்தான், இந்த 70-90 வருஷத்துக்குள்ள எல்லாத்தையும் முடிச்சாகணும், அந்த நம்பிக்கைகளை வச்சிருக்கவன் தான் ஏன் யமனை கண்டு பயப்படணும்? நாம் ஆர்க்கும் குடியல்லோம், நமனை அஞ்சோம், நரகத்தில் இடர்படோம், நடலையில்லோம், ஏமாப்போம், விணியறியோம், பணிவோமல்லோம். உண்மையிலங்கய்யா, எந்த கான்சியஸ்னஸ்ல இருந்து இந்த உடம்பும் மனசும் மேனிஃபெஸ்ட் ஆயிருக்கோ, அந்த கான்சியஸ்னஸ் ஆழ்ந்து பார்த்தீர்களானால், பார்ப்பானை பார்த்தீர்களானால், அப்சர்வரை அப்சர்வ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா, விட்னஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா, உங்களுக்கே தெரியுங்கய்யா, நீங்க தான் இந்த உடம்ப உருவாக்குறீங்க. நீங்க சொல்லுகின்ற சொற்களாலே, நீங்க வைத்திருக்கின்ற நம்பிக்கைகளாலே, உங்களுடைய கான்சியஸான முடிவுகளாலே இந்த உடல், மனம், உயிர், உணர்வு அனைத்தையும் நீங்க தாங்க வடிவமைக்கிறீங்க. நீங்க சொல்லுகின்ற சொற்களை முறைப்படுத்தினீர்களானால், மனம் சார்ந்து உடலிலே எழுகின்ற எல்லா பிரச்சனைகளும், மனம் சார்ந்து உங்கள் சமூகத்தில் எழுகின்ற, நீங்கள் எழுப்பிக் கொள்ளுகின்ற, எழுப்புவித்த சகல பிரச்சனைகளும் காணாமல் போய்விடும். கான்ஷியஸ் டெசிஷன்ஸ் கான்ஷியஸா எடுத்துக்கிட்டே இருந்தீங்கன்னா, உணர்வு சார்ந்து உங்களுக்கு இருக்கிற பிரச்சனைகள் உணர்வோட பலவீனம் காரணமா, உணர்வின்மை காரணமா, அன்கான்ஷியஸ் ரீசன்ஸ்னால நீங்க சமூகத்துல உருவாக்கிக்கிட்ட பிரச்சனைகள், உறவு பிரச்சனைகள், இது எல்லாம் காணாம போயிருங்க. உணர்வு சார்ந்து நீங்க உங்க உடம்பு மேல ஏற்படுத்திக்கிட்ட நோய்கள் இதெல்லாம் காணாம போயிருங்க. ஜஸ்ட் உங்களுடைய எண்ணங்களை அவேர்னஸ் கீழே எடுத்துட்டு வர்றது, உங்களுக்கு நீங்களே சொல்லிக்கிற வார்த்தைகளை அவேர்னஸ் கீழே எடுத்துட்டு வர்றது, உங்களுடைய கான்ஷியஸ் டெசிஷன்ஸை அவேர்னஸோடு அப்சர்வ் பண்றது, உங்களுடைய அப்சர்வரையே கான்ஷியஸா அப்சர்வ் பண்றது, இதை மட்டும் செய்ய துவங்குங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் மிகப்பெரிய ஆன்மீக வீழ்ச்சி, ஆன்மீக எழுச்சி, ஆன்மீக புரட்சி நடந்துவிடும். நான் பரிவராஜ யாத்திரை போ சொல்றது காரணமே இதுதாங்கய்யா. பரிவராஜ யாத்திரை வேற ஒண்ணும் இல்ல. நான் சொன்ன உடனே வேக வேகமா முதல் 2 நாள் கிளம்பிடுவீங்க. ஒரு நாள் அந்த உற்சாகம், மோட்டிவேஷன், இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன், சாமி சொல்லிட்டார் பண்ணுவோமடா, கிளம்புவோமடா அப்படின்னு கிளம்பிடுவீங்க. 2 நாள் 3 நாள்ல 3வது நாளெல்லாம் கை கால் வலிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். ஐயோ கொஞ்சம் வேகமா வந்துட்டோமோ, கொஞ்சம் யோசிச்சு அடுத்த வருஷம் வந்திருக்கலாமோ, இல்ல அடுத்த பேட்ச்ல வரலாமோ. உடல் செயல்படும் பொழுதுதான் மனம் சகலவிதமான சுயசந்தேகம், சுயவெறுப்பு, சுயமறுப்பு எல்லாத்தையும் கிளப்பும். 1 வருஷம் அதை எல்லாத்தையும் ஃபேஸ் பண்ணி நடந்துட்டீங்கன்னா, யாத்திரை பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா, அதனாலதான் 1 வருஷம் சொல்றேன். ஏன் 1 வருஷம் சொல்றேன்னா, இது இந்த பொங்குகின்ற உங்களுடைய மன அமைப்புகள், பேட்டர்ன்ஸ், வாசனை எல்லாத்தையும் கான்ஷியஸா அப்சர்வ் பண்ணி அதிலிருந்தெல்லாம் சுதந்திரம் பெற்று உங்க லைஃபே ஸ்பிரிச்சுவலி ஆர்கனைஸ்ட், ஸ்பிரிச்சுவலி டிசிப்ளின், ஸ்பிரிச்சுவலி என்லைட்டன்மெண்ட் சென்டர்டான ஆர்கனைசிங்கும் டிசிப்ளினும் வந்துருங்கய்யா. இந்த பரிவராஜக யாத்திரை ஆன்மீக அணுகுண்டு மாதிரிங்கய்யா. உங்களை அப்படியே வேற நிலைமைக்கு எடுத்துட்டு போயிடும். அணுகுண்டுன்னு சொல்றத விட அணுசக்தின்னு சொல்லலாம். ஆன்மீக அணுசக்திங்கய்யா. அணுகுண்டுன்ற வார்த்தை யூஸ்வலா நம்ம டிஸ்ட்ரக்ஷனுக்கு தான் யூஸ் பண்றோம். அணுசக்தி, கிரியேஷன். அப்ப என்ன ஆகும்னா, ஒரு சின்ன விஷயத்தை யோசிச்சு பாருங்க. இன்னைக்கு தினசரி வாழ்க்கையில எத்தனை உறவுகள்ல எரிச்சலோடையே இன்டராக்ஷன் பண்றீங்க, லிஸ்ட் போட்டு பாருங்க. எரிஞ்சு விழுந்து, சலிப்போடு, போர் அடிச்சு, டயர்டாகி, அந்த போர் அடிக்கிறதுனால டயர்ட் ஆகிறது, டயர்டா இருந்து போர் அடிக்கிறது, தூங்குறதுக்கும் போர் அடிக்கிறது. தூங்குறதுக்கும் போர் அடிக்கும் போதுதான் என்ன பண்றோம், ஆல்கஹால் எடுக்க ஆரம்பிக்கிறோம். இந்த சிக்கல், இந்த சுழற்சியில, இந்த விஷய சர்க்கிள்ல மாட்டிக்கிட்டு எத்தனை பேர் முழிக்கிறீங்க நீங்களே பாருங்க. ஒரு நாளைக்கு உங்களுடைய எத்தனை இன்டராக்ஷன் எரிச்சல், கோபம், ஆத்திரம், கொந்தளிப்பு இது சார்ந்தே இருக்குன்னு பாருங்க. நான் பரிவராஜகம் போனீங்கன்னா புது புது மனிதர்களோட இன்டராக்ட் பண்ணணும், புது புது உறவுகளை கிரியேட் பண்ணணும், நட்பு. ஏன்னா அவங்களுடைய தேவை உங்களுக்கு இருக்கு, உங்க வாழ்க்கையில சர்வைவலுக்கு இருக்கு. அப்ப என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா, நட்பு, அன்பு, கருணை, இனிமை இதெல்லாம் நீங்க வெளிப்படுத்தி ஆகணும். இதெல்லாம் அவங்க உங்களுக்கு வெளிப்படுத்துவதை நீங்க பார்ப்பீங்க. உங்களுடைய ஆழ் உணர்வு நீங்கள் ஒரு இனிமையான லவ்விங் பர்சன், லவ்வபிள் பர்சன். நீங்களும் லவ்விங்கான பர்சன், மனிதர்களும் உங்களை நேசிப்பதற்கு தகுதியுடைய லவ்வபிள் பர்சன் அப்படிங்கிற முழுமை உறவுகள்ல வர ஆரம்பிக்கும். லவ்விங் பர்சனாவும் லவ்வபிள் பர்சனாவும் இருக்கிறதாங்க சொர்க்கம். லவ்விங்காவும் இல்லாம லவ்வபிளாவும் இல்லாம இருக்கிறதா நரகம். இந்த மாதிரி ஆயிரக்கணக்கான பரிமாணங்களில் ஸ்பான்டேனியஸா, சைமல்டேனியஸா, சைனர்ஜிட்டிக்கா ஆன்மீக சத்தியங்களை உங்களுக்குள்ள மலரச் செய்து ஜீவன் முக்தியின் எல்லா பரிமாணங்களையும் மலரச் செய்து ஜீவன் முக்தி சென்டர்டா, மோக்ஷா சென்ட்ரிக் தர்மமும், மோக்ஷா சென்ட்ரிக் அர்த்தம், மோக்ஷா சென்ட்ரிக் காமம் அப்படிங்கிற இனிமையான வாழ்க்கையை உங்களுக்கு வடிவமைச்சு கொடுத்துரும் இந்த பரிவிராஜக வாழ்க்கைங்க. அதனாலதான் பரிவிராஜகம் போங்க. 40 வயசுக்கு கம்மியா இருக்கவங்க, 40 வயசுக்கு குறைஞ்சிருக்கவங்க எல்லாம் தயவு செஞ்சு லைஃபை மிஸ் பண்ணிடாதீங்க. கல்யாணம் பண்ணிக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி 1 வருஷம் பரிவிராஜகம் போங்க. உங்க கேரியர் என்னன்னு முடிவு பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி 1 வருஷம் பரிவிராஜகம் போங்க. எப்ப பார்த்தாலும் இந்த தருதரம் பிடிச்சவன், அதுலயும் நம்ம பெரியவங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா, நீ என்ன ஆகணும்னாலும் சரி, முதல்ல இன்ஜினியரிங் முடிச்சுட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் என்ன ஆகணும்னு பிளான் பண்றது. எஸ்எஸ்எல்சி +2 எப்படி பேசிக் குவாலிஃபிகேஷன், அந்த மாதிரி இன்ஜினியரிங் பேசிக் குவாலிஃபிகேஷனா மாத்தி விட்டாங்க. பேசிக் குவாலிஃபிகேஷன் என்னவா இருக்கணும்னா, 18 வயசு ஆன உடனே ஒரு இளைஞனோ இளம்பெண்ணோ இந்தியா முழுக்க, பாரதம் முழுக்க யாத்திரை பண்ணணும். அருமையான இடங்கள் நான் லிஸ்ட் போட்டு கொடுத்துருக்கேன். ஒரு 200 இடங்களை தேர்ந்தெடுத்து கொடுத்துருக்கேங்க. ஆரோவில், பாண்டிச்சேரியில இருக்கிற ஆரோவில், கல்கத்தால இருக்கிற பேலூர் மடம், தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கிற மெய்வழிச்சாலை, இந்த மாதிரி பல சமூகங்கள் வாழ்க்கையின் பல்வேறு பரிமாணங்களை வாழுகின்ற பல சமூகங்கள் இருக்குங்க. ஒரு 200 இடம் இந்த மாதிரி சூஸ் பண்ணி கொடுத்துருக்கீங்க. அதே மாதிரி மதுரை பக்கத்துல ஒரு கிராமம், 4 ஜெனரேஷனா மொத்த கிராமமும் சைவம், நான் வெஜிடேரியன் ஃபுட் இல்லாம இருக்காங்க. இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு அருமையான சமூகங்கள் இருக்கு. அங்கெல்லாம் போங்க. ஒரு 200 இடத்தை சூஸ் பண்ணி கொடுத்துருக்கேன் இந்த பரிவிராஜகம் போறவங்களுக்கு கைட் பண்றதுக்காகவே. வெறும் ஒரு நாள் போய் பார்த்துட்டுலாம் வந்துடக்கூடாது. ஒரு சில நாட்கள் அங்க தங்கணும். அதே மாதிரி முன்னாடியே ஹோட்டல் புக் பண்ணிட்டு இன்ஃபார்ம்டா வெல் ஆர்கனைஸ்ட் எல்லாம் போக கூடாது. அதிதியாக, அதிதினா சொல்லாமல் வருபவர்கள், அதிதியா அங்க போய் அவங்களோட நட்பை ஏற்படுத்தி நீங்க அவங்கள நம்பி அவங்க உங்களை நம்ப வச்சு நட்பை ஏற்படுத்தி இன்ட்ராக்ஷன் வந்து நட்பு, அன்பு இதெல்லாம் நடந்து அவங்களுடைய லைஃப் ஸ்டைல்லாம் எப்படி இருக்குன்னு புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு இது உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் அடுத்த நிலைக்கு உங்களை கொண்டு சென்று விடுங்கய்யா. உடலாலும் மனதாலும் உணர்வாலும் உயிராலும் அடுத்த நிலைக்கு உங்களை கொண்டு சென்று விடும். திரு செந்தில் அவருடைய காமெடி ஒரு மூவில இருக்கும், பார்த்திருப்பீங்க. அதாவது காலையில இந்த கோயில்ல வடை, இந்த கோயில்ல தயிர் சாதம், மறுநாள் இன்னைக்கு இந்த கோயில்ல புளியோதரை அப்படின்னு ஒரு லிஸ்ட் வச்சிருப்பாரு, ஒரு டைரி. கூட இருக்கிற இன்னொரு ஆக்டர்கிட்ட சொல்லுவார், நீ போய் இந்த ரெண்டு தூக்கு கொடுத்து இந்தா போய் இந்த கோயில போய் இன்னைக்கு இங்க வடை கிடைக்கும், இன்னைக்கு இங்க புளியோதரை கிடைக்கும், வாங்கிட்டு வா அப்படின்னு வாங்கிட்டு சாப்பிடுவார் பாருங்க. அவரு செந்தில் ரொம்ப ஜோவியலா சொல்லுவார், நாலேஜ் இஸ் பவர், இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் இஸ் பவர் அப்படின்னு. அந்த அவர் சென்னைக்கு மட்டும்தான் டைரி வச்சிருக்காரு, நான் மொத்த இந்தியாவுக்குமே டைரி வச்சிருக்கேன். அந்த டைரியை தான் உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் கொடுக்கிறேன். பல மக்களையும் பார்த்து நான் எப்பவும் சொல்லுவேங்கய்யா, உங்களை சுத்தி இருக்கிற பொருட்களோட எண்ணிக்கை, அதோட விலை வச்சு உங்களுடைய ரிச்னஸ் முடிவு பண்ண முடியாதுங்கய்யா. உங்க பாஸ்போர்ட்ல இருக்கிற ஸ்டாம்ப்ஸோட எண்ணிக்கையை வச்சுதான் உங்க ரிச்னஸ் முடிவு பண்ண முடியும். பள்ளியில் மட்டும், பள்ளி கல்லூரியில் மட்டும் படித்தவன் படிக்காதவன், பணம் மட்டும் இருப்பவன் ஏழை. தன்னை சுற்றி இருக்கும் பொருட்களின் விலை மற்றும் பொருட்களின் எண்ணிக்கை இவை சார்ந்து மட்டும் தன்னை செல்வந்தன் என்று நினைப்பவன் முட்டாள். உலகத்திலிருந்து படித்தவனே படித்தவன், பல இடங்களுக்கும் சென்று பல சமூகங்களையும் கண்டு பல்வேறு விதமான வாழ்க்கை முறைகளையும் உள்வாங்கியவனே செல்வந்தன். பணத்தை தாண்டி இந்த உலகத்திலே வாழ்வதற்கான உடல், மனம், உயிர், உணர்வு போன்றவற்றை இனிமையாக வளர்த்தெடுத்திருப்பவனே மிகப்பெரிய செல்வந்தன், ஐஸ்வர்யவான். பரிவிராஜகத்தை அதனாலதான் திரும்ப திரும்ப வலியுறுத்துறங்க. இந்த 200 இடங்கள் ஏற்கனவே லிஸ்ட் பண்ணி கொடுத்துருக்கேன். அந்த போகணும்னு நினைக்கிறவங்களுக்கு கைடா இதை கொடுக்குறேன். அங்கெல்லாம் போய் வாழ்க்கையை படியுங்கள், வாழ்க்கையை விரித்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். காலம் கடந்து விட்டதனாலே அடுத்தடுத்த சத்சங்கங்களை தொடருவோம். இந்தியாவிலே நாளை காலை அருணாச்சலேஸ்வரர் ஆலயத்தில் தீபத் திருவிழாவிற்கான கொடியேற்றம் நிகழ்கின்றது. அந்த கொடியேற்ற நேரத்திலே உலகம் முழுவதும் இருக்கும் கைலாசங்களிலேயும் துவஜாரோகணம் நிகழும். எல்லோரும் கலந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். இப்பொழுது அண்ணாமலையார் ஆலயத்திலே இன்று கணபதி உற்சவம், மகா கணபதிக்கு பூஜையும் உற்சவம் நிகழ்கின்றது. இந்த பிரம்மோற்சவம் இனிமையாக நிகழ வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக மகா கணபதியை வழிபட்டு சண்டேஸ்வரரையும் வழிபட்டு உற்சவம் துவங்குகின்றது. இப்பொழுது உலகம் முழுவதிலும் இருக்கும் எல்லா கைலாசங்களிலும் கணபதிக்கும் சண்டிகேஸ்வரருக்கும் பூஜையும் வழிபாடும் நிகழ்ந்து இதன் மூலம் உற்சவத்தை நல்லபடியாக நடத்துவதற்கு பெருமானிடம் அருளும் ஆசியும் அனுமதியும் பெற்று உற்சவம் துவங்க இருக்கின்றது. வாருங்கள், மகா கணபதி வழிபாட்டில் கலந்து கொண்டு அவர் அருளை பெறுவோம். நீங்கள் எல்லோரும் பரமாத்வைதத்தில் நிலை பெற்று நித்யானந்தத்தில் நிறைந்து நித்யானந்தத்தில் மலர்ந்து நித்யானந்தமாகிட ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
தேடி
நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவ பிரம்மோற்சவத்தின் தொடக்க மற்றும் ஆயத்த சடங்குகளான பூர்வாங்க உற்சவத்தின் 3ஆம் நாள் திருவிழாவிற்கு கைலாசா உங்கள் அனைவரையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்கிறது. அருணாச்சலேஸ்வர பரமசிவத்தின் திருவடிகளில் சமர்ப்பிக்கப்படும் இந்த பிரம்மாண்டமான வருடாந்திர திருவிழாவானது கைலாசாவின் உலகளாவிய அனைத்து கோவில்களிலும் இந்த தொன்மையான திருவிழாவை மீட்டெடுத்து அருளிய பரமாவதாரமும் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் ஜெகத்குரு மகா சன்னிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களால் அருளப்படுகிறது. பிரம்மோற்சவம் அதிகாரப்பூர்வமாக தொடங்குவதற்கு முன்பாக கோவில் சுற்றுச்சூழல் அமைப்பின் பாதுகாவலர்களான சேத்திர பாலர்களை நாம் போற்றி வணங்குகிறோம். பிரம்மோற்சவம் முழுவதும் பாதுகாப்பு, மங்களம் மற்றும் ஒவ்வொரு சடங்கும் எவ்வித குறையின்றி முழுமையாக நிறைவேறுவதை உறுதி செய்ய அவர்களின் ஆசிகள் வேண்டுகிறோம். இன்று 3ஆம் நாள் பூர்வாங்கத்தின் ஒரு பகுதியாக நாம் மகா கணபதிக்கு நமது பக்தியை சமர்ப்பிக்கின்றோம். பரமசிவத்தின் அன்பு மைந்தனான மகா கணபதி உள் மற்றும் வெளியில் இருந்து வரும் அனைத்து தடைகளையும் நீக்குவதற்காக எந்த ஒரு தெய்வீகமான திருவிழாவும் தொடங்குவதற்கு முன்பாக எப்போதும் முதலில் வழங்கப்படுகிறார். அவர் பூர்ணத்துவத்தின் மற்றும் ஆனந்த கொண்டாட்டத்தின் வடிவமாவார். ஆன்மீகம், சடங்கு மற்றும் பிரபஞ்ச ரீதியாக பிரம்மோற்சவம் மாபெரும் வெற்றி அடைவதை உறுதி செய்யும் வகையில் அதன் தொடக்கத்தை ஆசீர்வதிக்க இந்த மங்களகரமான நாளில் அவர் வெளிப்படுகிறார். மேலும் பரமசிவத்தின் மிக தீவிர பக்தரும் கைலாசாவின் முக்கிய பாதுகாவலர்களில் ஒருவருமான ஸ்ரீ சண்டிகேஸ்வரருக்கும் நாம் வழிபாடு செய்கிறோம். பிரபஞ்ச கணக்காளராக பிரம்மோற்சவத்தின் ஒவ்வொரு பொருளும், ஒவ்வொரு காணிக்கையும், ஒவ்வொரு செயலும் நேர்மையுடன் அமைவதை அவர் உறுதி செய்கிறார். அனைத்து சடங்குகள், காணிக்கைகள் மற்றும் கோவில் செயல்பாடுகள் துல்லியமாகவும் நல்லிணக்கத்துடனோ பூர்ணத்துவத்துடன் நடைபெற இன்று நாம் அவர்கள் ஆசிகளை நாடுகிறோம். மேலும் பரமசிவத்தின் மிக தீவிர பக்தரும் கைலாசாவின் முக்கிய பாதுகாவலர்களில் ஒருவருமான ஸ்ரீ சண்டிகேஸ்வரருக்கும் நாம் வழிபாடு செய்கிறோம். பிரபஞ்ச கணக்காளராக பிரபத்தின் பொருள், ஒவ்வொரு காணிக்கையும், ஒவ்வொரு செயலும் நேர்மையுடன் அமைவதை அவர் உறுதி செய்கிறார். அனைத்து சடங்குகள், காணிக்கைகள் மற்றும் கோவில் செயல்பாடுகள் துல்லியமாக நல்லிணக்கத்துடனும் பூர்ணத்துவத்துடனும் நடைபெற இன்று நாம் அவரது ஆசிகளை நாடுகிறோம். இறுதியாக ஆழ்ந்த பக்தி உணர்வுடன் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் ஜெகத்குரு மகா சன்னிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களுக்கு நமது நன்றியை தெரிவித்து அவர்களின் தெய்வீக அருளை நாடுகிறோம். அவர்களின் இருப்பும் ஆசிகளும் தீட்சையும் இந்த நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவ பிரம்மோற்சவத்தை உலகம் முழுவதற்கும் பரமசிவத்தின் ஒரு உயிருள்ள அனுபவமாக மாற்றுகின்றன. கைலாசா முழுவதும் இப்போது தொடங்கும் இந்த மங்களகரமான கொண்டாட்டத்தில் நம்மை ஈடுபடுத்த பகவானின் அருளாசிகளை வேகிறோம்.
गजाननं चन्द्रसमानवर्णं स्वदन्तपाशाङ्कुशलड्डुकानीं हस्तैर्दधानं कमलासनस्थं विघ्नेश्वरं नौमि सदा प्रसन्नम् युग्मकररत्ननिभसव्यरटङ्कं वामकरमूरुपरिशान्तमुखमेकं श्वेतमयवस्त्रयुतभस्मधृतदेहं शम्भुपदध्यानमय भक्तध्वनिचण्डम् सहस्रदलपङ्कजे सकलशीतरश्मिप्रभं वराभयकराम्बुजं विमलगन्धपुष्पाम्बरं प्रसन्नवदनेक्षणं सकलदेवतारूपिणं स्मरेच्छिरसि हंसकं तदभिमानपूर्वं गुरुम् अथ धूपः ॐ दशाङ्गं गुग्गुलोपेतं सुगन्धं च सुमनोहरम् आघ्रेय सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ओम गं गणेशाय नमः श्री चंडिकेश्वर स्वामिने नमः श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः धूपमाघ्रापयामि
अथ दीपः ॐ साज्यं त्रिवर्ति संयुक्तं वह्निना योजितं मया ग्रहाणमङ्गलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरावहम् ॐ गं गणेशाय नमः श्रीचण्डिकेश्वरस्वामिने नमः श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः दीपं सन्दर्शयामि अथ नैवेद्यम् ॐ अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणी अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा ॐ गं गणेशाय नमः श्रीचण्डिकेश्वरस्वामिने नमः श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नैवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि नीराजनम् ॐ साङ्ग्रहण्येष्ट्यायजते इमां जनतागुं सङ्गृह्णामीति द्वादशारत्नीरशना भवति द्वादशमासाः संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति पूर्वैमुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे चित्रानक्षत्रं भवति चित्रं वा एतत् कर्म कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानीं सहितं नमामि भवं भवानीं सहितं नमामि भवं भवानीं सहितं नमामि ॐ गं गणेशाय नमः श्रीचण्डिकेश्वरस्वामिने नमः श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि शोणाद्रीशावताराय ज्योतिस्तम्भस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् तत्त्वज्ञानप्रदाताय नित्यानन्देश्वररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् मूलप्रकृतिरूपाय परमशिवशक्तिस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् दण्डत्रिशूलहस्ताय कालकालस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् आदिपूज्याय देवाय सकृत्पूर्णत्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् सर्वाभयविनाशकाय शत्रुसंहाररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् योगपट्टाभिषिक्ताय राजसन्न्यासधारिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् सार्वभौमैकपत्याय राजराजार्चिताय च श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलम् ज्ञानदायिने परमशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलम् कामदायिन्यै सर्वमङ्गलदात्री नित्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलम् परमावताराय नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम् हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवपादार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
தன் இருப்பின் பலத்தினால் சக்தியினால் அடிமுடி காண ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தா இந்த ஏஐ செயலியோட சேட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சீங்கன்னா உங்களுடைய பிரச்சனைகள் உங்களுடைய கார்த்திகை தீபம் the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartikeya Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartikeya Purnima, Kartikeya Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasudrusham Tattvamasya Tilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamacharam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunaраhitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, and welcome to all of you. And today, as today the second day of this Brahmosam, the Kartike Deepam Brahmosam is going on, and we just had the blissful darshan, the intense darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And all these 70 days from yesterday, there's a live question and answer session that is going on after the darshan, especially for the gold members and above, especially on the YouTube channel. So if you want to have the direct communication with Swamiji and ask your blessings, ask your question directly to Swamiji and get answered, gold member or even the, above gold membership, you can have the gold membership and above, and you will have the direct chat, direct connection, or direct way to talk to the Supreme Pontiff. So once again, so in the YouTube, you will have the option to join the gold membership for in the YouTube. Yes. My instructor is saying I need help with English translation for the darshan of Swamiji's third eye, but I'm not able. It's not working. Please share help. So Ma, you can go to Ask Nityananda and you can find the live translation there. You'll find the live translation of the darshan of the satsang that Swamiji is giving. Okay. So even it is I will be posting that translation in the Facebook page and other social media platform. Make sure that you are going and checking out there, and we'll make sure that I will be checking the issues that we're facing with the AI, the live translation, and we'll fix it, ma. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for letting us know. Yes. All right. Yes. Thank you, ma. Thank you for notifying us. All right. So with this, we'll be now getting ready for the power manifestation. So let's get ready, all of you. Let's get ready. We can.
Yes, we have quite a few people with us. We have Ma Parabrahma Swarupini, Nityananda, we have Ma Kolon, Nityananda, Ma Tianhua Rong, Nityananda, we have Ma Vairagyananda, Nityananda, we have Ma Meini, Nityananda, Ma Isabel, Nityananda, Ma Shaman News, Nityananda, Ma Fan Yanping, Nityananda, we have Ma Agora Swarupini, Nityananda, we have Wang Qian, Aya, Nityananda, we have Ma Nadapriya, Nityananda, we have Wen Chi Shin, Aya, Nityananda, we have Ma Mahayoga Virabhadra, I believe, Nityananda, we have Chandrasekhara, Aya, Nityananda, we have Ma Bas.
Yes, we have birthday.
Nivaldas.
Yes, Nityananda.
Yes, Nityananda. We have Ma Stephanie Dietis. Yes, Nityananda. We have Ma Stephanie Dietis, Nityananda. Ma Nistragunya, Nityananda. Ma Nadapriya, Ma Zhangxi Ho, Ma Yuan Mining, Ma Yang Hong. We have CJ. We have Ken Aya. We have Ma Zhang Jun. And we have Ma Nitya Sangha Shaktini, Ma Chen Hao, Ma Ananda Lakshmi Yogini, Ma Mahajada Shaktika, and Sri Ananda Adbhutan. So welcome to everyone. Thank you for being here with us for this Paramashivoham power manifestation straight after the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this is the best time to practice our power manifestation. So requesting everyone to please take part in this power manifestation. It is the power of third eye vision. We'll be displaying an image for you to, you'll be closing your eyes, covering your eyes with a blindfold, and through the power of the third eye, connecting to Paramashiva, connecting to Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you'll be able to tell us the details of the image that we display for you. So it is the power of third eye vision, requesting everyone to please come on camera, and requesting everyone please take part in this power manifestation. So again, straight after darshan, Swamiji has infused us with so much super conscious energy. It is important that we brought this energy in this higher and higher level. Every time we have the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our ceiling gets raised higher and higher. And so it's important that we brought this in, and we do that by practicing these power manifestations, by practicing our connection to the divine, and understanding that we are divine beings. We are divine beings having a human experience. So from this cognition, powerful cognition, let us get ready. Let us get into this power manifestation. So requesting everyone, once again, please come on camera, and let's cover our eyes. So you can put on an eye band. If you don't have an eye band, you can use any piece of cloth, anything that can cover your eyes such that you cannot see through. And let us get ready. Let us, first of all, sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. So having closed our eyes, and let us bring our full awareness to our Anandagandha. Our Anandagandha is just below the heart center and just above the navel center. So it's in that soft region, just below the cage. So if you go down the middle of your chest, going through the Anahata chakra, gets to the area where it's soft, just after the bony structure. You have a soft spot. That first soft spot is the Anandagandha. That is the place, the inner space that Swamiji has initiated us in. That is the space where Paramashiva resides, where Swamiji resides in our inner space. So in each and every single one of us. So let us bring our full awareness to this region, our Anandagandha, our inner space. Let us connect deeply to the divine, connect deeply to Swamiji, connect deeply to Paramashiva in our Anandagandha. Let us feel the feeling connection we have to the Master. Let us feel the oneness, the space of oneness with Paramashiva. And let us feel all of that in our Anandagandha, our inner space, just below the heart center and just above the navel center. And let us now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, let us continue chanting the Mahavakya throughout this power manifestation. And from the space of oneness with Paramashiva, let us start manifesting this power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. The image is being displayed for you now, so let us begin.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Now, slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye bands, you can open your eyes. Let the light fall on your two eyes. And from this space of oneness, from this space where you are having this connection with Swamiji, let's start sharing what was revealed to you. And be in that state, maintain that state to be always in communication, in connection with Swamiji. As Swami shares, when you have that deep feeling connection with Swamiji, he's always present with you. He's always available to you. So let's go ahead and let's start typing your answers, requesting everyone, even participants with the cameras off, please go ahead and start typing your answers and understand, especially those who are new or haven't been taking part, anything that gets revealed to you without any hesitation, let's start sharing. It is Swamiji who is manifesting through you. So do not judge, do not hesitate or resist. You can start sharing as it is. Whether it is revealed to you in terms of words or some object, some visuals appeared in front of you, even for a few fraction of seconds, or you had some feeling, some kind of experience, you can share that as well.
Yes, so requesting everyone, Ma Parabrahma Swarupini, Ma Kolon, Ma Tianhuarong, Ma Meini, Ma Isabel, Ma Fan Yanping, Ma Maha Yoga Virabhadra, Ma Basti Niwaldus, Chandrasekharaya, and everyone who has their cameras switched off, requesting everyone please switch on your cameras. And please let us know how you went for this power manifestation. What was revealed to you for this round of the power manifestation? So we have a sharing from our Stephanie Dieters that says, first seem darker colors, then like trees, landscape, then stone structures, then raindrops and sky, then a building with many tables and big window and a lake. Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma.
And we also have Man Instagram who shares, first I saw blue round planet, then letter Alaska, which I translated as Laska, goes to love in Slovak language, then black tunnel, long with Swamiji face in the end. Okay, thank you for sharing, Ma.
Thank you for sharing, Ma.
Just waiting for a few moments as we receive other sharing. So let's go ahead and let's start sharing. And understand, it can be anything. It doesn't need to be anything logical. So you don't have to restrict yourself whether if I share what people think, it doesn't feel logical, you can share that as well, no issue. Because Sada reveals much more than that. So much more than which is beyond your logic. So do not hesitate. Go ahead and let's start sharing.
Yes, Ma Isabel, welcome back, Ma. So we are in the power manifestation, Ma. So we've displayed an image for this round of power manifestation, the power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. So we're just going through the revelations right now. So just waiting a few moments more, chance for some more people to share. Chandrasekharaya, if you have taken part, please take a moment and share. Ma Basti Niwaldas, if you've taken part as well, Ma, please take a moment and share. And don't be worried about whether you're right or wrong. See, understand this is your connection to the divine. It is only about your connection to the divine. The results do not matter. Results are irrelevant. From this power manifestation, the more and more you practice, the connection, the feeling connection, the space of oneness with Paramashiva, the better results become as well. But that's a side effect. The main thing is your connection to the divine. It is through this connection that we vote in the higher energies and we remind ourselves of our true self, which is we are Paramashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. In eternal bliss, we are Paramashiva. So requesting everyone, just take a moment and share. Trust in whatever you are being revealed, because everything is part of the process, part of the power manifestation. So please go ahead and share. So we'll just give a few moments more, chance for some more people to share.
All right. So if you're still sharing, continue to do so. Meanwhile, let's bring back the image once again on the screen. Yes, so this is the image that we had projected. So it's quite nice image that you can see. It's of course the forest, and you can see the sunlight falling from the top and giving a nice color to the air, to the surrounding. And you can see the trees, the leaves are green, orange, red, having the little goldish color as well. And of course, the leaves are also yellowish, little flowers. And yes, so this is a kind of a forest environment, and looks like kind of a, maybe it has rained, look like it has rained a lot also. So kind of a high contrast picture also. So this is the image that we had projected.
All right, so let us have a look at the sharings. Stephanie Dieter says, first seen darker colors. So we have some darker colors. If you have a look at top right, bottom right as well, we have some shade of this image, of this beautiful forest imagery. Then like trees, landscapes, so definitely spot on, Ma. Stone structures, we don't see the stone structures themselves in here. There might be some stone structures just behind. We're not able to see, but of course Paramashiva reveals a lot more than we can see with the two physical eyes, a lot more than we can see in a two-dimensional depiction of this beautiful imagery. So it is very possible that it is there. We have raindrops, so it looks like it might be a little bit wet. So it just gives that sort of feeling, that sort of impression. So probably right, Ma. The sky, so we can just sort of make out through the top of the trees something beyond, such as the sky. Building with many tables and big windows and a lake. So again, we don't see the big building. It's possible it might be there. And so the same thing with the lake. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma. Congratulations for manifesting.
And Ma Stephanie also shares, yes, this is what I have seen first. And I actually have described the first, this picture itself. So congratulations, Ma. You have first, what you have seen was actually there in the picture. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma.
Ma Nithya shares, first I saw the blue round planet, then letter Alaska, which translates as Alaska love. So see the picture is kind of a white forest picture. It doesn't look like we have the blue color as well. And so Alaska love and Slovak. So anybody, mostly people love the nature, and this kind of a feeling that you get is directly fall in love. So it's very much relatable to what you are sharing, Ma. Blue tunnel and long face with Samaji. Well, we have Samaji at the background. So yes.
Yes, so thank you very much for sharing, Ma. And thank you very much for everyone for taking part. Thank you very much for manifesting this power of Paramashiva. So with that, we'll be moving on to the next segment with our program today. And the next segment, just one moment, the next segment will be in terms of inner chatter. So inner chatter is that voice that is always seems to be in our mind, always telling us things, always talking on and on and on. So that is our inner chatter. In fact, that is our mind. That is the only thing that is it does. The only thing the mind does is have this inner chatter. So that is our mind. So Swamiji will be going into detail about this inner chatter, what it is, how to turn it off as well. So requesting everyone, let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us get ready for these revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on inner chatter. So that's one moment. All right, let's begin.
Here is one more question. How can we select our god and goddess? We are confused because more deities in our tradition. I always tell people, towards some path, some god, some technique, suddenly you will feel a very deep connection. That is what they call falling in tune, feeling connected. If you feel connected to some path, choose that path or that god or that deity. If you don't feel connected to any one thing particularly, do not choose anything. Continue your seeking. Continue your seeking. Let the seeking become your God. Seeking can become your God. Let the seeking become your Ishta Devata. No need for particular Devata. She's asking, I always I have longing for chanting Sahasranamas, but my concentration is scattered. How can I concentrate on all the slokas? This is another big problem. Sometime you will enjoy some stotras and chanting. Then you start deciding, oh, such a ecstasy and bliss and joy. I should have this always. Let me start chanting every day. No, you missed the whole thing. The moment you decide, let me chant every day, you created a routine. Understand? Bliss happens to you when you are in choicelessness. The moment you choose the bliss, you have chosen suffering. Because all choice, including choosing bliss, is choosing suffering. Because choice is suffering, choicelessness is bliss. The moment you choose, now I am going to do every day this, you made that as a routine. I have seen people chanting Sahasranama. They'll start with a full speed, Vishram Vishnur Vashatkaro Bhuta Bhavya Bhavat Prabhu. After 2 pages, no, speed will increase. After 3 pages, I have seen, they will be just seeing the number continuously. Oh, still 700 is there, still 300 is there, still 400 is there, still 100 is there. I always tell people, do not bother about completing this 1000 names and all. Take up a book. God is not sitting there and counting like a bank balance. Have you done all 1000 names? Forget about it. No. Just sit with a real beautiful mood, with a very loving way. If you can chant even 5-6 names, perfectly all right, okay. That's enough. The moment you feel bored, close the book and stop it and say namaskar and move. Do not do chanting or puja when you don't feel connected, when you don't feel the joy. If you are doing it without feeling the joy, you are abusing it. Chanting some mantra, chanting some sloka without feeling joyful, without being in ecstasy, is naturally abusing. Here you are saying your concentration is scattered. It means what? You are not enjoying. The moment you feel you don't enjoy, relax, stop. No need. No need. Do not do it for the sake of accounts. Could you please explain what exactly intensity, the meaning? Intensity of what? Intensity how? When people ask me about intensity, I tell them, feel intensely that you are not having intensity. That's all. Just feel. See, usually we feel that terrible restlessness towards the outer world. I have not done this, I have not done that. That same restlessness, if it is directed towards the inner world, it is called intensity. You do not know what is happening. You do not know what should be done. But a deep dissatisfaction about what is there in your inner space, that is what I call intensity. You may be thinking, I am supposed to teach satisfaction. Why am I teaching dissatisfaction? I tell you, first thing, your dissatisfaction functioning towards the outer world has to turn towards the inner world, then it will lead to satisfaction. First thing which needs to happen is not satisfaction, the direction turning, the psychological revolution. Restlessness should become intensity. If it is towards the outer world, your consciousness, if it is constantly moving towards outer world, it's called restlessness. If it is moving towards the inner world, it's called intensity. The meaning of the intensity is feeling that something needs to be done immediately to break free from the clutches, or to break free in the inner world. Intensity of what? Do not bother about what. It should become quality. Anything you do, if you touch something or somebody or some object, let the intensity be there even in the touch. If you are talking, let the intensity be there. In everything, in your relationships, in your decisions, in your memory, in your thinking, in your desires, even in your fears, let you be intense without escaping from this moment. That is what I call intensity. You are saying how. If I give that method how, the whole intensity will be lost. Intensity will increase when you have the desire but not technique. That's the right way to develop intensity. The moment a technique is given, your mind will start working around the technique. Technique sometimes gives an escape, gives a method to escape for your mind. Your mind will start saying, oh, I have done the technique, that's all, that much only maximum can be done. Nothing else needs to be done. That's why in Ayurveda, when we give medicines, we say this medicine is not enough. Whole day you need to work with this medicine. Means whole day you need to be intense, telling your body and mind to heal itself. Technique is not like allopathy medicine. You will swallow and forget about everything. You'll say this much only can be done. What else to do? That's all I have done what I can do. No. Sometimes the desire should be awakened. The desire or seeking should be awakened towards the inner world. And the person should not use any technique. Only then that seeking will start radiating in every action. The technique should not curtail or stop your seeking, reduce your seeking. It should deepen your seeking. I'm already doing meditation taught by some other master. Can I do the one given by you here? You are welcome. You can do. I always tell people, try to collect the best flowers from all gardens and make a beautiful bouquet for you. You do not have to think, if I learn from one source, I should not learn from the other source. No. It's not like a shop. If you come to this shop, don't go to that shop. No. Go to all possible sources and learn all the best things. Pluck all the best flowers and make a beautiful garland for you. I always tell people, your ego is such, it cannot be broken by one master. Now you need so many blows from so many different directions and so many methods from so many different sources. So do not think, if I learn from one source, I shouldn't learn from other source. No, learn from all possible sources and raise yourself. Should we focus on ourselves while doing action or merge completely in action? Which one leads to meditation? First thing, you cannot completely merge yourself in action, in inaction. Because once the tamas, lethargic energy in you is exhausted, you see, your body is made out of rajas, tamas and sattva. 33% peace, silence, intelligent energy. 33% restless, very aggressive energy. 33% lethargic, very sleepy, low, kind of a resting energy. After the 33% of lethargy is exhausted, you will not be able to be in inaction. People come and ask me, if I start meditating, will I just leave my job and just rest? No, you cannot. You cannot. I tell them, if you have that fear, just take vacation, lie down for 10 days, you will understand. 11th day, you will run for your job. You will run for your job. That is not going to be the end. That is not going to be the solution. No need to completely merge in inaction. I can tell you, neither you need to bother about action, nor you need to bother about inaction. All you need to bother about the psychological revolution. What goes on inside you whole day? That is what you need to attend. You need to put your awareness only on that. When you can drive your car in the dream state, that is what you do usually. Why can't you drive your car from the Turiya state? Even though you think you are doing your actions in the waking state, 80% of your actions are done by the dream state overtaking the waking state. Instead of that, let the 80% of your actions be done by the Turiya state overtaking the waking state. That's all you need. There is nothing else. These are the questions which happens before even you enter. These are questions like hypothetical questions. Somebody came and asked me, if everybody becomes Swami, how will the world run? I asked him, if everybody dies, how will the world run? He said, no, everybody won't die. He said the same thing. No, everybody won't become. That's all. Hypothetical questions cannot be answered. I told him, do not bother. God is not depending on you to run the world. He is not depending on you to create and maintain the world. Can we really experience the blissful state after learning? Then what for you think I'm conducting the program? He's asking, can we really experience the blissful state after learning these meditation techniques? Then what do you think I'm sitting and doing here? Understand? Person who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the outer world is a scientist. Person who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the inner world is a mystic. He is the master. These methods, the techniques which you are going to learn these 3 days, are time-tested, foolproof, created after a great research and development by thousands of masters in thousands of years of research and development, and verified and experienced in my own personal life. So be rest assured, be intense. That's all I'm asking you. That's all you need to do. Nothing else. Just be intense. You will see, you will experience what has happened in my very inner space, in your inner space. Is the psychological revolution you refer to is Sankhya Yoga, Sankhya knowledge of self, Yoga renunciation of the fruits of actions. See, the word Sankhya, the word Yoga, both are like two different expressions. Maybe I can say the psychological revolution word I mean Sankhya, Yoga, and something more. And something more. When you understand these few ideas about the dream and waking state and the superconscious state, every time when low mood or depression or disturbance comes to your inner space because of the waking state, bring this understanding into you. Use this like a key and allow that psychological revolution to happen. You will see not only you will come out of the problem, even 2-3 times if you come out of your sufferings, you will have so much of courage and energy to apply these techniques again and again, to evolve yourself again and again. Beautifully Krishna says, Uttared Atmanatmanam Atmanam Avasadayet. Let you raise yourself by yourself. If you raise yourself by yourself, you are the best friend for you. If you don't raise yourself by yourself, you are the worst enemy for you. So, I can say the word psychological revolution which I am uttering is Sankhya, Yoga, and something more. I have learnt Vipassana, but I am unable to practice it effectively. Not sure why. Is it that I am doing it wrong? Is it a wrong technique for me? Neither you are doing it wrong, nor it is wrong technique for you. The when means the time you learned is wrong. First, you should have learned the psychological revolution, clarity about you, world, and God. Then technique should have been added to you. Without the clarity, if the technique is directly added, it leads to boredom, dullness, and naturally you drop the technique. I always tell people, any study, any journey you undertake, any book you start reading, even if you don't understand single word, do not skip. If you don't understand single word and skip, slowly you will see that words which you did not understand will become more and more like a load, and your very interest in further reading will disappear. Same way, in the inner journey, without going through the psychological revolution means without going through the understanding, if you just jump, skip the understandings and enter into the meditation technique, this is the problem. Even when I speak and explain the concepts, I have seen many people thinking and sitting, it's okay, what all you are telling, it's okay, Swamiji, let's go to the technique, Swamiji. I have seen people telling me, I understand, Swamiji, let's go to the technique. They think they are very intelligent. They think straight away technique can help. Technique is not allopathy pill. You need an understanding before, because the understanding starts the churning. Understanding starts the churning. Then technique is like addition for the alchemy process. When meditating, lots of negative thought arose. Whether it will come to reality, don't bother about it's coming to the reality. You are not that powerful, fortunately. Fortunately, we are not that powerful to project our thoughts into reality. Then we would have created long before worst hell than what we are having now. Fortunately, God did not give so much of energy to us to project our thoughts into reality. If sometime your thoughts have become reality, If you are seeing your dream or thoughts becoming reality, do not use that power. Try to divert that energy into your consciousness, means thoughtless state. Can we practice different types of yogas? According to me, surely authentic yoga methods do not contradict each other. They only complement each other. So you can practice different yoga methods. Only thing, do not mix and make masala and create your own technique. Practice it independently. 20 minutes means finish that. Then go to the next. Then go to the next. If you mix everything and you start thinking, I know all these things, now I know the core thread. I think I can make my own. That is where you will miss. Somebody is asking a personal question about their sickness after the meditation. You can come here for the darshan. That time you can ask me. Maybe I'll be able to heal or help or answer whatever I can. I'll surely try to do. You said karma means unfulfillment of desires and experiences. But if we suffer from poverty, illness, our saint elders says, it is because of karma. Swamiji, please answer, will any soul or being willing to experience poverty or illness, is this become an unfulfilled desire? Please clarify. First thing, I wanted you to be very clear. If somebody is in poverty, they consciously chose it. Please understand, even if it hurts you, I have to tell the truth. That is why I am telling. Let me give you one small incident. It really happened in my life. It's a little mystical, but exactly as it happened, I am narrating. I can say, you can take a vote, I am stating the simple, straight facts. You can make out what you want to make out of this incident. In USA, one child, autistic child was brought to me for healing. They are from North India, settled in USA, maybe some 7-8-year-old child. They brought the child and asked me, Swamiji, this child is autistic, please heal him. And not a single person in their family or in their surroundings knows Tamil. I put my hand on the head of the child and started healing. In a pure village Tamil, in singular, not even in plural, in singular, that boy said, remove your hand. He just said in Tamil, remove your hand. I was shocked. Because the whole family, they are North Indian family, not a single person knows Tamil. And they said, no way this child can even hear a Tamil word. Because none of us speak and none of us know Tamil. He is growing with us. I thought maybe some spirit or ghost has possessed him. I asked him, who is speaking? He said, I am the owner of this body speaking. Don't you understand? In Tamil, he started speaking. I asked him, why are you asking me to remove my hand? I am healing you. He said, I don't want to be healed. It's not your business. Just get out. I was shocked. He said, I do not want to take the responsibility of my life, going through the regular routine. I just wanted a life, comfortable life, somebody taking care of me. That's why I took this kind of a body and mind. I was shocked. I told, that is okay. Your freedom. But your parents are such nice people. Why are you torturing them? Why did you took birth? They are such nice people. He said, I took birth because they are nice people. They will take care of me. They will not put me in the hospitals or asylums or somewhere else. They will take care of me. That's why I took birth in their family. This incident gave me a very big opening or clarity. Every soul, consciously or unconsciously, knowingly or unknowingly, chooses its place, birth, and the lifestyle. That is what we call prarabdha. When you come down, create the body, you design. For some people, it hurts. Understand? It hurts because you are not able to tolerate that you chose what you are having now. I tell you, we choose poverty sometimes because it's a big freedom. With wealth, too much of responsibility is there. It's a big bondage. So understand, start looking into yourself, why you chose what you chose. Maybe that can help you to enjoy and celebrate what you chose. Instead of constantly turning your attention and awareness towards cursing and abusing what you chose, if you start looking why you would have chosen, what you would have chosen, you will see suddenly new things revealing, and you are exactly where you wanted to be. You are exactly where you wanted to be. That is ultimate truth. Whether it hurts or heals, truth is truth. Usually with little passions, it heals. It never hurts. That is why I say karma is unfulfilled desires and experiences. Your lifestyle and everything is straight away consciously chosen by you. And your present is the totality of the decisions you made in the past. Your future is going to be the totality of the decisions you are making in the present. So if you want, consciously you can alter, rearrange, edit, reduce, delete, or recreate. You have freedom. How to start meditation? At what age one should start meditation? You are in right place. You will have the answer in few minutes. We will enter into the technique. Come for tomorrow and day after tomorrow sessions too. We will be entering into the deeper and deeper levels of methods and techniques. We always dream because we are away from reality, or try to achieve dream reality. If we do not dream, then what is life? This is one of the worst lie taught to you. Because your universities and schools and societies are not able to teach you superconscious state, they taught you daydreaming state. Understand? Just because they are not able to teach, just because they compromised, let you not waste your life. Let you not miss the truth. Let you not miss the reality. Life can be lived without daydreaming, with superconscious vision. I always tell people, with daydreaming, these desires, before fulfillment, they will give you a deep restlessness. After fulfilling, suddenly you will see they are showing you emptiness. with vision means superconscious lifestyle, thoughtless awareness lifestyle. Before fulfilling those visions will empower you, will show you the direction. After fulfilling, they will give you a deep satisfaction. There is a big difference between daydream life and superconscious life. There is only two choices. Either you will live a superconscious life or daydreaming life. If you are not living a superconscious life, be sure you are living a daydreaming life. But there is a great fear. If I stop daydreaming, how will I do next planning? How will I decide how to invest? How will I decide what my plans should be next? How will I invest? How will I decide what my life should be? If it is not there, what will you do? Sometimes, if your workers or subordinates convince you, without them your business cannot run. If you are convinced, they will start exploiting you. Same way, your mind has convinced you, without it, you cannot run your life. That conviction is what I call suffering. That is what I call the root of suffering. I tell you, when I say, I really mean, you can live without your daydreaming. You may ask, then how will I plan for my tomorrow? Usually, you are not planning, you are worrying. You are not planning, you are worrying. And even by your planning, you are only reproducing your past into the future. You are limiting your growth by planning. Because you do not have courage to live with the spontaneity, to live with your spontaneous visions happening, to live with the spontaneous revelations happening. Constantly, you are struggling with your day-to-day planning and your life. People who had courage to trust their vision, their spontaneity, only they become genius. Only they become genius. Please understand, a little courage to enter into the life without daydreaming can just revolutionize. I can say this is what I call psychological revolution. Just try for 10 days. In 10 days, I don't think your whole life will be taken away from you. In 10 days, if it can be taken away, then it is not worth having. Let it be taken away. So just try for 10 days, life without daydreaming. Suddenly you will see the quality of spontaneity, and every one of you are visionaries. Because of your planning and daydreaming, the quality of having visions is suppressed. If you just remove the daydreaming, if you just remove the daydreaming and have little courage towards that quality of creating visions in you, quality of living with the spontaneity, you will see suddenly the visionary in you is awakened. People who live with superconsciousness never fail and miss in their decisions, because the depth of dilemma or the oscillation, mood swings will be very less. It will be very limited. When the mood swing and the depth of dilemma is limited, suddenly you will see so much of energy is saved. and decision making becomes so sharp and straight. I always tell people, having freedom without intelligence is the worst suffering. Whenever this thousands of people are living in our ashrams around the world, when they don't listen to what I say, I tell them, all right, give him freedom. That is the worst suffering. That is the worst punishment. Just by the dilemma, he will die. Just by the dilemma, he will die. Nothing else needs to be done. Without intelligence, when the freedom is given, it will lead only to suffering. Our daydreaming is also nothing but dilemma. The intelligence is not there, but the freedom is there. That is what I call daydreaming. Somebody is asking, is a blissful state in one in which breathing pattern changes, it's deep and slow, and I can feel a wave of energy on the face. Is this a blissful state? I can say this is one of the symptoms of the blissful state. In the blissful state, actually the breathing pattern changes and the whole body feels the wave. This is one of the symptoms of the blissful state. This question I answered. We always dream because we are away from reality, or try to achieve dream reality. If we do not dream, then what is life? So, only kids need to dream to cope up with the reality. Even after growing, if you have to dream to cope up with the reality, we are mentally retarded. We have not grown. After the childhood or beyond the childhood. Can the experience of enlightenment be transferred through touch? Can I enter the Turiya state under the influence of the master? It is possible. From time immemorial, the first gift was always given by the push from the master. But to stay in that same state, you yourself should have gone through the psychological revolution. Ramakrishna was able to give only one glimpse to Vivekananda. But Vivekananda has to go through the psychological revolution to retain it. So, the experience can be given, a glimpse can be given by the touch of the master. But if you need to retain it, surely you yourself need to go through that psychological revolution. Means living these great truths in reality. If a person focuses on his work with intensity, does that person need meditation? This is again a hypothetical question. If a person focuses his work, nobody can focus without meditation. So if you think, if a person focuses, actually the question with if cannot be answered. The question with if cannot be answered. It is like a hiding. It is like if it is, the if it is cannot be added. If it is cannot be answered. Will meditation in the beginning produce any bad side effects? No. No side effect except bliss and health. Is there any meaning in the dream I am seeing? There is no meaning even in the world which you are seeing. What about the dream? Even the world which you are seeing has no meaning. So forget about the meaning of the dreams which you are seeing. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I saw this dream. I saw such and such a dream, please give me the meaning about it, explain. I tell them, the world which you are seeing is itself is useless. So why waste time in interpreting the dreams? There is something called placebo effect. Understand? If patient and doctor, both of them does not know, the medicine is given, if some color water is given instead of medicine, and not only the patient should not know it is just water, even doctor should not know it is just water. Both of them should be thinking it is a medicine, but the person gets healed. He gets the same effect of medication. This is called placebo effect. The same placebo effect, the reverse placebo effect. There is a theory, reverse placebo effect. What you know? In the West, this calamity happens. In the East also it has started. Continuously advertising about some symptoms of disease. If you have a slight knee pain, it may be arthritis. Some 5-6 symptoms, a very broad symptoms if you give, and ask if you have any one of these symptoms, you have this mental disorder. You will see 95% of the people will start feeling that they have that mental disorder. No, it's true. Morning, slow lethargy, or irritation in your relationships, feeling like disconnected, or loneliness. If you have any one or all the symptoms, you have this mental disorder. Who will say I don't have? And these idiots go on preaching this nonsense. When these ideas are constantly told to the public, told to the people, they start believing that they do have that disease. Understand one problem? If there are 10 symptoms, and if you start connecting with the disease by saying you have one symptom, you will create all other 9 symptoms within few days. Because you are clearly, strongly believing you have that disease now. You have to express other symptoms, otherwise something is wrong. You will start thinking, oh God, other symptoms are not there, then something is wrong with me. So giving these broad symptoms and asking you to choose, if you have any one or all the symptoms, you have this disease, is the worst calamity. Actually, this is what I call reverse placebo effect. In the first placebo effect which I explained, the healing happens. In this placebo effect, disease happens. In the West, oh God, of course, the East also, of course, the Indian cities are no more Bharat. Unfortunately, we have to tell the truth. Geographically, maybe Bharat, but the great value, the great lifestyle is slowly. Anyhow, but at least if you have intelligence, stop allowing these thoughts getting into your system. Stop allowing, especially the symptoms related to mental disorder. See, every season, every once in 3 months, in the West you will see one new diagnosis. And you will see 30% of the country is suffering with the disease. And 27% of the country is suffering with the disease. I'm surprised. The moment you come out with some symptom, naturally what people will think, I think I have a little irritation. 2-3 times I shouted. I do have that symptom. You just connect with your activity and attitude and see if one symptom clicks, then what happens? You start visualizing from next day, all other symptoms are there in your life. And you connect every incident in your life and see, and you are very clear, now you have the disease. So I feel the very idea from which we look has to be shifted, has to be changed. All they missed is the health, that's all. They missed an important idea important truth. The healthy part of the human being they missed. Consciousness is the healthiest part of the human being. They are not interested in accepting that. Because if the moment they accept that, they give the hope to the human being, they can heal themselves. They don't need the help of somebody else. Then problem starts. People come and ask me many times, why should we go to the gurus? We have become dependent on masters. At least master will liberate you at some point. Master basically trusts there is a part in you which cannot be occupied or possessed by disease. What is the fastest way to spiritual progress? Shortcut. If you want an honest answer, I should say, I don't know. I don't know is the honest answer. Because, according to me, the spiritual life itself is a simple, straight path. See, shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So there is no more, there cannot be any other shortcut. Shortest distance between 2 points is straight line. So I can say, spiritual life is straight line. That is the straightest line. That is only shortest route. Please put some light on what is it that tells me that I had a good sleep in the night. Maybe the time you spent in the deep sleep was more than time you spent in dream state. That is what you feel morning, that you had good sleep or rest. Swamiji clarified that there are so many methods of meditation, which is the excellent method. I can say I have chosen 3 methods, 3 techniques. These 3 days you will be learning. Today it will be like a preparation, introduction, entering into meditation. Tomorrow it will be deeper, cleansing. And day after tomorrow, deepest level, unclutching, means experiencing the true self. So we'll enter into the meditation. Just these few questions I'll attend, then we'll enter into the meditation. These are the questions. How long we can meditate at a stretch? How to come out from the thought flow? All these questions will be answered now in the meditation when I explain the technique. Many times dreams are considered to be the symbolizers of future happenings than what the dream is. I don't think your dream should be symbolizing your future. Your future is not that bad or that low that it can be predicted and planned in your dream. It should be predicted and planned in your waking state. Understand? If your future is planned and predicted in the waking state, you know where you are going. If it is predicted and planned in the dream state, understand, where are you going? Where are you heading? You don't even know where you are heading. I think it is very dangerous. Better not to be planning and predicting your future in the dream state.
Inner cycle means whether you are driving or washing or cleaning or eating or cooking or sitting or watching TV, whatever you may be doing, there's a 24-hour FM going on inside. 24-hour FM going on inside. Talking. You don't know what is going on. Understand? Understand an important danger. You are nothing but the totality of your thoughts. Am I right? Unfortunately, you don't even know what you are thinking continuously 24 hours. Then how do you know about your life? People come and ask me, Swamiji, can you predict my future? I tell them, I only change futures, not predict. If I have to predict your future, what kind of a life you are living? What ugly kind of life you are living? People come with a small paper to do this matchmaking. This marriage ceremony, matchmaking, they come and tell you, they give a paper. Swamiji, just see this, whether the male and female, this guy can marry. I tell them, oh God, if such a big decision can be taken with this small paper, your whole future is nothing more than this too small paper. We live in such an unconscious state. That is why you are afraid of future. That is why you are afraid of future. 24 hours you don't know what is going on inside you. That is why whenever things happen in your life which you really wanted always, you think it is an accident. Because you were not even aware what you wanted. You work for, you invite somebody through phone, email, fax, telegram, and then send somebody and bring that guy. The moment he enters your house, you say, no, not this guy, I wanted another person. Because you don't know who you invited. Diseases are very good people. They don't go unless you force them to come in. Because they have too much limitation. They are too busy guys. Busy people and good people. They don't go. You invite, then email, text message, some. Finally, you send somebody and bring him. And you say, no, I did not invite him. I did not think he will be coming. I thought somebody else will be coming. No. All your accidents are expected, invited. Understand? In the whole life, there is no such thing as accident or miracle. Your inner chattering, you are not aware of your inner chattering, you are not aware of what you are igniting. If you enjoy what you invited unconsciously, you call that as miracle. If you resist what you invited unconsciously, you call that as accident. That's all. There is no miracle, there is no accident in the life. Everything is clearly invited by you. The third layer, mental layer, inner chattering, is only inviting continuously. You store engrams, there are also samskaras there too. And fourth layer is emotional layer. We call it Sukshma Sarira, intense emotions. That's the fourth layer. Fifth layer is the layer you experience during deep sleep. The peace you experience during deep sleep. Sixth layer is excitement and joy you experience for no reason. Sometimes rarely you will experience. This is what we call Anma Sharira, cosmic body. Rarely, when you are in love, when you are really sharing for no reason, not for the reason, not for the sake of some pleasure which you will gain from the other person, no. Just for no reason, that time you experience that. Sixth layer, very rare. Seventh layer is enlightenment, which at least none of you experience. But unfortunately, I have to listen and see what they are teaching. Today we will enter into few sutras Let me read the sutra, then we will try to understand. I am giving you only the English translation. Blessed one, as senses are absorbed in the heart, reach the center of the lotus. Such a simple one-liner, but can straight away lead you to the enlightenment experience. Let me describe what is exactly I mean by the word enlightenment. Ramakrishna says beautifully, whenever I try to explain exactly what is enlightenment, I am blocked. Of course, that is the truth. Maybe I can try to give one point of understanding. There will not be any movement of letter or word or a thought between your navel and the throat. The words will come only from the throat. I can say this is one of the precise description of enlightenment. There will not be any word or thought or syllable or sound movement between the navel and the throat. Means only when you are talking the words will be coming. When you are not talking, there will not be any words inside. Only the energy movements. Only the energy movements. Means there is no thought. There is no verbalization. There will not be any continuous inner chattering. Your inner chattering is the only thing which disturbs your whole life. Very difficult for a normal person to understand. They will always think, no, unless I have inner chattering, how will I plan my everyday life? How will I be able to run my business? How will I be able to live? Understand, when you don't have inner chattering, I don't say it is a dead silence. It is an intense energy. Whatever needs to be done comes out as a full, complete visualization. For example, what you need to do tomorrow, if you have the inner chattering, it will come line by line. Morning I will have to get up. Then I will have to go to my office. Then I will be doing this work. Then evening I will come back. Then I may have this program, that program. Like a linear way, one by one it comes out. When you don't have inner chattering, just you are with yourself, the whole visualization comes out as a one statement or one information. That is what we call intuition. When you go through the logical process, it is called inner chattering. It is intellect. But when you don't have that inner chattering, things starts expressing in you intuitively. Straight away you know. If you have to, the tomorrow routine, if it gets downloaded into your system, you know clearly. First, next, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, everything will be presented to you straight away. I don't know whether I conveyed it completely. I am trying. You can try to understand how without verbalization enlightened beings are working. If you had the fortune of living around some enlightened being, of course, very difficult. It is very difficult because one visualization which comes to me has to be translated into action means at least 200 verbalization. verbal instruction has to be delivered. It is very difficult for the disciples to grasp. That is why there is constant fight between me and my disciples. From morning I come out of my room till I go back to my room. No, sorry, till I sleep, because I'll be in the chat also. It is a constant struggle between me and my disciples. Impossible, because constantly it comes out as a full visualization. But person who stays in the verbalization, very difficult to grasp. All you need is, even a few moments, if you decide consciously and relax from the verbalization, to tell you honestly, you need nothing else except the clear decision. It is time. Surely there is something more than whatever verbalization gave it to my life. See, your property, your name and fame, your position, everything was given to you by your verbalization. The thinking which you had, that only gifted everything to you. So you have a deep gratitude for verbalization. Apart from gratitude, the utility value, you know this is paying and going to pay. Continuously it is going to add more and more. The utility value is there. All you need is a clarity. Really, there is something beyond verbalization and I want it. This clarity is more than enough. This conscious decision is more than enough. One more thing. I am not asking you to drop the verbalization whole day. The moment I say that, you will be frightened. Then I have to add Kshatriya part. Kshatriya part to the scriptures. No. All I am asking, even if you can drop for few minutes before starting to the office, I'll sit and few minutes I'll decide no inner chattering. Understand, you do not know the power of your intention. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, I also decide no inner chattering, but that word itself is one more inner chattering. How can I remove the inner chatterings? Understand, mind can kill the mind. Mind can kill the mind. You can commit suicide. Not physically, I'm saying mentally. If somebody asks, no, I am having life, any idea, thought which I am having in the life, how can it lead to death? It can. Your mind may be having life now. Don't think it can't lead you to the mindlessness. It can lead you to mindlessness. The conscious decision not to have inner chattering, at least for a few moments, will add so much energy into your being. It's as and now your mind is like a hall filled with furnitures. Can you say, oh, whole hall is filled with furnitures? How can this hall become empty? No. It can become empty if you start removing one by one. The conscious decision to have the mindless state is like removing the furniture one by one. Just a few moments per day. If you can decide consciously and sit, maybe for 1 month, decide it as a routine. After that, you don't need to do it as a routine. After that, you will see the very taste calls you back. The very taste calls you back. After 1 month drinking, you don't need to decide, you need to drink. The very taste will call you back. Just few moments, decide very consciously, no words between navel and throat. That is the area the words will be moving when you are not talking. From Manipuraka Chakra to Vishuddhi Chakra. That is the area the words will be constantly moving. Even when it is not needed. Things which you are doing when it is not needed tires you, and you will not have energy to do things which is needed to do, which you need to do, which is needed. The constant inner chattering will tire you. Do not ever think or believe because of your inner chattering only you are able to do your business, run life, live your life with the luxury and comfort. No. In spite of your inner chattering, you are living comfortably. Not because of your inner chattering. Sometime rarely, those inner chattering would have given you little way out of compassion. You would have had one or two strong visualizations, intuition. Only those decisions which you made out of intuitions will be responsible now for your wealth, for your comfort, for your luxury, for your happiness in the life. You can just look back and see the major successful decisions. When those things happened in you, you might have been in a high mood, or the mood in which there was no thoughts. Only those decisions bring joy, peace, and bliss. Understand, enlightenment means not having any letter, word, sound, vibration between navel and Vishuddhi. That's all. Here Mahadeva is giving a straight technique to achieve this state. There is so many other descriptions about enlightenment. Here I am giving you the description or understanding through which directly you can enter into this technique. Your inner space. The whole world unused natural resource, I can say, misused, powerful natural resource is your inner space. Naturally available to us, just because we don't know how to use, it constantly gets abused. And we do not know the power of it. Just the simple one understanding. Again and again, from time immemorial, the enlightened masters are landing on the planet Earth and saying that life is joy and ecstasy and bliss. Again and again. Another one problem is, we are not able to just throw them out, saying that they may be liars, or one bolt has gone. We are not able to push them aside just because of their authenticity, just because of their very presence. Truth adds value to your presence. When Vivekananda addressed the Parliament of Religions, he started, "Dear brothers and sisters of America." The reminiscences, people who witnessed the scene, they say that it took at least 10 minutes for the crowd to settle down. It was such a strong experience, not just clapping, the very feeling. Somebody asked Vivekananda, how this happened? Because every day you see in the street so many people calling you sister, brother, all those things. The problem is, when they call sister or brother, you don't know what for they are calling.
There is a beautiful word in Sanskrit, ojas. If the person who is speaking, if he is speaking from authentic experience, the person who is listening has to listen authentically. Listener cannot escape because the depth are the words will have its own quality. Not only that, anything comes out of the pure inner space has to penetrate your inner space, has to enter into your inner space. When Vivekananda says, dear brothers and sisters, you cannot just brush him aside saying, oh, he's lying, or he's using sentimental words, or he is just socially polite, or he is politically correct. You can't brush him aside. Because it will be such a strong experience. It will be such a strong word. You cannot push the master's words aside. I always tell people, either you agree completely with me or you disagree completely with me. That's a big problem. But you cannot push masters aside. Again and again they are happening and they say that life is joy, life is ecstasy, life is bliss, life is ananda. But in our daily routine, it doesn't seem to be true. And it doesn't seem to be reality. That is why I have seen many times this happening. People who live closely with enlightened masters, living masters, they can't understand what is going on. This guy is constantly radiating so much of joy, so much of ecstasy. I always tell people, if you live with the living master, either you should become enlightened or you will become mad. No other way. Because you are too close to truth. It's a dangerous zone. Either if you are cooperating, if you are letting that process to happen, if you are involving yourself, you will become enlightened. If you are resisting, the resistance will be too much because every moment you have to resist and you don't have so much of energy to resist because his presence will be so strong. It will be penetrating. To resist an enlightened master, you need almost equal energy, which is practically impossible. That is the reason you can't push them aside. Neither we can push them aside, nor we are able to realize. Then where is the problem? Why? Their words doesn't seem to be reality in our system. Even people who follow many times feel the words which are coming out. Why it has not become reality in my life? I can say the only one reason, unused, abused inner space. The first thing in the life, if somebody asks me, Swamiji, give me only one word advice. Actually, that is a big problem. Many people come and ask me, give me only one word. I tell them, if I have to give you one word advice, I need 2-3 hours. If I have to give whatever I want, then I can give immediately. One word means it has to be essence. Once Bernard Shaw wrote a 100-page book. Somebody goes and asks, how could you write such a small book, 100-page? He says, I don't have time. If I had time, I would have written only 40-page. Understand? He says, I don't have time. That is why I wrote 100-page. If I had little more time, I would have written much smaller. Means to be precise.
You need more time. If somebody asked me to be precise on only one word, advice, my advice will be, let you care about your inner space. That's all. Understand, without knowing, without respecting, without even having little sensitivity, constantly we are abusing our inner space. From morning till night, you do not know what you are sowing, you do not know what you are growing, you do not know what you are encouraging. Suddenly when you see the result, you say, this is not what I asked, this is not what I wanted, I don't know how this happened in my life, I don't know how come God is punishing me? Poor guy. Anything goes right, credit goes to you. Anything goes wrong, he has to take. And we all of us know he is sitting somewhere and he doesn't interfere much. So naturally we go on complaining. It is he, it is he, it is he. The concept of God has become method to you escape from our responsibility. Escape from our responsibility. The abused inner space or misused inner space is the worst thing can happen to an individual. Very beautifully, Shankara says, Agara Suddhayo Smriti Suddhihi. If the intake is purified, your memory, inner space will be purified. Understand, when Shankara says intake, he does not mean just the food which you take through the mouth. No. All the things which you take through all five senses, through eyes, through ears, through smell, through mouth, and through touch. Whatever you take inside is called ahara. Our inner space is constantly abused by wrong diet, wrong food, poison. So much of violence we are swallowing, visually, or through movies, or through media, whatever may be reason. So much of violence you are swallowing. I don't say you should not read newspaper. To know the news, to keep in touch with the world, newspaper is perfectly all right. But we go on spending time and energy enjoying and cherishing the violent visualizations. So much we are throwing inside without knowing that our inner space is getting corrupted. The corruption which happens to your inner space is what I call samskara, engraved memories. The memories which goes and sits inside your inner space and makes you go through same experience, makes you do same kind of actions. Even if you don't want, those memories, it's what I call samskaras. Today, the whole session today is completely dedicated to work on our inner space, to work on our samskaras. We will do a deeper process, some methods to cleanse the unnecessarily accumulated samskaras. Of course, all samskaras are unnecessary. You can be alive without any samskara because your very body is made out of the samskaras which is needed. Your mind does not need to carry any samskara to run your life or to protect the infrastructure which you are having as your own, or to expand your infrastructure, to add comforts and to do what you want. Please understand, your body has an innate intelligence which we call biomemory, or in Sanskrit prarabdha. When you design your body, you have clearly decided about the life, about the enjoyments, experiences you want to have. Based on that, you decide your body, you design your body. So the energy or the ideas with which you designed your body, that is called prarabdha. Your prarabdha is intelligent enough, powerful enough, efficient enough to run your life and expand your infrastructures. Any samskara which is operating in your conscious or unconscious layer is nothing but a hindrance for the fulfillment of your life. Any samskara, please understand, any samskara. There is no such thing as good or bad. People come and ask me, I feel like coming back to your lecture, Swamiji. Is this samskara also bad? You tell them, please be very clear. Do not try to hide. Mind sometimes hides from this corner to that corner. If you chase the mind from this corner, it goes and hides in that corner. I tell them, be very clear. Anything, even coming back or listening to the discourse, if it is based on samskara, you have not understood what I said. First time, if you listen and drop samskaras, you don't need to come second time. You don't need to do anything. Sometime you will see, without samskara, just out of a deep gratitude or ecstasy, you may come back. That is perfectly all right. But not as a habit. People who come and sit as a habit, be very clear, I can be 100% sure they will not be listening what I am talking. Because they will have one more habit. They have mastered the art of sitting with open eyes and sleeping. They may not be moving their head. Sometimes I have seen, they will be, especially in the modern day, our schools and colleges teach kids how to sit with open eyes and sleep. Eyes will be wide open, sitting very straight, but you will see their mind will not be here. The mind will be somewhere else. As I was telling yesterday, daydreaming. If you are here out of habit, I don't think that is going to help. Because again, the next habit, even if the body is there, mind will be somewhere. That habit will be there. I always tell people, early morning when you get up and put the brush in the mouth, mind is already in the office. When you are sitting in the office and operating your computer, mind is already in the beach or the temple evening. When you are in the temple, your mind is already in the house. By the time you reach the house and settle down, mind is already thinking about what to do tomorrow, next day routine. One thing is sure, if you are here, your mind is not here. Because constantly it is running here, there, here, there, here, there. Filled samskaras, inner space filled with samskaras is hell. Inner space without samskaras is heaven. So do not try to classify good or bad. Samskara by itself, by its very nature, is negative. By its very nature is depressive. I always tell people, if you come and sit just out of samskara, after 2 days the same thing will be boring. Anything done out of samskara, suddenly you will see
it becomes empty, it becomes boring, it becomes simply unrelated to your life. Any moment happens with a deep understanding. Any moment happens out of your pure inner space, adds value to you. From the young age, we collect so many different samskaras through so many ways, accumulate, add, and reproduce. Samskaras do reproduce even without any further action. Just by thinking, you can strengthen samskaras. There are some samskaras which can be strengthened only by action. There are some which will be strengthened by information. There are some neither needs action nor needs information. Just remembrance is enough. They will get strengthened. We collect various level samskaras, engraved memories, and store in our system and expand, multiply, create more and more hindrance. Now, I'll take few minutes to analyze whatever I expressed. Please understand. Now, whatever I expressed is more like atato brahma jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality. So I proposed whatever I want to propose. Now you can analyze it through your questions. It's like a churning. The master's experience and the disciple's logic is used to churn. When the disciple's logic is used to work and the churn with the master's experience, suddenly you will see the amrita, the master's experience, comes out. If the disciple's logic is not intelligent enough to stay with the master patiently, then that logic emits something. It is called poison. That logic will escape, run away out of its tiredness. When it thinks it is not going to survive, it will emit poison. Just like that Vasugis. If you know the churning, the Milky Ocean, the story, the Vasugi, the snake can be called as disciple's logic. When the Vasugi thought it won't survive, it started vomiting poison. When the logic feels it can't survive these great truths, it is going to disappear. The life is going to take different direction. It vomits poison, which I call doubt, and creates problems. If you have patience to work with the master's experience, which is the Meru Hill, you will see Amrita, enlightenment comes out of your system. Let us churn the master's experience with the questions so that you can internalize all these great truths, all these great revelations. Then we will enter into the process and meditation technique. First, let me answer. See, here he's asking, animals don't get married and live a free life. Why should we get married and suffer? Is there anything that is in a marriage that is not provided for animals? Yes. Yes. Animals take birth as polygamous and die as polygamous. Human being, in seed, in potential form, when he is taking birth, he is polygamous, but he should not die as polygamous. He should become monogamous. Understand, that is what is maturity. Suddenly you will see, when you start growing inside you, the deep friendliness liberates you from lust. Please understand. Just yesterday in our ashram, I was discussing about this. In our ashramites meeting, I was taking classes for my brahmacharis about the celibacy and sannyas. There were some very intimate questions and answers. Sessions was going on. There I made a statement, very important truth. It is not just for swamis, even for everyone. We need to understand a deep friendliness will completely replace the need for lust. It's a very important sutra. It's a very important sutra. Usually in marriage, a deep hatred replaces the lust. Small story. 30-year-old guy goes to the doctor. After thorough checkup, medical checkup, doctor says, your health is not for married life. You have to completely drop physical relationship. You have to be celibate, alone. This guy says, no, I'm just 30. I cannot suddenly quit. I cannot suddenly stop. Give me some other alternative. He says, all right, then marry. Slowly it will automatically taper down. Understand, a deep hatred starts replacing the need for lust. But the truth is, a deep friendliness can replace the need for physical relationship. If the deep friendliness replaces the need for physical relationship, that is what we call vanaprastha. In the Vedic tradition, a ripened married life. When the married life gets ripened, it's called vanaprastha. In the Vedic marriage, there is a beautiful Asirvachana, means the blessing statement. During the marriage, the blessing is given to the woman, let you become your, to the man, the blessing is given, let you become the 11th son of your wife. For her, the blessing is given, let you become the 11th daughter of your husband. Means, after 10 years of living together, the deep friendliness, if it grows, suddenly you will see the need for the physical relationship comes down, tapers down. So I really feel the marriage system has something to contribute. At least our masters had something in their heart when they created this system of family. So surely marriage system has something to add to you than the animal life. I can say deep friendliness. I can say it's like the physical relationship is more like confirming whether the other person is still in need of me, or still the other person wants me, or still the other person loves me or not. If that guarantee, the confirmation, the other person is in love with you, the other person really needs you, the other person will miss you, the other person loves you. If that confirmation, that security settles down in both hearts, suddenly you will see the need for physical relationship comes down. I can say that is what is the gift of that is what is the fruit which you are supposed to have from the proper marriage system. I can say that is the thing which animals cannot experience. A polygamous man can never experience this. Polygamous man can never experience what I am saying, that guarantee, insurance, the other person loves you, will never be experienced by a polygamous person. If you experience that, you lived a pure, fulfilling life. The life of the real Grihastha, the Vedic traditional Grihastha. Unless you have the courage to go near the truth, the real healing will never happen. You may have medically fit body. That does not mean you are healthy.
Of course, whoever I have seen, I can say 99%, the people who do not have the self-healing clarity, thoughts in the system will never be able to maintain even the physical health. In last 5 years of my public life, around 1.2 million, 12 lakh disciples I've initiated. With that experience I am sharing with you, not just to boast or be proud about nothing, just to tell you, with this authority, with this experience, with this understanding, I tell you, person who does not have the self-healing clarity and understanding. When I say self-healing understanding, when you fall in depression, the thoughts which brings you out of the depression, the clarity which brings you out of depression. Just a year ago, I did a small research. I chose some of the people who went through meditation programs and who went through some spiritual studying, asked them to write whatever comes in their mind without editing for 20 minutes. And a person who is not exposed to spirituality, asked them also to write. When I read those papers, it was a very shocking revelation. A person who is not exposed to the spirituality, his thoughts, if he has written 100 thoughts, more than 80 are directing him towards more and more depression. Only 20 thoughts were self-healing, means bringing him out of depression. But the people who are exposed to the spirituality and study and meditation, I saw more than 60% of their thoughts are self-healing. Only 40 are towards depression. The self-healing thoughts, the self-healing clarity, the touch of the truth. Only a person who had a touch of the truth in his life can maintain health. Understand? When I say health, I mean even physical health. Otherwise, it is impossible even to maintain physical health, especially in this so-called modern society. The stress and the pressure and all those things. The person who put the question yesterday, this is too much truth for me, Swamiji. I'm afraid. Understand? You are afraid of your health. You are afraid of your health. Sometime, truth will be strong. No other way. But I tell you, it can create so much of ecstasy and energy. Ecstasy in the inner space, energy to expand yourself in the outer space. Energy in the inner space, ecstasy in the inner space, energy to expand in the outer space. Yesterday, the one concept which I was explaining again and again, it is nothing but another one kind of a dream. That truth, if you can just collect it and keep it inside, that is what I call knowledge weapon, Shastra Sastra. Whenever depression attacks you, suffering attacks you, life brings different scenes in front of you, the Shastra Sastra, knowledge weapon, can be so powerful, can be used so much, you can just come out of the depression. So naturally, these great truths, sometime, even if it is too much, don't bother. Try to digest, assimilate, and keep it in the corner of your heart. Let the Shastra Shastras be stored inside you. The more and more Shastra Shastras you have, knowledge weapons you have, naturally the depression will have the fear about you. It's just like if you have a huge army, naturally the other country will be afraid of attacking you. You don't even have to attack. The moment you display your power, the other country will think twice before attacking you. Same way, the knowledge weapon, Shastra Shastras, the self-healing thoughts, the more and more you accumulate the self-healing thoughts, shastras, inside your system, you will see depression will have fear to come near you. Depression will have fear to even look at you. The life, or what you call as so-called life, will be afraid to come near you. Even now, the truths which I am sharing, it may be a little strong, but I tell you, if you want the truth to do the process of healing in you, it has to be digested, internalized. Many times people ask me, just by giving few hours of discourse, how could you heal, Swamiji? But it is happening. How it happened in me? Many people come and ask me. Just 2-3 days I sat with you and listened to whatever you said. Suddenly I feel my system is healed. My system is helped. My health is better. I tell them it is not simply listening. It is not ordinary words. You will see when these truths are added into you, you will completely rethink. You will redesign your whole life. What you think as desires, what you think as fear, what you think as worry, what you think as depression, all these things will suddenly have new clarity. All these things will suddenly disappear. When the load is taken out of your inner space, there is nothing else but healing. Healing is the only thing can happen to you. Here is a beautiful question. Sir, how to know master is enlightened or not among so many masters in the world? I tell you, even if the master is not enlightened, if your heart feels connected, just go behind him. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. Understand? If your heart feels connected, just go behind him. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. If your heart is not feeling connected, even if he is enlightened, he can't help you. Just forget about him. Even if he is enlightened, if your heart is not feeling connected to him, if you are not just feeling that vibration, that ecstasy, that falling in tune with him, he will not be able to help you. Just forget about it. So don't have to bother whether somebody is enlightened or not. Bother more about whether you feel connected or not. It's one of the best way to avoid spiritual growth, judging the masters. It's a very, if you want to avoid spiritual growth, best method is judging the masters. Start judging so that you don't have to judge you. Many people come and ask me. One guy the other day asked me, young guy, he said, like how Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, have you seen God? I am asking you, have you seen God? He asked me. He says that how Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, same way I am asking you, answer me. Have you seen God? I told him. When Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, Ramakrishna said yes, and Vivekananda was courageous enough to follow Ramakrishna. I tell you, not only I have seen, I am ready to show. Come on, that guy disappeared. We go on judging the masters, but do not bother about our qualification. I tell you, if your heart feels connected, if you feel some goodness being around him or about him, just go behind. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. I have seen many disciples becoming enlightened and masters unenlightened.
We have a lot of mechanisms inside our body. We have many systems inside our body. If it is not put to use, not only it is not useful, It is occupying unnecessary space in our system, in our being. If you know just how to switch it on, only nothing else, only one on. Just one switch on. It's enough. The whole thing is useful. Just like that, our whole system, you know just how to switch on the mechanisms which is in our being, the whole thing will be useful. The whole thing will turn into a utility system which you can use it for your day-to-day life. When I say there are so many mechanisms which are lying down in your system, in your body, without being put into use, I mean chakras. Small introduction to the chakras will be able to explain what is chakra. The energy center, see, almost all the ancient masters of all the religions, almost all the great masters of all the ancient masters of all the religion which worked on the inner sciences, they speak of these chakras, the energy center. I just brought this to show you where the chakras are situated. I'll just give an introduction to the chakras, then we'll see where the chakras are situated. All the great masters of all the religion, they speak about the chakras. Even though with a slight change in the numbers and the placements, the idea there are energy centers in our body is accepted by all the great masters. There are, you see, there is each and everyone gland has got a chakra nearby. Those energy centers take care of the activity of that area. What they say is a gland physically, metaphysically, chakras. Of course, chakras are not limited to the glands. It's not only the gland, it manages the whole area. Mainly that glands is managed by the concerned chakra. When we say the Agnya chakra, this is the energy center which controls, which activates, which manages the pituitary glands. Just like that, each and every chakra manages one of the glands or one major part of our body, our activities. Not only physical, mental, psychological, emotional, and spiritual. All the layers, all the activities of your body and mind are managed by these chakras. The beautiful book on these chakras are done by a great yogi called Patanjali. Patanjali is the great master. Patanjali is the father of this yoga science. He is the first master who put the whole thing in a logical way, in a clear way. He describes about the chakras, how to meditate on the chakras, how to cleanse the chakras. The whole yoga science, the whole chakra science, the whole healing science originates from Patanjali. From Patanjali, the roots, the seeds have come out from Patanjali. Patanjali is the root, Patanjali is the seed for the whole science. Now the way in which I am going to explain chakras to you is the way of Patanjali. Of course, each and every master, little bit they differ. One or two small things, there are little difference. When Buddhism, they speak on the chakras, one or two small differences there. But majority of the masters, majority of the enlightened people, they go with Patanjali because he is more scientific, more logical, more clear-cut on this subject. So what I am going to give you is based on Patanjali. Patanjali is the great saint, great enlightened master who lived thousands of years ago in the place called Chidambaram. Chidambaram is the place in India where he lived and had his enlightenment. He has recorded his enlightenment in a beautiful way called Yoga Aphorisms, Yoga Sutras. That's the book which explains basically about the whole science of yoga, meditation, whatever life, how the life should be led, how you need to live the life if you want to have the longevity, health, and bliss. He is the father of all the postures, asanas, which we call asanas. Asana means, I think in West it is very famous now, bending the bodies and stretching out the bodies and breathing exercises. They are very famous in the West. All the yoga system, all the asanas are originally explained, are created by the Patanjali. He is the master who made all the description or a clear explanation. In a way, he has done the unabridged dictionary for the yoga philosophy. Unabridged dictionary, a complete collection of asanas, yoga system, mudras, meditations, chakra, about everything. And if you meditate on which chakra, in which way, what power you will get. Even to that extent, he has done a deep research and made an unabridged dictionary over this science. Let me explain about the chakras as Patanjali explains, according to the system of Patanjali, because what Patanjali says goes with my experience also. My experience also goes with what Patanjali says. So let me explain it. A small story. From that story, I will be able to tell you about the chakras. After a Second World War, a group of defense people, they were vacating their army camp. When they were vacating their army camp, they left a small open aircraft in one tribal village and went away. When they leave their army camps, they don't carry everything back. Some things they carry, some things if they can't, they leave it and go. Just like that, in one army village, in one tribal village, a small tribal village in Germany, they left one aircraft, open aircraft. Only 1 or 2 persons can sit in that sort of small helicopter. They left that open aircraft and went away. After 1 or 2 days, the tribal people, they have neither heard about aircraft or they have not seen. They don't even have any idea about the helicopter. They have not even heard about tractor, or to speak of aircraft. So the whole village gathered and saw, what is this? What is something new has come to our village? They were not able to understand what it is. And they were just going around and around that vehicle. They don't even understand it is something called vehicle. It is something like a vehicle. So they were not able to assess what it is. Suddenly one man told, it may be God who has come to visit our village. And all the other people told, no. If God means he should speak, he should give boons. It is not doing anything. It is stagnant as it is. They refused. The argument was refuted. Somebody else told, it may be some devil or the ghost that's come to our village. Again, it was refused. No, it is not doing any harm. It is lying down there as it is. Nobody was able to recognize, nobody was able to understand what it is. Finally, one boy came and told, you see, bullock cart also we have a wheel. They know only one thing, bullock cart. They use bullock cart. Bullock cart is also having a wheel. And this vehicle is also having a wheel. So it must be a bullock cart. Maybe a little developed bullock cart. It must be bullock cart. When it is told with a logical way, the whole village agreed, yes, it must be a bullock cart. So they all thought that they have discovered what it is and they started celebrating, enjoying, running around the vehicle, pulling this way and that way, pushing this way and that way. The whole village was celebrating and enjoying the new bullock cart. After 1 month, it went on. They were playing with that vehicle. They put a big bullock in front of the helicopter and they started using that as a bullock cart. Throughout the village, they count whatever they want to transport, they started using this vehicle. It is going on. After some 3-4 months, one boy who has gone to a nearby village, nearby city to study, to do his school, he came back. He was a tribal boy. He went to a nearby city to do his studies. He came back and he saw the whole thing. He thought it cannot be bullock cart. It is done with so many mechanisms. He also don't know about a helicopter. He also don't know about aircraft. He has seen only the tractor. So he thought it must be one way of tractor. It must be one kind of tractor. So he got into that vehicle and did something this way, that way. Somehow he started it. He started using that as a tractor. So morning till evening, he started using that as a tractor. When the people saw it can go even without bullock, they were wondering, they were surprised. How can it go without even bullock? It goes simply and comes back. There is no need for any bullock. So they decided it's a bullock cart without bullock. It can simply go and come by itself. So they were enjoying the vehicle as a bullock cart for 6 more months. After 6 months, one retired pilot, for some reason, for some research, somehow he came to that village. He saw the whole thing, what is happened. He started laughing. Then he explained to the villagers, see, it is neither a bullock cart nor a tractor. It's an aircraft. It can be used to fly. First, the villagers are not ready to agree it. What are you talking? How can it fly? It is such big mechanism, so heavy. Our body is much lighter than the mechanism. Even our body cannot fly. We cannot fly. It is more heavier than our body. How can it fly? They asked all logical questions. But the pilot told, you see, I cannot answer your logical questions. There are a lot of things which logic cannot explain. But the one thing I can do, I can fly and show. He got into the aircraft. He just took that 1 round he went. He came back. He landed. And then he showed. You see, this much only I can do. Now you understand that it can fly. It's an aircraft. Then the whole village surrendered and asked the pilot, yes, now we understand. It's an aircraft. You see, a very small story. If you understand deeply, you will be able to understand your whole life. The vehicle, the aircraft is what is the thing, our body. God has given this body to us. The tribal villages have used the same aircraft as a bullock cart. The next step, man used the same body, same vehicle as a tractor. Third level pilot used the same thing as a aircraft. Same vehicle or the same instrument. One man is using it as a bullock cart, another person is using it as a tractor, the third person is using it as a aircraft. The same way, God has given a same system for all of us. The body is the system. This is the system given to us by God, given to us by the divine. The people who live with a normal life, very ordinary way of life, just taking birth, having their food, reproducing some more children and dying. Nothing more in their life. Just if you weigh their life, few Benz, few bungalows, little bit of money, that's all. Nothing more. They take birth, do something, and then they die. Somebody came and asked me, Swamiji, why in all the cemeteries it is written born on such and such a date, died in such and such a date? I told them, nothing worth mentioning has happened in between. Nothing worth mentioning happens in between. Only these two are worth mentioning. Born and died, over. You see, most 90% of our lives, 90% of the people live only in this state. Born and died. Nothing worth mentioning happens in our life. So it's just a dull, dead, dragging life. When you live the life of only eating and reproducing and dying, if you have not done anything else except this, you have lived your life as a bullock cart. As the tribals have used, we have lived our life only as a bullock cart. We take birth in Muladhara. Muladhara means the lowest chakra. That is the sex center. We die in Swadhisthana, the next center. Next center is death. First center is birth. Birth and death, over. Nothing more. Nothing else. Born and died. Nothing worth mentioning has happened. Even though if you have place, nothing worth mentioning has happened. That is the one kind of life in which 90% of us will live. 90% of us live only a dull, dead, dragging life. So there are next level people, like a young boy who used that as a tractor. There are next level of people who enter into the field of art, culture, dance, poetry. When you enter into the layer of the art, when you enter into the level of heart, when you add some juicy things in your life, by dancing, by singing, by painting, by this type of artistic things, you use your system as a tractor. You expose yourself to the second layer. You come to the second level of understanding. You understand money is not the only thing to be achieved in the life. Money is necessity. It is a basic thing, okay, but it is only basic thing. Basic things are only basic things. It is not ultimate. There is a next step to be more joyful, to be more, to make the life more juicy. The artistic things. When you add art in your life, you use your system as a tractor. The third level, when you add spirituality, when you add meditation, when you add the joy, the spiritual bliss in your life, you use your system as an aircraft. The same system, the same body, the same vehicle, tribals are using as a bullock cart, the young man is using it as a tractor, pilot is using it as an aircraft. The same way, God has given the same system for all of us. If you just live in a normal life, an ordinary life, taking birth, eating, drinking, giving birth to children, little bit of money, you want an easy chair, then finished. Nothing else. If you live that normal life, we are also using our life as a bullock cart. If you go to the next level, the dance, culture, art, poetry, not for the sake of name and fame, just for enjoying the art, you use your system in a second dimension. You understand your second dimension. You go to the next level of being. That is artist, where the artist reach. Rabindranath Tagore, the great poet like Rabindranath Tagore, the great Tapatis, great people, great painters, all these people, that's the second layer. They use their system as a tractor. People who have become enlightened, who have become God, who have become one with the God, who have had the spiritual joy in their life, spiritual bliss in their life. Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, Ramakrishna, Raman Maharshi, these great masters, Ramanuja, all these great spiritual people, they are using the same system as an aircraft. They are the pilots. They are the people who show light to us, how beautifully life can be lived, what best you can have from the system, how maximum can be extracted out of this system. How optimum the system can be put to use is explained by the great masters like Jesus, Buddha, Saint Francis of Assisi, Saint Thomas. All these great masters have lived their life as an aircraft. What is the difference between the tribal villages and the pilot? Tell me. What is the difference? Only one difference. Villages don't know how to operate the mechanisms and gears. The pilot knows how to operate the mechanisms. That's all. Villages, they don't know how to operate the mechanisms. So they are using that as a bullock cart. Pilot, he knows how to operate the mechanism. He is using the same thing as the aircraft. Please turn. Where the spinal cord ends, no, it can be. Where the spinal cord ends, the end of the spinal cord, the Muladhara chakra, the first center, just 2 inches above, we are going to do the meditation. So for that, you need to understand where the chakras are situated. Just 2 inches above Swadhisthana. Then navel, where the navel center is there, on that, the third chakra, Manipuraga, it is called. Then just near the chest, the center of the chest, we have, yes, thank you. No, we have the Anahata, the fourth center. It is called heart center, Anahata, the fourth center. In near the throat, this area, we have fifth center, Vishuddhi. This is called. Near the eyebrows, you have the sixth center. It is called Amnya. On the top of the crown, on the top of the head, there is a chakra which is called Sahasrara. These are the 7 major centers, 7 major mechanisms which exist in your being, in your body. If you know how to breathe life into them, in an ordinary way, normal way, they are completely closed. They don't work completely. Only very minimum portion of their the chakras active are there. The energy which is supplied to the chakras are not very little portion of your energy is supplied to the chakras. If you know how to breathe life into them, if you know how to activate them, if you know how to concentrate on them, if you know how to energize them, you will see the same body with the same mind, with the same spirit. You will be able to live more joyful, more ecstatic, more collective life. The below chakra, lowest chakra, Muladhara, this chakra is managing all the sexual activities of your mind. The imagination, too much of imagination locks this chakra. And if you know how to live the life with little bit of less imagination, as I told you yesterday, if the dreams can be little reduced, this chakra opens. The next level, Swadhisthana, the chakra which is below your navel, above the Muladhara, below the navel. If this chakra is getting locked by the unnecessary fear. You see, a small example can tell you about this chakra. If you just climb the 10-story building, and if you stand near a parapet wall and just peep in, peep out, you know that the building is safe, and the man who built the building, he only built the parapet wall. Even then, if you just put your head outside the window, you will have a slight feeling, just from the deep stomach, a feeling of fear that you may fall. The feeling which comes from the deep stomach, it comes from only Swadhisthana. You are driving in a highway with a full speed, with some vehicle, without any traffic, without any rules. If it comes just near your vehicle, as if about to hit your vehicle, you will feel something is suddenly come up from your deep stomach. And if you have felt a sudden fear, if you are in danger, you will feel that something suddenly happening in your deep stomach. That happens only from Swadhisthana. The fear, the unnecessary fear and the deep feeling of insecurity locks the Swadhisthana chakra. If you understand the inevitability of life and inevitability of death, death is the only thing which can never die. Anything else can die. Death is the only thing which never dies. Uncertainty is the only certainty in the life. Insecurity is the only security in the life. If you understand the life uncertainty and relax with the fear of death, this chakra opens. The third thing, Manipuraga is something to do with Ori. That is the navel center is something to do with Ori. That is the reason in all the language we have an expression. If you receive any news which you cannot tolerate, if a shocking news comes to you, immediately we say, I cannot digest it. I cannot stomach it. Not only in English, all the language this expression exists. Because Ori and Manipuraga is very closely related. Any news which makes you worry, you immediately say, I cannot digest it. And any news, if you hear any shocking news which shakes you, the first will be, stomach will be upset. The first thing in your system will be, stomach will be disturbed. Any disturbing news, any disturbing thing, have you observed? Anybody had this experience? Any shocking news if you receive, the first reaction in your system will be, stomach will be disturbed. Stomach will get upset, either diarrhea or indigestion. The stomach is the first portion, first part of your body, which will be disturbed if you listen any news, any the incident which gives you worry. So the Manipuraga is disturbed by unnecessary worries and the unnecessary depression. If you suppress any of your emotions, Manipuraga is the first chakra which will get disturbed. Anahata is the chakra which continuously asks for attention from others. Our life, throughout our life, we will be doing so many things just to get the attention of the others. Just to ask, just to get the certificate from others that you are a good person, you are a good wife, you are a good husband, you are a good children, you are a good son, you are a good daughter. To get that certificate, we put our whole life just for the certificates of others. When you just run behind the certificate of others, the anahata is lost. So the Vishuddhi, when you compare and feel jealous with others, when you compare your life with others and feel jealousy about it, the Vishuddhi gets lost. If you take things too seriously and if you behave too egoistically, the prejudiced life, if your life is filled with prejudices, instead of living with reality, if you have too much of past on your head, the anya is locked. Too much of past and too much of ego. Of course, past is ego. If you have too much of past, you behave with too much of egoistic way. That is the reason elderly people, if you just go near them, they will start, oh, in my good old days. Anything, the conversation will start, in my good old days. You can, with any elderly person you can see. If they live with a simple little bit of understanding, they won't start. Otherwise, in my good old days, things used to be like that. So the past is heavy on our life. If you have too much of past carrying in your life, it is not that just because you are 90, you need to carry the past. There is no need. There are many people who are 90, but mentally they are 19. Just because you have lived 90 years, there is no need you should carry the past. Just because you are an elderly man, there is no need that you should be egoistic. But generally, we carry the past heavy on our mind. So wherever, even if it is unasked, we just go and give advice. The advice is so free of, it is free of cost. So what to do? Even if nobody wants, even if somebody doesn't listen, we just go and catch them and start giving the advice. So just catching the people and giving the advice, just having the past on your head locks the Anya chakra and continuously living a discontented life. Whatever life has given, we take the things for granted. And we don't feel grateful for the life. That motion, that taking the things for granted, locks the Sahasrara chakra. This is the gist of the 7 chakras. If you understand, God has given so much, divine energy has given so much. If you feel grateful, the Sahasrara opens. You see, we pray to God, oh God, give me the ring, give me the diamond ring, I should wear diamond ring. But we never feel grateful that you have given a finger. You see the truth. We pray to God, we pray to Balaji. Balaji, give me so much of money so that I will wear diamond ring. But we never feel grateful. Oh God, you have given me the finger. That is the way of our life. Whatever God has given, whatever the divine has given, whatever the life has given, we think everything is our birthright. Till we get only, our mind keeps quiet. As soon as we get what we decide, oh, it is my birthright. Everything is mine. Then what we go for? Next. What next? What next? What next? Taking things for granted locks this chakra. If you understand how much the existence has showered on you, how much the God has showered on you, how much the divinity has given you, the Sahasrara opens. You see, if all of you are, if a God appears suddenly in front of you and says, whatever you want, please make a list and give me. Will the list end any day? The list will never end. And if the God appears in front of you and asks, whatever I have given, please give the list, we will never make the list. You see, if the God has given you enough things and God has not given you enough things, there are so many things which is not given by God, and there are so many things which is given by God. This side also big list, and this side also big list. But we never look at this list. We never look at the list which God has given. We all our eyes, throughout our life, our whole concentration is what God has not given. That is the reason from early morning to till midnight, we continuously blame God. Oh, He has not given me this, He has not given me that. And finally, we go to bargain also. Oh God, give me 1 lakh in the lottery. I'll give you 10,000 in the hundi. If you don't believe me, deduct the 10,000 by yourself and give only 90,000 in the lottery. So these are our prayers. The small story can explain how we bargain with God. Once a doctor, engineer, and lawyer. All these 3 people, this is a story I always use. All these 3, they got together and they wanted to start a business. So when you start a business, you always naturally feel insecure. How to start, how to go about, whether I will be successful. So when you are feeling insecure, only then you call God. Otherwise, we don't call God. We want God only when we feel insecure. So the insecurity, naturally they pray to God. You see, whatever profit comes, we will make it as the 4 shares. Each one for 3 of us. And the 4th share goes to God. 4th share will be put into hundi, temple hundi. So they decided that they will do this. Somehow the business has become so successful, more than $1 crore has come as a God share. You see, if it is a $500 or $600 or $1,000 also, we wouldn't mind putting in hundi. If it is a 10,000 also, we would have put. But 1 crore, we always feel, why God needs 1 crore? After all, He has no issues. You see, we have issues. We have to educate our son, daughter. We need so many things. So we need money. God needs $1 crore. So doctors gave suggestion. First person, he gave suggestion. We will convert everything into gold. And we will make a small round in the floor. We will throw all the gold upside. Whatever falls inside the hole, we will give it to the God. Whatever falls outside, we will take that as a prasad. That's prasadam. Next man told, no, we will make a little big hole. Whatever falls inside, we will take it. Whatever falls outside, we will give it to God. You see, the third man is a wise man. He told, you see, we will throw everything up. After all, God is there. Let him take whatever he wants. Whatever falls down, we will have it. You see, after all, why should we give what has fallen on the ground? This is the way our logic works. See, till we get the things done from God, we oblige. When the things are done, we have our own logic to fulfill. Almost all our prayers are like this only. When the things have happened, you see, when the prophet has come, when things are in the hand, we don't bother about God. Once people are going in a ship, suddenly a cyclone attacked the ship. Ship was about to collapse. One man started praying, "Oh God, if you save me, I will stop smoking." Then also ship was not stopped, it is again shaking. And then he started, "Oh God, if you save me, I will stop drinking." Then also the ship has not stopped, it is again in the danger. He shouted, "Oh God, if you save me, I will stop womanizing." The next man, he told, "Hey, don't go to that much. I think one ship is coming, we will be saved." This kind of, one boat is coming, we will be saved. Don't go to that much. You see, whenever we feel that we are insecure, we want God. Otherwise, let him be in the heaven. We don't mind, we don't bother much. That is the way of our life. Whenever we feel the necessity, the utility, God is nothing but an utility for us. We take the things for granted. Whatever he has given, we take the things for granted. We never feel grateful. How intensely you pray, you don't feel gratitude so intensely. Sometimes, very rarely, when you get something suddenly, you say, "All right, oh God, thank you." But never with the intensity of prayer. We pray so intensely. "Oh God, give me this, give me that," from morning till night. Only application writing. But when he has given something, we don't feel such a gratitude. We don't feel the gratefulness towards the existence. This is the energy which locks the Sahasrara. God has given so much, he has showered so much on our life. When you take the life for granted, Sahasrara is locked. When you feel gratitude towards the life, when you feel your thankful attitude towards the energy, towards the existence, gratitude is the greatest attitude. Gratitude is the greatest attitude which you can have towards the life. Then Sahasrara opens, when the Sahasrara flowers. So these are the emotions which locks our major chakras. So if you can just understand, understanding itself solves half of the problem. You don't say, many people come and tell me, "Swamiji, I understand whatever you say sounds so right, but in practice we are not able to do what to do." This is the problem. Most of us face this problem. Do you say, "I understand if I put my fingers in the fire, I will get burnt, but every day I want to put my fingers in the fire"? Do you say that? No. When you understand, if you put your fingers in the fire, you will be burnt. Clearly, thoroughly, you never go and put. If you don't understand, then only you go and try. Same way, if you understand, these are the emotions which blocks your chakras. These are the ways which disturbs your chakras. You can really drop it. You can understand. But our understanding is not so deep. Once, when you put your hands in the cigarette, you get burnt. You think, I think only cigarette fire burns, not the lamp fire. Let me put my finger once more in the lamp fire. You put your hand in the lamp fire, and again you get burnt. Oh, lamp fire also burns. Let me put my hand in chimney fire and see whether that burns or not. So every day you try with new fires. When you understand all the fire burns, the time has come for you to go to the fire ground, the burial ground. The time will come. You need to go to the burial ground. You need to go to the cremation ground. So if you go testing every fire, naturally you will end up in the cremation ground. Nothing else. You will never understand. But understand, only once when you touch some one fire, not only this fire, all fire will burn. All fire will hurt. When you understand that, your life, you can come out of the sufferings. Your life will become a joyful flowering. Same way, understand not only this one problem, anything, not only one incident, anything related to that emotion. When I say that worry disturbs your Manipura chakra, unnecessary worry and too much of overbrooding disturbs your Manipura chakra. Not only it is related to one incident, it is related to all the incidents of your life. Anything, any incident, don't brood over too much. Don't worry too much. Just some 4 months ago, middle-aged lady, around 40 years she came to our ashram. As soon as she entered my cabin, she started crying. This happened really. She started weeping and wailing. I told her, why are you crying, ma? Can you just tell me the reason? Let me see what can be done. She started telling, oh, my son is not listening my words. He is disobedient. If the same thing happens, I don't know, he may marry on his own. He may not marry the girl whom I wanted. In India, the son is a very good, you can earn a lot through a son. If you have one son, that is enough. You can earn enough money to run your life. If you sell that one son in the market, you will get enough money to run your whole life. So if he marries on his if I gets married, if he decides his own life, his own partner, what will happen to me? I don't know what will happen. So she started crying. I told her, you see, don't bother. Bring your son once. Let me talk to him. Let me try to help him. He suddenly told, no, Swamiji, I don't have to bring. I have already brought. He just let a 4-year-old boy. The son is only 4-year-old boy. He is so much worried. He is weeping and wailing. She is telling me he may marry on his own. I don't know what will happen in future. He is complaining so much. But when I asked about our son, he just let a small kid. He is only 4-year-old. You see, we are such a great masters of worrying. Even if you don't find any reason, of course, we find some reason to worry. If you don't find any reason today, oh, today everything is going well. I think tomorrow something big bad is going to happen. And that is what we think, something very bad thing is going to happen. That is the reason today things are going smooth. If everything goes well, if you can't find any reason, you just start thinking, tomorrow there may be something very bad. I don't know what will happen. We start worrying about the next thing. You see, in the initial times, you need some reason for worrying. After some time, that becomes such a beautiful habit for you. You don't need outside reason. Even if you make some reason, even if you don't get any outside reason, you just make your own inside reason. Oh, things are going so smooth today. I think tomorrow something big bad is going to happen. Something very bad is going to happen. Some reason we find. When I say the worry disturbs the Manipura, the unnecessary worry disturbs the Manipura, not only in one incident, throughout your life, just look, just plan your life. See where all you unnecessarily worry, where all you invested too much of your worries. Remove that. Remove the energy, remove that zone. When you stop worrying, not only you stop worrying, your energy is diverted totally towards the living, towards the life. So you will have negative accounts will be reduced and the positive accounts will increase. Both the way it will be helpful. You see, if one man comes from the opposite side of the army, to your side, not only they are losing one man, you are gaining one person. So the result is 2. Here 1 plus, there 1 minus, here 1 plus. So when you stop, when you analyze and understand these worries, the root cause of your problems, Not only the opposite army is losing one man, you are gaining that energy. That energy turns and helps you in a positive way. So a simple understanding itself can solve more than 50% of your problems. The maturity, understanding solves 50%, and the other 50% meditation. So maturity and meditation can guide and solve major problems of our life. Our life can be transformed into a real joyful ecstasy. As on now, the life is just dragging, pulling, going on. When you know how to add meditation and maturity, if you know how to activate these energy centers, the chakras, how to breathe life into it, how to breathe energy into it, how to breathe, how to awaken those energy centers, the same life, the same routine, the same house, the same living style will be transformed into an ecstatic lifestyle, into a Ananda Yoga, into a spiritual life. When you live ecstatically, when you live with a joy, when you live with a bliss, that is a spiritual life. Spiritual life means not going into the Himalayas, not only simply sitting there in someone's forest, no. If you live your life joyfully, in a balanced way, in an ecstatic way, in a blissful way, that is what is a real spiritual life. So, let me pray and bless all of you. Let you all live and be with eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Seven layers in our being. Maybe I'll give you just simple diagram. Is it seen properly? No, I think. No, I think okay. Yes. Somebody asked me yesterday, there was a question. Somebody, why are you using all these modern things? I told them, what is the wrong? Perfectly all right. If Buddha's made 10,000 people enlightened without flight, car and computer, laptop and without any infrastructure, website, internet, when we have all these things, we should make at least 200,000 people enlightened, 2 lakh people enlightened. So what is the wrong in using? So let all these infrastructure be used to transmit the true science. It doesn't have to be used to transmit only the ideas which was in the head of the people who invented. See, just because somebody has invented this, it is not that you have to accept the ideology and lifestyle of the person who was invented. That is what we are doing. Not just taking the comforts and scientific great things from the West, taking their lifestyle also, idiotic. And you don't know, 66% of the Western countries, not just America, even the other so-called developed countries, 66% are taking some form of psychiatric medicines. Now we don't understand where we are heading. 66 is not small percentage. Sometimes I really feel blessed, fortunate that I am born and brought up in Indian villages. I was born and brought up in Indian village. I never heard so many problems. Not that I heard and I did not have those problems. I never even heard of those problems. The sufferings and problems which the so-called developed country kids are facing, I never even heard about them. It is good sometimes. So nothing wrong in using all this infrastructure. Let it be used and the proper ideas be spread. Otherwise, what we will do, we will start thinking the person who created this infrastructure, these discoveries, he knows everything about life. That is the foolishness. That is the foolishness. They may know how to operate all these machineries,
But that does not mean they know how to live the life. In the East, we have done more than 10,000 years of research and development in the inner science, the inner field. And let the inner science be spread using the machineries and infrastructures of the outer science. We have 7 layers in our body. First layer, I'm just trying to give you a visual idea. Of course, surely not our bodies are like a round shape unless you are really obese. Even then it won't be exactly this circle. I'm just trying to give you a picture, an idea. First layer is the physical body which you are carrying, made out of flesh and blood. The second layer is the pranic movement, the prana movement, which is happening in your system, like inhaling, the prana which stays inside you, and the prana which spreads all over the body, and exhaling and cleaning. There are 5 pranas: prana, apana, vyana, udana, samana. The 5 pranas. The Pancha pranas, pran, udan, vyan, saman, apan. The Pancha pranas, all these movements are called prana sarira. And the next, the inner chattering which is going on in you, it's called mana, manas sarira, the mind. The 4th layer is the emotion. I can say intense inner chattering which does not respond to your logical analysis. That is what we call emotions. That is the 4th layer. And the 5th layer is which you experience in the deep sleep. And the 6th layer you will experience in a strong meditation technique, means thoughtless awareness. The 7th layer is enlightenment. You have 7 different layers in your system. If all 7 different layers fall in tune with each other, suddenly you will see all the samskaras will leave your system. If the samskaras are taken out of your system, suddenly you will see all these 7 layers fall in tune with each other. Balancing, reconnecting, reuniting starts happening. That uniting is what is called yoga. Beautifully, Patanjali describes yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha, means living without samskaras. Only then the thoughtless state will be there. When the samskaras are taken out, the uniting happens. If uniting happens, samskaras leave your system. Physical, 2nd prana, 3rd mind, 4th emotions, 5th deep sleep, the karana sharira, the silence which you enjoy in the deep sleep. 6th, the joy, bliss you enjoy in the thoughtless awareness, what J. Krishnamurti calls as choiceless awareness. And ultimate, the 7th layer, pure enlightened consciousness. Understand, uniting all these 7 layers, removing the samskaras which you collected and stored. You store the samskaras in different layers. Yesterday somebody wrote me a question. Swamiji, this stuff was too strong for me. Especially the analysis on the 4 states of consciousness. Mainly the answer for that question, that one question, when I come back, I see the same world. Actually, that person wrote a question in a very funny way. When I come back, I see the same house, same car, same wife. He underlined that word. That word was underlined. I didn't. Same wife and same life.
But when I go back to the dream, I don't see the same thing. Answer for that question was very shocking to him. I think the same person again wrote one more slip. During the darshan, I got the slip. He says it was too strong. I didn't expect I will have such a clarity. I'm afraid of the clarity now. Understand? Many times, people are afraid of getting near the truth. Getting near the truth. The physical layer, the body out, which the physical body is the first layer. The prana movements is second layer. The inner chattering is third layer. Emotions are fourth layer. The deep sleep, what you experience during deep sleep, that silence is fifth layer. In the deep meditation, what you experience, that joy, that intense, vibrant silence is sixth layer. Enlightenment is seventh layer. In the deep sleep, it will be graveyard silence, negative silence. In meditation, it will be intense silence. There is a big difference. When you fall asleep and come back, you will not become more intelligent. But when you fall into meditation and come back, you will be more intelligent. And you will be more blissful. When you fall asleep and come back, you may be fresh, a little relaxed, but you will not be more blissful. But when you fall into meditation and come back, that silence is called intense silence, live, vibrant silence. So, the 7 layers, we store different samskaras in different layers. Usually the samskaras related to desire are stored in the prana, the breathing. And the samskaras related to chronic fatigue or tiredness is stored in the body, in the physical body. That is why 2-3 times you try to do some exercise, workout, or even walking. First thing body will bring out is tiredness. But without bothering about that first level samskaras which are raising, if you enter into it, suddenly you will see that same action brings energy out of you. If you start walking, in 2 minutes your mind will suggest 10 times, I am tired. No, it is too much, enough. We did, today it is okay, tomorrow we can do. It will try its best. But if you don't bother about that samskaras and just go ahead, in few minutes the same action will bring energy. Chronic fatigue means a deep feeling to be in an action, to be in rest, or non-moving or not moving is stored in the physical body. I always tell people, karma palatyaga, not karma tyaga. The results of the action should be surrendered, not the action itself. Karma tyaga is very easy. That is where the whole spirituality has ended. The worst thing happened to India is not our tradition, not following our tradition, not following what Krishna said, not following what our traditions have presented. But constantly, I'm seeing the superficial, analytical reports. These fellows go on abusing. The other day, I was reading an article. There was a technical term they started using, Hindu rate of growth. I was surprised. It's just, he means the suffering of India is because of our tradition. It is not. Suffering of India is because we did not follow our tradition. We did not imbibe our tradition. Instead of doing karma palatyaga, we started doing Karmatyaga, stuck in the first layer, stuck in the physical layer itself. I've seen in the villages, many places. There are some great things in the villages. There are some things like instead of karma tyaga, like till morning 10 o'clock you will see tea shops will be filled. People will be sitting and talking. If you want to listen to the great Vedantic truths, go to the village tea shops morning 10 o'clock. You will see there people will be sitting and just sipping the tea. Oh, without God's grace, nothing can be done. Only by God's grace, anything can happen. All great truths, but just to justify what they are doing, not to internalize. Karma palatyaga is supposed to be the truth. But the karma tyaga starts happening if you are stuck in the physical layer. The chronic fatigue or intense craving for the rest. I have seen people understand this intense craving for the rest brings diseases which will put you in the bed. Intense craving for disease, craving for the rest. Actually, if you see any advertisement for resorts, beach resorts especially, if you see a photograph, beautiful beach, easy resting chair, and somebody resting. The moment you see that, immediately something starts happening in you. You feel you should also be lying like that, completely resting, totally in peacefulness, in the deep peace. The moment you see that, something in you is awakened. That's what I call intense craving for tamas. Understand? If you really find out the same beach, same chair and lie down, you will not have that same peace which you visualized. Till you exhaust the tamas engrams, lethargic engrams you carry in the physical layer, you cannot rest. Your desire for rest will not let you rest. Please understand. How can you say, Swamiji, my desire for rest will as naturally as to let me rest? No, it won't. Because it is from engrams. It is from samskara. Even if you find out the same beach, same chair, same bench, same place, try to lie down. The moment you rest, the moment you started resting, in few minutes this samskara will settle down, the next layer samskara will start. Even the decision to rest, if it is based on samskara, you cannot rest. First layer samskara is intense desire for rest. Continuously you will see your mind is pulled back. There is a very beautiful story in Upanishad. Disciple goes to the master and asks, Master, give me the method for enlightenment. Master says, very wonderful story. He says, just take these 400 cows and when they become 1000 cows, come back. The modern day disciple would have said, what, you are making 600 cows out of my enlightenment. You are trying to make more cows out of my seeking. But he's really sincere disciple. He did not bother about it. He just took the cows. And the story says, when the cows have become 1000, when he came back, Master says, not only he became enlightened, he says, now we have 1001 cows. In Vedic tradition, cows are highly respected as a sacred thing. He says, this guy is also now raised to that level, sacred, the level of sanctity. Actual thing what happened is, continuously when you work with cows, they cannot let you rest. And they don't know you are working 24 hours. They don't know there is nobody else to
replace you. They don't know that today is holiday. They don't know, but one person can work only 8-hour shift. They do not have all these problems. They will constantly demand your attention. This guy, by working continuously with them, the deep desire for rest has disappeared. I can say, the deep desire for vacation or the deep desire for rest, the chronic fatigue, if it leaves your system, 90% of your spiritual journey is over. That is the first worst problem. First layer samskara. The second, in the prana sarira, in the pranic layer, you store all the desires. That is why whenever your desires are changing, suddenly you will see the breathing pattern will change. If you are caught by strong desires, like a lust or anger, even anger is a kind of a desire. Strong desires, your breathing pattern will change. It will be chaotic. The third layer, mental layer. See, the pranic layer, second layer, you store your thoughts about how your life should be. In the mental layer, you store your engrams about how your life shouldn't have been. Means guilt. If your energy moves towards the future, it is desire. If your energy moves towards the past and continuously it is rotating only about the past, it is called guilt. If it is flowing continuously towards the future, it is desire. If it is flowing continuously towards the past, it is guilt. Different ways of moving. The mental layer, the third layer, you store the engrams related to guilt. The fourth layer, in emotions, you store all the visualizations related to pain. Understand, the fourth layer is very powerful layer. In the fourth layer, you don't need any action or information to strengthen the engrams. In the first two layers, you need action to strengthen your engrams. Means the tiredness or the desire for vacation. The more you give the vacation, the more the desire will be strengthened. Same way, other desires, the more you enter into action based on those desires, the more the engrams will become strong. The third layer, guilt related engrams. You don't need to do the same action, but just the information about that action. Means if you have seen the same place, or if you are seeing the same person, if you are seeing the same situations, immediately that engrams will become strong and it will be awakened. But in the fourth layer, pain engrams. First layer, chronic fatigue, lethargy engrams. Second, desires. Third, guilt. Fourth, pain. The pain layer, neither you need action, means you don't have to have the same pain again and again, nor you need information related to pain. You don't even need to receive information related to pain. Just the engrams are enough, they can multiply, they can expand, they can multiply. The deeper layers, the fifth layer, the layer you experience in the deep sleep, there, even though engrams are there, you cannot do anything about it, because in the deep sleep, your mind cannot do anything. It's an unconscious layer. In the first four layer, if you can reduce the depth of the engrams, samskaras, naturally the fifth layer and sixth layer will be cleansed. Fifth layer will be cleansed if you clean all the first four layers. If the fifth layer is cleansed, you will start experiencing sixth layer more and more. Sixth meditation layer. Fifth layer is deep sleep layer. Sixth layer is meditation layer. If you are getting into the deep sleep layer more easily, it means the first four layers are clean. If the first four layers are not clean, then you will suffer more in the fifth layer. That is why the more stress and load, so much of suffering related to sleep starts happening in the life. Sleep has become a big problem. Now, especially in the developed countries, I'm seeing they are able to get beds, but not sleep. Their infrastructure has created the facility to have beds and different temperature, different comfort, so many things, but not sleep because too much stress. Not only that, if these four-layer engrams are too much, in the fifth layer, the relationship between you and your body gets disconnected. I always tell people, reducing the engrams in the first four layer is making friends with your body. Making friends with your body because you don't know how we are abusing the body. Understand? If you are having overweight, it is directly connected to some of these engrams. When you feel emptiness inside, lonely, you start feeling it. Sometimes you start feeling it by food or by drinking. Any one thing. Every single thing happening in your life is directly connected to some engram. Removing these engrams, you can say, is making friends with your body. Making friendship with your body. I can say this is the best way to heal. The other day, I received a big letter and a report from one of our devotee in USA. She came to our program maybe 2 years ago. Of course, the same meditation which we are going to do now, she did that meditation. She had a tumor in the Muladhara, root center. She had 3 times surgery. She herself is a doctor. But again and again, the tumor was growing in the same place. She came and she was doing this meditation, which we are going to do today. And she was weeping uncontrollably during the meditation. I tried to tell her, please relax, but it was uncontrollable. Anyhow, after the meditation, I asked her, what is the problem? She said that I suddenly again relived the guilt. The young age, she has been abused by some of the close relative, some physical abusing, maybe sexual abuse. She said that suddenly that samskara opened up, that guilt opened up. I relived. That's the reason I am not able to control. I was uncontrollable. Please forgive me, Swamiji. I said, that's okay. Let it leave. Reliving is relieving. Understand? Consciously, reliving is relieving. And you will be surprised. Even of course, I am surprised. It was, of course, I know that relieving heals, but this is very miraculous. It really happened. And she says, after that relieving, after that meditation, within a month the tumor disappeared and never came back. Now at least 1.5 years over. Did not come back. I was shocked. I said, of course, I know relieving heals, relieving the guilt, releasing all the samskaras heals. But this is really miraculous. The guilt which she created in the young age, not only about that, the hatred about it has not only evolved as a hatred towards that person, it has evolved as hatred towards the self, towards herself, and the part of that body part. So that hatred has become tumor and sickness. When that engram was released, when that guilt was released, when she became pure, when the guilt has left her system, suddenly she came back to health. The system came back to health. Understand? So many pains and sufferings, physical and mental illnesses, we are storing in our system in the form of some engram. Not only diseases, even disorders, weight, obesity, overweight, obesity, or many other disorders, even those disorders are directly connected to some of our engrams, working on the first 4 layer engrams and releasing them, reliving them, and relieving them will heal your system very powerfully. Understand? It is little strong method, little strong technique. But I tell you, it's at least 100 times powerful than any yoga, any kriya you can do. Because yoga or kriya heals, no doubt. It takes its own time. This is like directly attacking the root center, root cause of suffering. Yoga starts working on your physical body, exhausts all the tamasic engrams and heals you. Kriyas, the breathing techniques, they start working on your pranic layer, second layer, and releases the desire engrams, reduces the stress, and starts healing. But this method, the meditation techniques, straight away works on your 4th layer. You can work only maximum up to 4th layer. Beyond that, your logic cannot travel, your effort cannot do anything. Beyond that, only the master's presence can do any job. Anyhow, you can work up to the 4th layer. The meditation technique straight away works up to the 4th layer and heals you. That is why it will be so powerful. You need complete involvement, interest. You need to put your whole attention and awareness into the technique. If you can go into it and come out, you will see miracles happening inside you. Understand? If you don't know the science of miracle, you will be making accidents. If you know how to use your inner space, you will be making miracles. If you don't know how to use your inner space, you will be making accidents. Both are beyond your logic. Miracle and accident, both are beyond your logic. If the effect is favorable to you, desired by you, you call it miracle. If the effect is not desired by you, if it is not benefiting you, you call it as accident. In your inner space, if you know how to use, you will be constantly making miracles. Purifying the inner space is planned for miracles. If you don't know how to use, you will be constantly creating accidents because you will be attracting the same frequency incidents in your life, same frequency actions in your life. So, this is a wonderful truth which you need to internalize. Not only internalize, experience by entering into the process. Understand? I don't even want to use the word meditation technique for what we are going to do today. Today we are going to do 2 things. One is process. Maybe the second one can be called as meditation.
The first one cannot be called as meditation because it's more like reliving, going into all the things about which you are afraid, all the things which frightens you, facing them, living them, reliving them. I call this as reliving. Reliving is relieving, and we will enter into meditation technique. Very powerful technique which you can carry and practice in your home every day.
The meditation process, life bliss meditation. The meditation process which creates the perpetual completion in your system. I give you a few minutes, please settle down and adjust yourself, make yourself comfortable. Then I lead you step by step. Yes. The first step, please understand, first step of the process is chaotic breathing, means awakening and arising the prana, life energy level in your body to its peak possibility. It is the most dynamic aspect. You can put your hands on the hip and start breathing as deep as possible and as powerfully as possible. It's like hyperventilating you. That's all, nothing else. Hyperventilating. I can show you. Use your whole body to breathe. The first step is 7 minutes. If you want, you can sit on your heels with knees and feet together in Vajrasana, or you can sit comfortably. But use your whole body and breathe. Use your whole body and breathe. I can demonstrate by myself. See here. Use your whole body and breathe as deeply as possible and as powerfully as possible, but as comfortably as possible. Let your whole body become alive. Let the hyperventilation happen in you. Please be sincere as much as you can. Do it as long as you are comfortable. Just don't increase your high blood pressure if you are high blood pressure, mildly, comfortably. Others do it sincerely, authentically. Now, move to the next step. Intense humming. Sit in the same way, either sitting on your knees or sit comfortably, but hum as intensely as possible. Let your whole awareness be with the humming sound. It's almost like you put your mouth into empty vessel and create a vibration. Or it will be same way. Hum as intensely as possible. Let your whole body vibrate with that humming sound.